Prologue. Florence did not cry when the world ended and distant planes fell from the sky. Neither was she alarmed when muffled explosions and detonations rose from far away. And she didn't scream when Mr. Stewart from next door stumbled into the garden with something squirming and wet erupting from his throat. Plumes of black smoke stained the horizon where the planes had met the earth. She imagined fire and metal and people burning in their seats. She imagined bodies obliterated by impact with the earth. Mr. Stewart collapsed to his hands and knees on the front lawn. He spluttered a yolky fluid from his mouth. His body twitched and shuddered. He arched his back, and his bones cracked and popped like something being chewed inside a slavering mouth. Florence watched him with fascination, her feet planted on the garden path. There was the smell of cut grass in the air. On all fours, Mr. Stewart stiffened and stopped moving. Sweat trickled from the taut skin of his face. His mouth trembled. A damp clicking sound from the fleshy protuberance in his throat grew louder. It looked like a black starfish flowering outwards with wavering tendrils. He turned his head towards her, regarded her with leaking eyes. His voice was pathetic and pleading. "Please, help me." Florence took a step towards him, but the shadow of her father fell over her own. She looked up to him as he grabbed her and said they had to help Mr. Stewart, even as she was dragged into the house. Before Dad shut the door, she glanced back to see Mr. Stewart reaching towards them, screaming in agony. Beyond him, people ran down the street. Mum was waiting for them in the kitchen. Mascara bled from around her eyes as she put down her phone. She was shaking her head, her eyes dull, as though trapped in a bad dream she didn't understand. "I couldn't get through to my parents. I couldn't get through to anyone." "What about the television?" Dad asked. "Bad news. It's all bad news." Florence went to her mother and they held hands. Mum offered her a weak smile through glistening tears. Outside, Mr. Stewart's screams became shrill and inhuman. He sounded like a creature, not a man. Dad picked up a carving knife. "Lock the doors. Don't come outside for anything or anyone. I'll see you soon." Chapter 1. 2 days earlier. The dirt-speckled Vauxhall Corsa was an intestinal worm in the guts of the Kent countryside. Frank Hooper's bones shook as the car lurched over a pothole. The road's surface was scarred and uneven, dusted with gravel and dirt. Shadows of trees stretched across the road, creeping with the sun behind them. His back was aching. His throat and mouth were dry, like he'd been chewing cotton wool. He yawned. A dull pain throbbed at the top of his skull. "We're nearly there," said Joel, studying the map beside him. "I think." "Glad you're certain about that," Frank said. "You're the one who turned off the sat-nav." "It sounded like my mother." "Your mother's got a sexy voice," said Ralph from the back seat. "You're obsessed with older women," said Magnus across from Ralph. "To be honest, I always fancied Captain Janeway." "Who?" "She's from Star Trek Voyager," said Joel. Magnus frowned at Ralph. Captain Janeway is a woman, right? You're a funny twat, Ralph said. Magnus grinned and looked out his window. Frank glanced at Joel. Find out where we are on the map. Joel gave him a mock salute. Yes, sir. No need to be sarcastic. Sorry. Right. I think we're heading in the right direction. You think? We just went through Wishford. The house is somewhere around here. That sounds reassuring. Now you're the one being sarcastic, Frank. Don't worry, it's not very far. Ralph laughed. He was a short and stocky man with a shaven head and a thick beard. The packet of crisps he was eating from rustled every time he reached his ape-like hand inside. The floor around his feet was sprinkled with bits of food. Frank glanced back to see him brushing crumbs from his lap, but didn't bother to scold him. There was no point. You two are like an old married couple, Ralph said. They've been like that since school, said Magnus, adjusting the thick-rimmed glasses upon the bridge of his nose. Are you sharing a room when we get there? Frank laughed. Very funny, Ralph, said Joel. You should be on Comedy Central. They wouldn't let the ugly fucker on television, Magnus said. Ralph picked a scrap of crisp from around his mouth and ate it. Piss off, cucks. Loads of women love the bearded and portly look. Depends how drunk they are, said Frank. Don't be too hard on yourself, Joel said. There are plenty of sober, ugly women who'll sleep with you. I don't need your sympathy, Joel. You're the poor sod getting married next month, remember? Says the bloke who's got his right hand for a girlfriend. Left hand, actually. Well, both, to be honest. Have they got names? Asked Frank. Yeah, said Ralph. Magnus's missus and Joel's missus. The four men laughed. Magnus tried to twist Ralph's ear between his thumb and forefinger, but Ralph battered away his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Wanker, said Magnus. Ralph grinned. Love you too, skinny boy. They passed a small farm with a grey-walled, crumbling barn. A tractor was parked at the front of the farmhouse. Ralph made a lewd comment about farmers and their sheep while scrunching his crisp packet into a ball. Frank eyed him from the rearview mirror. Where are you thinking of putting that? Ralph made an innocent face. Somewhere? Put it in your pocket. If you can't do that, stuff it up your arse. You've already made enough mess. Wouldn't putting it up my arse make more mess? Don't be facetious. That's a long word, college boy. Only long thing you got, I bet. Just do as you're told, mate. Ralph sighed and put the empty packet in his jeans pocket. Then he took a cookie from the paper bag beside him and bit it in half. Crumbs fell down the front of his Metallica t-shirt, over his belly and onto his thighs. Magnus looked at him. You're basically a gorilla, aren't you? Ralph's voice was muffled as he chewed. Sorry. I think I've worked out where we are, Joel said, studying his map. We need to keep following this road for a few more miles, then turn onto a smaller road, which should eventually take us to the house, more or less. Frank nodded. Good. I need a beer. He guided the car around one of the many tight bends in the winding road, then spared a glance towards the fields, as they opened up on either side. Some were filled with the distinctive yellow of rapeseed, the colour of it almost garish against the land's dull greens and browns. The sun was falling. Ralph stared out his window. "Reminds me of Somerset, reminds me of home." "You sound disappointed," Magnus said. "Would you have preferred to go up north?" Ralph kept his eyes on the fields. "You must be joking, mate. Last time I went up north, I got fondled by a drag act." The men laughed. A military truck trundled around the corner, filling most of the narrow road and momentarily blocking the low sun with its angles of dark green metal encrusted with dried mud. Its shadow fell across the car, engine growling and heaving. Frank turned the wheel, bringing the Corsa to a stop at the side of the road. The truck passed inches from his window and swiped the wing mirror. Gravel and dust were kicked up from the tarmac. The driver in the cab looked straight ahead, uncaring or oblivious. The stink of diesel and oil filled the truck's wake as it carried on. Frank breathed deeply to slow his heart. With a trembling hand, he wiped sweat from his face. "Fucking squaddies," Ralph said, and ate another cookie. "He just kept going," said Joel. "Absolutely unbelievable." Another army truck blared past them, following the first, and crushed what remained of the severed mirror. The men were too shocked to say anything as the second truck disappeared down the road. Frank's chest tightened. He fumbled for his asthma inhaler and sucked on it until his breathing evened out. A rush of relief flooded his lungs, softening his feelings of injustice and anger. He took in a deep breath of countryside air and tried to compose himself. "You want me to drive?" Joel asked him. Frank put the inhaler away. "I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "Okay." "What about the mirror?" said Magnus. No one answered. Frank got the car moving again, hoping to reach the house before nightfall. Chapter 2. Joel pointed ahead. "There's the turning, to the left." Frank slowed the car and changed gear to take the entrance to the side road, which turned out to be more of a dirt track. The car trembled upon small craters and bumps. "And there's the cottage," said Joel when it came into view. He folded up the map. "Haven't been here in a while." The cottage was flanked by gentle slopes and open fields. Wild flowers lined the sides of the dirt track, which widened into a gravel driveway. Frank stopped the car at the front of the house. He turned off the engine and undid his seatbelt, then sat back in his seat and enjoyed the silence. "Looks like a nice place," said Magnus. "And we're staying here for free," Joel replied. Frank scowled at the plastic stump and severed wires where the wing mirror had been. He tried not to let it dampen his mood. The cottage was a relic from the early years of the 20th century, with brick walls painted white and an arched flagstone roof. Wind chimes trembled in the breeze. A wooden arch sheltered the front door, flanked by flower beds of tulips under the downstairs windows. It reminded Frank of the house where he had grown up, and he felt a strange pang of childhood nostalgia, of innocent days before the shadow of adulthood and its busy mess of taxes, dead-end jobs, responsibilities, and high blood pressure. And children, of course. He pushed that last thought away. "Sorry about the wing mirror," said Joel. "These things happen." The men climbed out. Frank leaned against the car, resting his arms on its roof. Ralph yawned and arched his back, stretching his tattooed arms towards the sky. Curlicues of black ink stretching down to his wrists. He bent over, grimacing, barely able to touch his toes. His hairy arse-crack appeared above the waist of his jeans. "Talk about the dark side of the moon," Joel said. Ralph straightened, raised his middle finger. Frank opened the boot and started unloading their bags. "Careful with that one," said Ralph when he saw Frank place his holdall on the ground. "My booze is in there." Magnus was talking on his phone, his face flustered. "Yes, dear, I'll call you later. Don't worry. What was that? No, I won't get too drunk. No, there isn't going to be a stripper. Joel didn't want one." He paused, listened. "What? No, I don't care if we have a stripper. It doesn't bother me." Magnus noticed the others watching him and shook his head. Ralph meowed and made a whipping noise. "Yes, dear, I won't forget to call you later. Look, I've got to go now, okay? Okay then, bye." "You might as well have brought your missus with you," said Ralph. "Is everything all right?" Frank asked Magnus. They were supposed to have arrived at the cottage yesterday evening, but Debbie had Magnus stay an extra night to help look after their sons. Magnus slipped the phone into his pocket. "Same old shit." "Grow some balls," Ralph said. "It's Joel's stag weekend, for fuck's sake." Magnus glared at him. "You know the boys are ill, and you know what Debbie's like, so piss off." He turned away, wringing his hands. "Leave it," Frank told Ralph. "It's not his fault." Ralph shook his head. Once the bags had been unloaded, Frank locked the car. Joel produced a key from his jeans. "So, your Uncle Jasper owns a few cottages like this one," Frank said. Joel swirled the keyring around one finger. "He owns several holiday cottages up and down the country." "Not bad for some," said Ralph, scratching his beard. He picked up his tattered holdall and slung it over his shoulder. Joel unlocked the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Magnus followed him. Ralph moved beside Frank. "What do you reckon, Francis? Good place for a piss-up?" Frank patted him on the shoulder. "You told me once that anywhere is good for a piss-up, as long as there's booze and good company." "Did I?" "Yeah, but you won't remember because you were drunk when you said it." "I do have moments of wisdom." "Occasionally." "Listen, mate, I know the last year's been shit for you and Catherine. I don't need your pity, mate. I know, but I see the anger and frustration in your eyes sometimes. I don't blame you for feeling that way. I can't even begin to imagine what you've both been through. I'm fine, Ralph, really. I'm just saying, if you need someone to talk to, don't feel embarrassed to ask." "You're just a big softy, aren't you?" Ralph glanced around, as though he was about to divulge a secret. "Don't tell anyone, okay? I've got to protect my reputation as an arsehole. Shall we go inside?" Frank lifted his bag. "Good idea." Chapter 3. The kitchen was a wide space decorated with rustic designs and shades. Frank put the pizzas in the oven while Joel emptied bags of crisps and snacks into large bowls. "You didn't book a stripper, did you?" Joel asked. "I specifically said no strippers." "I did not." "Do you know if Ralph did? I wouldn't put it past him." "Ralph hasn't booked a stripper, as far as I know." The man in question entered the kitchen, sipping a bottle of German beer. "What haven't I done, fuckers?" Frank looked from Joel to Ralph. "You didn't order a stripper for tonight, did you?" Ralph gasped in mock surprise. "Sir, I am offended. Order a stripper on Joel's stag night?" "So, did you?" Ralph smiled. "No, I didn't. Wish I had, though." "Good," said Joel. "Where's Magnus?" "He's in the living room playing on the Xbox. Poor bloke needs a break from that wife of his. She sent him a text a minute ago saying he was neglecting his marital duties." Frank shook his head. "Bloody hell, that's harsh." "Is she back on medication?" Joel asked. "No idea. She's always had problems," said Ralph. "Even before she married Magnus. Everyone knows she's crazy." "She's bipolar, not crazy," said Frank. "Not to mention she weighs about 20 stone. Fuck's sake, Ralph." "What did I say?" Frank opened 2 beers and handed one to Joel. "You're such a sympathetic soul, mate. Ever considered manning calls for the Samaritans?" "Nah, too depressing," Ralph replied, rubbing his stomach. "By the way, did anyone bring toilet roll?" The men gathered in the living room. They'd been drinking for over an hour. Frank raised his shot glass of vodka. "To Joel, may he be a brave man in the years ahead. May he have the strength to fight the good fight." "May he rest in peace," said Ralph. "May the Lord have mercy on his soul," said Magnus. "Amen," they said together, heads bowed. They downed their shots. Joel was last to finish. He patted his chest and winced. Frank handed out the beers while Ralph offered cigars. Frank refused one due to his asthma. Joel swayed on his feet as he lit his cigar. "How many years have we been friends for?" "Don't get soppy, mate," said Ralph. "You always do this when you're drunk." "I'm not drunk." Magnus laughed, exhaling smoke, and then coughed to clear his throat. "Let the groom speak," said Frank. Joel gave a mock salute. "Thank you, Frank. What was I about to say? Yes. We've been friends since preschool, haven't we?" "More or less." "The fearsome 4. "Yeah, 4 idiots," said Magnus, not unkindly. "But look at us now," Joel continued. "We're older and a little wiser. We've got responsibilities and all that grown-up stuff to deal with. Apart from Ralph." Ralph scowled. "Hey, I've got responsibilities. You live with your parents." "It's cheap, and Mum does my laundry." "I'd do your mum." Magnus grinned at him. "Dickhead." "As I was saying," said Joel, "we've all got responsibilities and commitments, but we've still remained close." "Gay," said Ralph, shaking his head. Frank couldn't help laughing. "Politically incorrect, but a fair point." Magnus laughed as well. Joel raised his bottle. "Cheers, lads." They drank. Frank looked down the neck of his beer bottle. "Where did the time go?" "Not down there," Magnus said. "Tell me about it," said Ralph. "You remember when we used to go out clubbing every weekend? I miss those days. I miss the nights when we would go out and anything was possible." "Great nights," replied Frank. Joel finished his beer. "Clubbing loses its appeal when you reach a certain age. Seems a little desperate somehow. That's why I wanted to spend the weekend here. I didn't want to go to a nightclub or a big city. I know it's a bit crap, but I wanted to be here with my oldest friends. My best friends." "We're certainly getting old," Frank said. "I've started to wear cardigans at home. I'm growing man-boobs." Ralph patted his stomach. "How do you think I feel, then?" Magnus adjusted his glasses. "That's because you eat too much. You think you've got it bad? My pubes are going grey. And you've got the muscle tone of a crack addict." Everyone laughed. "Better wiry than curvy." Ralph shrugged, downed his beer until it was empty. "Fuck it. Put on the DVD. I want to drink until my eyes fall out." Chapter 4. Hours passed in a haze of alcoholic fog. They watched Star Wars 4, A New Hope. Joel's attempt at critiquing each iconic scene was met with sighs of drunken annoyance and laughter. Han Solo was his favourite character. Ralph called him Hand Solo and made a wanking gesture that Joel didn't appreciate. Magnus performed his party trick of balancing a pen on his nose while Ralph poured his beer down his throat. He managed to keep it balanced until Ralph swapped the beer for whiskey. They played Guitar Hero on the Xbox. Magnus was surprisingly good, hitting each note perfectly, despite being steaming drunk. Frank downed enough shots to numb his extremities. He laughed when Joel began slurring his words. He laughed when Ralph tried to light his own farts and only succeeded in burning his ass. He laughed for no other reason than to laugh. A knock at the door interrupted them. Joel froze with a bottle at his mouth. "Who's that?" "What's the time?" said Ralph, scratching his head. Frank checked his watch. "Almost midnight." Magnus burped, gagged a little. His eyes were watery. "We expecting any visitors?" said Joel. The last word came out as visitors. Ralph turned to Frank and winked. Joel glanced back and forth between his friends. "I'll see who it is," said Ralph. He struggled to rise from the sofa and stumbled into the hallway, giggling like a schoolboy high on sugar. His shoulder grazed the wall, knocking askew a framed painting of a riverside cottage. Magnus looked at Joel. "I'm sorry, mate. It was Ralph's idea." Joel's face went slack. "What was?" Frank heard the front door open and shut, followed by low voices and Ralph giggling out in the hallway. Then Ralph appeared, trying to keep a straight face as he swigged from his beer. He carried a wooden chair in his other hand. "What's the chair for?" said Joel. "What do you think?" "Did you?" Frank asked. "I certainly did, fuckers." He moved some empty bottles out of the way and placed the chair in the center of the room. Joel looked at the chair, puzzled. A female police officer entered the room, followed by a tall, wide-shouldered man with a shaven head who looked like he worked security at seedy nightclubs. The man nodded a curt greeting and stood in the corner of the room, arms folded. "Oh, shit," said Joel. His voice was uneven and boyish. The woman looked to be in her late 40s. She had dyed blonde hair, eyeliner coated on like paint, and blood-red lipstick. A short leather skirt barely covered her ass. She was carrying a small black bag and an Alba CD player. Ralph started laughing. "Is there a Mr. Joel Gosling here?" the woman said. Slowly, Joel raised his hand, but said nothing. "I'm afraid you're under arrest, Mr. Gosling." "Read him his rights," said Ralph. He finished his beer and grabbed another one. Frank sat next to Magnus on the sofa. They watched in fascination, holding in their laughter. "You're not a real police officer, are you?" Joel muttered. In the corner of the room, the woman's minder smirked and shook his head. She bared her teeth. "Luckily for you, I'm not. But I've heard you've been a very bad boy. Now come sit down on this chair, and we'll get on with your interrogation." "Brilliant," said Ralph. He nudged Frank with his elbow. "You owe me 50 quid for this stripper." 50 quid, bloody hell. She was the cheapest one I could get on such short notice. Guided by the stripper, Joel sat down on the chair. She smiled at him. He tried to return the smile, but it came out as an awkward grimace. "My fiancé's going to kill me if she finds out." "Don't worry, my dear," the stripper said. She undid her uniform and took off her skirt. The back of her thong vanished into the crack of her sagging buttocks. She placed the CD player on the floor, then reached into her bag and produced a bottle of squirty cream. Joel went pale. The stripper pressed a button on the CD player. Britney Spears began to sing "I'm a Slave for You." The stripper wiggled her ass. "She reminds me of my mum," Ralph whispered, as he took out his phone and started recording. Chapter 5. 2 hours later, the stripper was gone, and Joel was unconscious, a bottle of beer in his hand and whipped cream smeared around his mouth. Frank dozed on the sofa. Ralph was on the floor, snoring loudly, his stomach gurgling. "Lightweights," said Magnus. He smiled and swayed as a warm numbness filled his body. He ate the last slice of pizza and licked grease from his fingers. The house was silent, apart from the creak and groan of its wooden joints and brick walls, reshaping itself in the night. Magnus walked outside and stood in the dark. The breeze stirred the grass. Everything was peaceful, and there were so few moments of peace these days. He filled his lungs with the night air. The moon was blanketed by clouds. Abyssal darkness surrounded the house like starless spaces between galaxies. No lights from towns or villages. This was how the land would have been before the rise of man. The gaps in the cloud cover were filled with stars, constellations aflame, distant suns ancient and dying. Some had been dead for millennia. It inspired both awe and terror within him. He had read about solar flares, about what would happen if one reached out and enveloped the earth. A temperature of 20 million degrees Kelvin would turn the oceans to steam and drown the world in fire. Suck the oxygen from the air, turn every organism to ash. Cities would be destroyed by immense walls of flame, and the planet would be left as a burnt piece of dead rock floating in space. He felt small and unworthy, like an insect before the void, a speck of dust on cosmic winds. His hands shook as he took out a packet of cigarettes. He lit one and took a long drag. The smoke was chemical bliss inside him. He checked his mobile, frowning at the 3 missed calls from Debbie. Another text message. He read it, shaking his head. He was sick of her. He was sick of taking care of her and the boys. She had burdened him for 5 years with her sickness and paranoia. She had drained him of his strength and his will. They hadn't had sex in over a year. She often forgot to take her medication, causing mood swings and bouts of white-hot anger. Sometimes, lying in bed as she grunted and snored next to him, he fascinated about burying her in a custom-made coffin and crying crocodile tears at her graveside. He thought often of caving in her face with a hammer and laughing in relief as he did so. He thought of murder. Then he would be free. But he couldn't kill Debbie. He was a coward. He'd never even been in a fight. And he still loved her, which was the worst part about it. He couldn't help himself. He had known about her problems when they first met. There had been an attraction on a fundamental level. She had been slim but curvy in the right places. The sex had been fantastic. The way she would lower herself onto him, grind upon him, press her skin against his. It had been primal, manic fucking. She used to bite him, make him bleed sometimes. He'd loved that. But her condition had worsened as the years passed, and that was that. Magnus dropped the cigarette and put it out with his foot. The clouds lifted, revealing the scarred moon. Silver light fell over the patchwork quilt of fields. He flinched when thunder roared above. The moon and stars vanished again, all hidden behind broiling clouds. Thunder boomed again. Something huge and silent moved high in the sky directly above him. He sensed rather than saw it. Moments later, his nose began to bleed. He dabbed at the blood with one finger. What the fuck? And as though his legs had turned to water, he fell down, sprawling on the ground, the air knocked out of him. An immense pressure pulsed in his head. His bowels felt like a sack of hot soup. The thunder sounded like the giant bones of skeletal gods grinding together. Witless and feeble, he curled into a ball and began to cry, gripped by a terror he hadn't felt since childhood. It was the fear of monsters and being lost in the darkness. The ground was deathly cold. He whimpered as the world faded away. Ralph woke, shivering in cold air. He ran his tongue over furred teeth, then used it to loosen a shard of pepperoni stuck between 2 molars. His burps tasted of stomach fluids. He sat up, hands over his face, groaning. The world tilted to one side. The sky was brightening beyond the nearest window. The wall clock ticked like a needling pulse. It was just past 4:30, and the room was strewn with the wreckage of the night. The smell of stale beer made his insides crease. Someone had eaten the last of the pizza. Wankers. Frank and Joel were asleep. Magnus was gone. Ralph stirred, put his hand on the sofa to stay upright. His bladder was swollen, his stomach gurgled and turned. He burped again. The front door was open. Faint chorus of birdsong from beyond. He stumbled to the doorway. "Magnus?" No answer. Thunder boomed in distant dark clouds to the east. Magnus was curled up on the grass, his arms wrapped around his chest. His clothes were damp, his glasses were askew, a crust of dried blood between his nose and top lip. Ralph crouched and shook him by the shoulders. "Magnus, what are you doing out here?" Magnus woke with a moan in his throat. He glanced around with wide eyes, then looked at Ralph. "What's going on?" Ralph helped him sit up. "You tell me, mate. Christ, you smell like a badger's pissing hole. And your nose has been bleeding." "I had a nightmare," he said, his voice small. "Have you been smoking those Jamaican woodbines again?" "No." "Is it something stronger you haven't told me about?" Magnus wiped dew from his face. "I haven't touched any drugs." "Fair enough," Ralph said with some skepticism, as he helped his friend up from the ground. "Let's get you back in the house, tiny dancer." Magnus watched the sky as they went inside. Chapter 6. Later that morning, Frank popped 2 aspirin into his mouth and washed them down with water as he sat next to Ralph on the sofa. Magnus was at the kitchen table, head bowed, drinking coffee and eating toast. "I feel like shit," said Ralph. "Join the club," Frank told him. "I need to brush my teeth." The toilet flushed from the other side of the cottage. Joel entered the living room with sluggish movements, wearing a baggy t-shirt, boxer shorts, and Homer Simpson slippers. Ralph grinned. "You look very sharp this morning." Joel collapsed into the armchair and groaned with his hands to his forehead. "I suppose the stripper was your idea? Someone had to liven up your stag weekend." "Please don't put any photos or video on Facebook." Ralph looked genuinely offended. "Oh, come on, mate." "Please, Ralph. Anya will kill me." "No, she won't. Polish girls are very open-minded." "I'm begging you. Don't guilt-trip me, motherfucker." "Please." "Okay, then. You spoil all the fun." "Cheers, mate. Where's Magnus?" Frank took a puff from his inhaler, grimaced. "Out in the kitchen." "Is he okay? Has Debbie been calling him again?" "No," said Ralph. "There's something else." "Like what?" "I found him outside, asleep on the grass." "What was he doing out there? Is he back on the weed again?" Ralph hesitated. "I don't think so. He said he had a nightmare. His nose had been bleeding." "Is he doing coke?" "Magnus wouldn't do that shit," Frank said. Joel frowned. "Hope he's okay." "I think so," said Ralph. "He's a bit shaken up, that's all." Magnus appeared in the doorway, steam rising from the cup of coffee in his hand. A muscle twitched in his face. "I can hear you from the kitchen." The other men said nothing. Magnus eyed the 3 of them in turn. He took a mouthful of coffee and swallowed. While you were all asleep, I went outside to have a cigarette and look at the sky. Everything was fine for a while, but then it felt like something huge was in the clouds, staring down at me. I lost all the strength in my legs and fell down. I was absolutely terrified, and I don't know what it was, or if I was imagining it. It's freaking me out, to be honest. Ralph scratched his beard. You sure you're not on drugs, mate? It's no big deal if you are, we're all adults. I haven't been doing drugs, okay? Okay, fair enough. Magnus returned to the kitchen while the living room stayed silent behind him. There was no more thunder, no rain. They spent the rest of the morning recovering from their hangovers. Frank and Joel cooked fried breakfasts for everyone. In the afternoon, Ralph played Frank at darts. They drank coffee between turns. Ralph had once played for their county. He beat Frank without trying too hard and didn't try to hide it. "You've got a darts player's physique," Frank told him. Ralph smiled and threw a double top. "That's 5 games to 0, fuckface." Frank put down his darts. Ralph took the £5 note from Frank's hand, folded it into his wallet. "Well played," said Frank. "Don't forget you still owe me for the stripper." "I'll pay you when we get home." "No probs." Outside, the day grew dim. Magnus turned off his mobile and put it in his pocket, then went outside. Summer was coming to an end. "Oh, fuck it," he said, taking out his phone. He switched it on and waited. The phone rang. Debbie was calling. He let out a tired sigh and put the phone to one ear. "Hello?" "Are you coming home?" Debbie asked in a pleading voice that made Magnus hate himself. "When are you coming home?" Joel needed to stretch his legs after the lukewarm shower had failed to refresh him. He had brushed his teeth twice to remove the taste of alcohol from his mouth. The grass was wet, dampening the hems of his jeans as he walked the fields around the house. He wore a jacket in case the temperature dropped. The breeze ruffled his hair. He remembered parts of last night, the stripper dancing around him, her groin writhing inches from his nose. She had touched his face, her fingertips warm and yellowed from nicotine. He remembered the others laughing. He didn't want to think about what would happen if Anya found out. But he hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Why should he feel guilty when he had no control over what had happened? Still, he felt like he had betrayed Anya, even though nothing sexual had happened with the stripper. He was racked with anxiety and the hot panic of shame, and it was all he could do not to scream to the sky. The land opened before him, lined with hedgerows. Scattered copses of trees and dense thickets. A family of deer grazed in a field. A crow flashed overhead, squawking like it was mocking him. "Yeah, fuck you too." He halted and looked down the footpath, gripping his phone in one hand. His guts squirmed as he dialed Anya's number. Part of him hoped she would answer, while another part prayed she wouldn't, so he could put this off a bit longer. She answered almost immediately. Typical. "Hello, love," he said. "How are you?" Anya coughed, clearing her throat. "How is my future husband this morning? Still drunk?" He loved her accent. Fucking loved it. Her English was excellent. Ever since he'd been a young lad, he'd been captivated by women with Eastern European accents. Russian, Slovakian, Polish, it didn't matter. "No, just a bit hungover," he replied. "This is a surprise. I thought you'd still be in bed." "You have good night?" I have to admit something." A pause on the other end of the line. He pictured her looking worried, waiting for him to say he had cheated on her. "Admit?" "There was a stripper last night." A pause. He heard her breathing. He closed his eyes and waited. "I know," she said. He opened his eyes one at a time. "What? You know?" "I know what happened." "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The others were goading me. I thought that if I wimped out of it, I'd look like a twat. I didn't do anything with the stripper, I promise." "Oh, okay." He listened to her tone of voice as his heart pounded against his ribcage. "Are you still there, Anya?" "It's okay, Joel. You did nothing wrong. You are a silly man." "What? Really?" She was giggling. "I knew you would have stripper. Ralph and Magnus told me before you left. They asked for my, permission." "So you really don't mind?" "Joel, what do you think me and my friends did on my hen party?" "You had a stripper?" "Yes, I had to lick cream from his washboard stomach. Was fun. I was drunk, of course." His heart winced with jealousy, but he ignored it. "I did that as well." "Lick cream from man's washboard stomach?" "No, I had to lick squirty cream from her belly button." She laughed. Joel laughed along with her, relieved, the anxiety fading from his head, chest and stomach. "You realize how much I love you," he said. "Tell me." "I'll show you when I get home." "I look forward to that." "I'll bring the squirty cream." She laughed again. It was always easy to make her laugh, even with his bad jokes. He adored her for it. Other women had been mere infatuations that ended badly. It didn't matter. He only wanted her. "I love you too, Joel, my husband." "Not yet." "Soon?" "I've got to go now," he said. "I think it's going to rain." They said their goodbyes. Joel returned the phone to his pocket and looked to the eastern sky, from where 3 distant dots were approaching. The deep, muffled shudder of rotor blades grew louder. The dots coalesced into distinctive shapes. The Chinook helicopters were flying fast and low. Their roar was deafening. He covered his ears as they passed directly over him. He ducked instinctively and watched them until they faded away into the distance, heading west. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" he said, before heading back to the house. Chapter 7. Dark clouds filled the sky on Monday morning. The previous evening had been spent slumped in the living room watching old Hammer horror films and eating junk food. The Corsa was idling on the driveway, Frank waiting behind the wheel while Magnus and Ralph got in the back of the car. Joel had triple-checked that the cottage's lights and electrical switches were turned off, and the back door was locked. Now he was testing the front door to see if it would open. "It's locked," Ralph called through the open window. "You just locked it, you OCD freak." Joel glanced back, glared at Ralph, and then tried the door again. After a few moments, he put the keys in his jacket pocket and got into the car. "Don't think I'll be drinking again for a while," said Magnus. Joel slumped in his seat. "Me neither." "Wimps," Ralph said, with a shake of his head. Frank put the car in gear and started down the track. He glanced towards the western horizon, where a plume of smoke was climbing the sky. It was in the direction they would be heading. Frank slowed the car to a crawl. The four men stared ahead. A red Toyota Yaris was on the grass verge, its back end sticking out onto the road. The driver's door was open. The exhaust coughed petrol fumes. Frank edged the car forward until it was alongside the Toyota. Joel wound down the window and peered out. The open door alarm was beeping and the headlights were on, but there was no sign of a driver or any passengers. "Maybe they've gone for a piss in the bushes," said Ralph. Joel glanced up and down the road. "Maybe it's an ambush." "What do you mean?" asked Frank. "Maybe they're waiting for us to get out of the car and rob us." Ralph chuckled. "You think Dick Turpin's gonna steal our wallets? I don't think things like that happen around here, mate." "Should we wait in case the driver returns?" asked Magnus. "It hasn't been parked," said Frank. "It's been abandoned." "That doesn't make sense," Joel said. "Let's have a look." Frank parked the Corsa by the side of the road. He got out. Ralph and Magnus followed him to the Toyota. Joel hesitated. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" Frank went to the driver's side. A long scratch ran along the side of the car, etched into the chassis. He looked inside. A strawberry-scented air freshener hung from the rearview mirror. Static hissed from the radio, mixed with the faint garble of distant voices. Frank turned off the headlights and the engine. "What if the driver comes back?" said Joel. "What if he doesn't? Check the boot." "Why?" asked Ralph. "For a body." Ralph looked at Frank. "I'm not joking." Ralph opened the boot. Frank joined him. "Just a spare tire, a foot pump and a bottle of water," Ralph said. Joel peered over their shoulders. "Why would someone just leave their car here with the engine running?" Ralph closed the boot. "Maybe they were injured and couldn't drive." Joel put his hands in his pockets. "But if they were injured, why wouldn't they stay here?" Magnus was looking downwards. "There's drops of blood on the road, heading away from the car." "I'm calling the police." Joel took out his phone and dialed 999. The others watched him. Moments later, he lowered the phone from his ear and stared at its screen, his face creasing with confusion. "What's wrong?" said Frank. "I can't get through." "What?" "The network's down. Try your phones." "I've got nothing," Ralph said. "No signal, no fucking network." He tapped his phone, as if that would solve the problem. "Same here," added Magnus. "I was wondering why Debbie hadn't called me in a while." Frank couldn't even get a ringtone when he dialed. "What do we do?" Joel was glancing up and down the road again. "This is fucking weird," said Magnus. "I think we should head to Wishford, or even that farmhouse we passed on the way to the cottage. Tell someone about this." Ralph grunted. "Tell them what? That we found an abandoned car?" Is the farmer going to tow it away with his combine harvester? We have to tell someone, said Frank. Maybe they'll have a landline telephone we can use. And if the driver is walking the road, we'll catch up with him. Joel nodded eagerly. That sounds good. I don't want to stay here. Chapter 8. Nobody walked the road. They approached the farmhouse, which stood at the top of an incline of gravel and dirt. They passed a mud-streaked Land Rover and a rusting transit van with flat tires and missing windows. A tractor was parked by a barn. Crows lined the roof of the barn, pecking at one another and cawing insults. Frank stopped the car in front of the house. He got out, but the others stayed inside. He turned back to them. They looked at him, hesitant to leave the car. He shrugged, half raised his hands. Ralph was first to relent. Joel and Magnus followed him. They walked to the farmhouse. The building was in poor condition, with cracked roof tiles and scarred outer walls. The stench of dampness and wood rot hung in the air. Frank stepped towards the open front door, but was reluctant to touch the leering brass face that served as its knocker. He looked down and noticed scattered boot prints in the dirt. There were 2 downstairs windows at the front of the house. The curtains were drawn. Joel glanced around nervously. I wonder if anyone's home. Why would they leave the door open? Asked Frank. Magnus wiped his glasses with his sleeve. Maybe they're at the back of the house. Looks haunted, said Ralph with a little grin. That's helpful, Joel said, and then looked over his shoulder as if someone was standing behind him. Frank rapped his knuckles 3 times on the door. Too loud in the silence. He waited, listening for movement inside the house. No response. He knocked again. Ralph stepped back and looked up at the upstairs windows. Maybe the farmer's squeezing one out. Let's just go to the village, said Joel. Frank stepped into the front hallway of the house. Joel was right behind him. Farmers have shotguns, you know. He might think we're burglars. We can't just walk into someone's house, even if the front door's been left open. They stopped in the middle of the hallway. Joel stood close to Frank. Magnus and Ralph paused at the doorway. Frank looked at the shadowed corners around him. Coats and jackets hung from a rack on the wall. Umbrellas and walking sticks collected in a stand. 2 doorways led to a living room and a kitchen. A wooden staircase climbed into darkness. Wooden ceiling beams draped in cobwebs. Frank had a phobia of spiders ever since he'd left a glass of water by his bed overnight when he was a kid, and had woken in the morning, taken a sip of the water, and realized too late that a spider had fallen into it and drowned. The spider's legs had brushed his lips as he went to drink. He shivered at the memory. "Hello. We're sorry to enter uninvited, but we've got a bit of a problem. We found an abandoned car nearby. Wondered if the driver had come here." No answer. Joel stood at the foot of the stairway, fidgeting with his hands. "Let's get out of here. No one's home." "Joel's right," said Ralph. "They must be out somewhere." "No," said Frank. "Something doesn't feel right." He walked into the darkness of the living room and opened the curtains. Sudden grey light revealed a dirty and stained carpet. Peeling wallpaper. An old television with a layer of dust on it. a cold fireplace below a mantelpiece topped with clay figurines. There were photos of a middle-aged couple. No sign of life. Ralph flicked the light switch. "The power's out. You think that's the farmer's wife in the photo?" "Could be his sister, but I doubt it," said Frank. "Could be both. We're from Somerset, mate. We've got the monopoly on inbreeding." Frank and Ralph searched the rest of the house, while Magnus and Joel stayed in the hallway. The back door had been left open. It looked out on a small garden with an allotment of cabbages and rhubarb. Drying towels flapped on a clothesline above a basket of damp washing. A distant thunderclap echoed around the fields. "Can we please leave?" Joel asked them as they returned inside. Ralph and Frank exchanged a look. "Might as well head to the village," said Frank. "We'll find a phone that works, call the police, and tell them about the abandoned car. Then we can go home?" "Yeah. At last. Let's get out of here." Chapter 9. They were 2 miles outside Wishford when a horse ran into the road from an adjacent field. Frank hit the brakes, but his response was tragically slow, and the car was already out of control and clipped the rear end of the horse. The tires shrieked, and the horse made a terrible whine of agony. The car swerved off the road, shuddering along the embankment, too fast, and crashed into an oak tree. Hard impact, scream of metal. The bonnet buckled and flew open. The seatbelt cut into Frank's chest and his neck twinged sharply as he was pitched forward. The airbag deployed and cushioned him as the car jolted to a stop. He slumped in his seat. Steam rose from the engine. The smell of petrol and burnt rubber stung his eyes. The engine died. Frank blinked, groaning. The inside of his head danced and thumped. A jolt of adrenaline spiked his heartbeat. Joel rubbed his face with one trembling hand. Ralph and Magnus moaned from the back seat. Luckily they were all wearing seat belts. Frank checked himself for injury. He moved his limbs, stretched his tendons and muscles. His chest was tight, so he used his inhaler and then took a deep breath for air. "Is everyone okay?" he said. Joel nodded at Frank but said nothing. "You two in the back okay?" Magnus gave a lethargic thumbs up. "Yeah," Ralph said. "Fucking hell, what the fuck was that?" "A horse," Magnus replied. "Did you see it? It was injured." "It was all cut up," said Frank. The horse, a white mare, had collapsed on the road. The men stood around her. She was still alive, but her back legs were broken. Frank gazed down at the horse. "I'm sorry." The others looked at him. "It's not your fault," said Magnus. "Look at her," said Ralph. "Poor girl." Eyes bulbous with pain and fear, the mare made a pathetic mewling sound. She buckled and her front legs kicked. The men, apart from Ralph, stepped back. Something had torn several deep cuts into the horse's left flank, revealing a glimpse of bone and flesh. There were flaps of ragged skin around the wounds and smears of blood on the road. "I broke her legs," said Frank. "It wasn't your fault," Magnus said. "Nothing you could have done about it." "Looks like a wolf or a lion mauled it," said Joel. Ralph shook his head. "Not in this country, mate." Might have escaped from a zoo. We should put her out of her misery, said Ralph. She's lost too much blood. She's suffering. Magnus folded his arms and stepped back. You want to kill it? Ralph looked at him, then Frank, and nodded. It'll be a mercy. I can't do that. Ralph crouched and stroked the mare's neck. You won't have to. I'll do it. The mare whinnied. He's right, said Frank. You sure you can do it, Ralph? I hate seeing animals suffer. It'll have to be quick. What can we use? Is that crowbar still in the boot? Frank fetched the crowbar and handed it over. Ralph stood over the stricken animal. The others watched him. The mare was silent now. He looked into her eyes and raised the crowbar. You'll have to hit her hard, said Frank. Horses have thick skulls. Make it quick. Ralph hesitated. His eyes were damp. Get it over and done with, said Joel. The crowbar sagged in Ralph's hands. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't kill her. Come on, mate, said Frank. It's better this way. Ralph glanced at him and raised the crowbar again, but he faltered once more and stepped away. I'm sorry. Can't do it. Frank took the crowbar and raised it with both hands. He couldn't look into the mare's eyes, so he closed his own. Her breathing was slow and laboured from the toil of crippled lungs. Frank opened his eyes. I haven't got it in me either. He offered the crowbar to Magnus and Joel, but they shook their heads and looked away. All three men walked back to their car. Ralph stayed with the horse, stroking her mane, until her eyes glazed over and the rise and fall of her chest stopped. He whispered to her as she died. They tried to move the mare to the roadside, but she was too heavy, and in the end they were forced to leave her on the road. Ralph wiped his bloodied hands on the grass. You okay? Frank asked him. Yeah, fucking dandy. First there was the abandoned car, said Magnus. Then the farmhouse. Now this. This is some weird shit, fellas. What do we do about our car? Said Joel. Does anyone know how to fix it? You must be joking, said Frank. The radiator's shot to pieces. The bonnet's fucked. We need a tow truck. Frank patted the courser's roof. We'll have to walk to Wishford and get some help there. We still need to report the abandoned car. You want to leave your car here? Asked Joel. I don't see much option. Our phones aren't working. I've tried calling the RAC and the police, but got nothing. Got any other ideas? We could stay here until someone drives past. No chance. I don't really fancy spending the next few hours in the middle of nowhere waiting for another car to come along. Joel shrugged. We might get lucky. We might get arse-raped, said Ralph unhelpfully. How many cars have you seen on this stretch of road since we left the farm? Said Frank. Do you want to wait all day and night for help that might not arrive? Joel fumbled with his phone. It's a long walk to Wishford. It'll take a while. Frank began to unload their bags. You're welcome to look after the car on your own. No, that's okay. Good. Carry your own bag. Get a move on, lads. Chapter 10. They were less than a mile from Wishford when the sound of church bells rose from the village. It was an irregular tolling, like a warning. "Those aren't wedding bells," Joel said. Ralph scratched his face with one end of the crowbar. "Weird." "During World War II, Frank said, church bells were to be rung if the Nazis invaded." Magnus almost laughed. "Do you think the Germans have landed?" Frank didn't answer. Ralph wiped sweat from his brow. His fitness routine consisted of walking to the pub. He gulped water from a bottle and thought about the dead horse, hating himself for not ending its misery. When he looked at the crowbar, he wondered if he could ever use it to kill a living thing. They came to another house. It was locked, silent and seemingly empty. No car in the driveway. Ahead of them, a road sign concreted into the grass verge. Wishford. "At last," Joel said. "My feet are killing me. Is there a public telephone or a mechanic around here?" "Where's the nearest police station?" Frank asked. "Fuck knows," Ralph answered. They walked the main road flanked by rows of houses and trimmed lawns, expensive cars upon gravel driveways, trees and pruned hedges, flowers in bloom. No sign of life, no movement in any of the windows. Frank paused near a discarded handbag on one of the driveways. Its contents were spilled over the gravel, a lipstick cylinder, a purse and a packet of tissues, among other things. He moved on, shaking his head in vague confusion. A bicycle lay on its side upon the pavement, the front wheel spinning. Nearby was a child's red baseball cap. They passed one house with its front door open. Ralph saw a thin shape huddled in a shadowy corner beyond the doorway. But he didn't tell the others, because when he looked again, it was gone. The bells stopped ringing. Silence. Indigestion burned in Ralph's chest, fed by anxiety and a feeling of dread. A shriek echoed down the street and around the houses. The men halted. Magnus's eyes widened. "Jesus Christ, what was that?" "Maybe a dog?" Joel said, glancing around. Frank led them on. "Keep moving, fellas." They continued to the centre of the village. Ralph and Frank entered the village shop, but no staff or customers awaited them. Tins of food had been stacked neatly on shelves. No signs of catastrophe or trouble. It was as though everyone had winked out of existence. Frank grabbed some bottles of water and a few chocolate bars and handed them out to the others while they checked their phones for signal. The screen on Ralph's phone was blank. He put it back in his pocket and turned to his friends, noting how their faces were too pale, too tight around their skulls. He ate his chocolate bar in 2 bites. Frank stared down the street, while Joel sipped water and kept looking over one shoulder, as if he was expecting an attack. Magnus was absently rubbing his mouth. Spit came away on his fingers. A muscle moved just below his right eye. Ralph slapped the palm of one hand with the crowbar. An urge to hit something burned in his stomach and made him fidgety. What the fuck is going on? They heard the shriek again, louder this time. "That ain't a fucking dog," said Ralph. Magnus swayed on his feet, and his face shined with sweat. "I don't feel well." Joel took hold of him by the shoulders. "You okay, mate?" "Not really." His eyelids drooped. "Feel dizzy and hot." Joel touched Magnus's forehead and looked to Frank and Ralph. "He's burning up." "We keep walking," said Frank. "Where to?" "Maybe the church, if whoever was ringing the bells is still there." "Fair enough." Magnus exhaled through his teeth. He held on to Joel. The four men moved on. They kept to the middle of the road. Ralph held the crowbar like someone spoiling for a fight. The sky turned darker as the sun dipped out of sight behind grey clouds, a humid thickness in the air. There was a deep, short rumble far away. Frank thought about thunder and how it was supposed to sound. Not like that. Not at all. They rounded a corner and halted when they saw a young woman in a summer dress lying on her stomach in the middle of the road ahead of them. She was trying to raise herself up with her arms, crying and mewling like a sick animal. "Christ on a fucking bike," Ralph said. The woman looked up at them, her eyes bulging with pain. Her mouth was trembling. Frank took a step towards the woman. He held out his hands. "Are you okay?" The woman sobbed. He kept his voice low and steady. "We're not going to hurt you." "What's that on her neck?" said Ralph, pointing. Frank saw, about 2 inches below the woman's left ear, a puncture mark weeping a clear fluid. The skin around it was red and sore. "Looks like a wasp sting," said Frank. "It would have to be a big fucking wasp." Shuddering on her knees, the woman held one hand out to them. "Help me." Frank took another step towards her. "What's wrong with her?" said Joel. "Please help me," the woman muttered. She lowered her head, breathing hard. A wheezing rattle rose from her chest. The men backed away from her. "What happened to you?" Frank asked her. But she didn't answer. "Fuck this, let's get out of here," Ralph said. "We can't just leave her." Magnus let out a moan. Ralph looked at Frank. "Can't we? We've got our own problems." "I'm not touching her. She might have a disease or something." So compassionate, as always. "Ralph's right," said Joel. "What if she's contagious?" "She needs help." Magnus slumped on his feet. Joel and Ralph struggled to keep him upright. "If you want to help her," said Ralph, "be my guest." "What happened to you?" Frank asked the woman. The wound on her neck had swollen to the size of an apple. She raised her head again and tried to speak, but her attempted words dissolved into murmurs and sobs. The terrible shriek echoed around them again. It sounded like an animal, something carnivorous. "What the hell is making that noise?" said Joel. He was looking back the way they had walked. Ralph raised his voice at Frank. "We need to sort out Magnus before we help that woman. We'll come back for her." Frank didn't believe Ralph, but he nodded. "Okay." "Good idea," said Joel. "Let's go." Frank hesitated. For some reason he felt responsible for the woman. He didn't know why. "Come on, Frank," Ralph was shouting now. "She's not our problem." Joel pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped Magnus's bleeding nose. Another shriek rang out from beyond the houses. It was closing in. "Fuck this," Ralph said. He grabbed Frank and pulled him away. Joel helped Magnus along. "Please don't leave me," the woman said in desperation. Don't leave me here." Frank looked away and kept walking. Chapter 11. Frank looked back as the unseen thing shrieked again. He walked behind his friends. A stab of remorse pricked his chest when he thought of the woman crying and calling out after them. His face flushed with shame. He should have helped her. "Hurry up, Frank, for fuck's sake." That was Ralph. "Feels like someone's playing a joke on us," said Joel. "Some kids or bored villagers trying to scare outsiders. This can't be happening, can it? It has to be some kind of prank." "If it is a practical joke," Ralph said, "I'm going to punch some fucker." Frank hurried forward. He glanced up at the sky when he sensed a presence above him, hidden in the clouds. Then the feeling was gone. He looked back at his friends. Ralph was slapping Magnus's face lightly, trying to keep him awake. "We need to stop. He's dead weight." "What is making that shrieking?" said Joel. "I don't want to be caught in the open when that thing shows up." Ralph pointed to the open front door of a house across the street. "What about in there? Magnus needs somewhere to rest. We can't drag him much further." "We don't know who's in there," Joel said. "I don't give a fuck. We can't stay out here. What do you think, Frank?" Frank looked at the open door inviting them inside. A grey dimness lurked beyond. The shrieking thing called out again, wailing like a tortured creature. He tried not to imagine the mouth that made such a noise. "Frank," Ralph said, clicking his fingers at him. "What do you think?" Frank looked back down the street. "Frank!" He looked at Ralph. "Okay." Ralph and Joel hauled Magnus towards the house. There was a blue car on the driveway. Frank followed but stopped at the door. Joel was calling out to see if the house was occupied. No answer. Ralph helped Magnus sit down on the hallway floor, slumped against the wall. Joel returned to the kitchen. He had already checked the living room. "Nobody's home. Don't know about upstairs, though." "Shut the door, Frank," said Ralph. "I'm going back." Ralph scowled. "Oh, for fuck's sake, mate, why?" "It's not right to leave her." "Please don't go," said Joel. "Stay here, Frank." "I'm sorry, I have to do it." "Don't be a dickhead," Ralph said. "We have to look after Magnus, not some woman we don't even know." Frank handed his bag to Joel. "I can't leave her back there." Ralph stepped over to Frank and gave him the crowbar. "Get back here in one piece, you stupid twat." Frank nodded, and then was gone. Chapter 12. He gripped the crowbar and peered around the side of a white transit van parked by the side of the road. The woman had disappeared. Panic and guilt mixed in his gut. Maybe someone had come along and helped her. His body sagged, and he rubbed his face with one clammy palm. The patter of feet and the scrape of a limb on the road rose from the other side of the van. Frank froze. Something shrieked, and the sound of it filled his head. He clenched his teeth and fought the urge to scream. A weight knocked against the other side, followed by the screeching of nails upon metal. Frank crouched, looked under the van, and saw the naked legs and bare feet of a man. There were gangrenous lesions on his calves, toenails stained yellow and cracked, calloused heels and flaking skin. There was a stink similar to something dead left to rot in the sun. Frank realized that if he could look under the van, then the man could do exactly the same. He edged to the rear of the vehicle and hid his legs behind the wheel. The man breathed through a gulping mouth. It sounded wet and rasping, becoming quicker until it stopped. Frank watched as the man began to move around the front of the van and over to his side. He got onto his hands and knees and scrambled under the vehicle, keeping low, kissing the road. The tarmac scraped at his hands. He tucked in his limbs and held his breath. Sweat dripped from his face. His pulse thudded hotly between his ears. The man stopped next to him and shrieked again, shockingly loud and bestial. Frank closed his eyes. He did not want to see the man's face leering down at him. Chapter 13. Ralph examined the blade of the knife he was holding. The promise of its sharp edge comforted him. Judging by the framed photos on the walls, the house belonged to a young family. A mum and dad with a little boy no more than 10 years old. Their car was on the driveway, but there was no sign of them, and despite a thorough search, he hadn't found the keys. He wondered if they were dead. Sprawled out across the sofa, Magnus was barely conscious, but his nose had stopped bleeding. He was a limp shape, eyes fluttering, muttering nonsense words and moaning gently. His head rested on a cushion. Joel laid a damp cloth over his forehead after cleaning the blood from around his nose and mouth. Ralph found a Tupperware box full of chocolate bars in the kitchen cupboard. He gave one to Joel, saved one for Magnus, and one for Frank when the foolish twat returned. He didn't save one for the woman Frank had gone to rescue. He took 2 for himself and ate them without pause. "What's happening out there?" Joel asked. "Where is everybody?" He let out a nervous, juddering sigh. "I've got work tomorrow." Magnus groaned. "Fuck knows," said Ralph. "Have you tried the television?" "The power's out. Do you think it's only happened to this village, or do you think it's happened elsewhere? Maybe the people were evacuated for some reason. What if this area is contaminated with something, like radiation or a biological agent of some kind? We could be in the middle of a quarantine zone. The government might want to hush it up, keep it all secret. There could be squads of soldiers in biohazard suits, executing anyone they think is contaminated." Ralph's mouth turned sour. "We don't know what's happened. No point in jumping to conclusions." "What about the woman Frank went to help? What happened to her?" "Dunno." "What was that puncture wound on her neck?" Ralph took in a deep breath. Joel eyed him nervously, hands held together like an old maid. "I don't know, mate." "And what's wrong with Magnus? Is he sick? Is there something worse than that wrong with him?" Ralph thought exactly the same. "He'll be fine. Once Frank gets back, we'll decide what to do. And we'll get out of here. Calm the fuck down. One of us should have gone with Frank. We shouldn't have let him go on his own." Frank will be okay. He'll be back soon. I wish I had your confidence. Just take it easy. We're safe in here. Okay. I'm going to see if I can find something to help Magnus. Okay. Chapter 14. There were great booms in the distance, like the footfalls of a behemoth raised from the earth. The ground trembled from far-away thunder. Frank had spent the last hour hiding beneath the van, afraid to leave his hiding place. The daylight was fading, and he didn't want to be alone out in the dark. He had heard strange noises earlier, muted calls and voices that were no more than whispers in his ears. Footfalls down the street, and the sound of running all around him. The shrieking man-thing had staggered away and vanished from sight. With all the effort he could muster, Frank moved his limbs to coax the blood back into them. He composed himself and made a quick scan of the street at his level. No movement, no spindly legs waiting for him. He crawled out from under the van, scraping his palms, and watched the street as he rose into a crouch. Then he stood with his back to the side of the van. The cold breeze touched his neck. The street appeared deserted. Silent houses and gardens. A flock of birds shot overhead and filled the sky for a moment. Hundreds of frail-boned dark bodies moving as one organism. He envied their freedom, envied their flight. The birds faded into the distance. They were the first animals he'd seen since arriving here. What had happened to the cats and dogs? In the silence, he started down the street, hurrying back to see his friends. Chapter 15. Something scratched against the front door. Ralph and Joel looked at each other. Ralph gestured for him to stay put, and then stepped into the hallway. He had locked the door after Frank had gone off to be a white knight. More scratching, slow and lethargic, weak. His fingers tightened around the knife handle. He hesitated, feeling like a little boy who was scared because a stranger was at the door, before stepping forward, his trainers padding softly on the carpet. Joel was behind him, eyes wide and alarmed. He was about to speak, but Ralph shushed him with a raised hand and looked through the spy hole in the door. "What's out there?" Joel whispered. From what he could see, there was nobody behind the door, unless the visitor was less than 5 feet tall or a child. His mind created an image of some grinning pygmy creature waiting for him. Or maybe the visitor couldn't be seen because it had crawled here and was now lying on the doorstep, crippled and bleeding. Maybe it was Frank, and he was badly injured. Ralph breathed out. He kept his eye to the hole, sensing Joel's apprehension behind him, radiating like heat. "Ralph?" He crouched and opened the letterbox, looking left and right, listening for the sound of breathing or movement. He closed the letterbox and stood. It might be Frank. It might not be. Joel raised his voice. "Frank, are you out there?" The door shuddered on its hinges, and something crashed against it. Ralph stumbled to the foot of the stairway, scrambling up several steps on his back. Joel retreated down the hallway towards the kitchen. Another crash shook the door, but the bolt held. A moment later, there was the sharp crack of wood splintering. The door was beginning to buckle under the force of repeated impacts. "Oh, God," Joel said. "Oh, Jesus Christ." Breathing quickly through his mouth, Ralph tried to compose himself and fight the urge to run. He raised his knife and got ready for a fight. "Come on, you fucker!" Then the attack stopped, and there was silence. "I think it's gone," whispered Joel. "I hope so." "I think I've pissed myself a bit." Ralph stared at the door. The echo of violence hung in the air. Joel was creeping forward when Magnus appeared in the living room doorway. He yelped and took a step back. "Magnus, you're awake!" Magnus's voice was barely audible as he looked at the front door. "They want us to let them in. We shouldn't let them in." Chapter 16. Ralph closed the curtains and then peered between them through the living room window. Darkness shrouded the street. Whatever had crashed against the front door was out there, maybe watching the house and thinking of other ways to gain entry. They had barricaded the front and back doors with furniture, tables and chairs, the sofa and armchairs, and a Welsh dresser decorated with china cups hanging on little hooks. He turned away from the window. With the curtains closed, the room was dark, but Joel had found 2 candles under the sink and lit them with Magnus's cigarette lighter. The small, flickering flames made shadows cavort like oily wraiths. Ralph and Joel had a torch each, switched off to save the batteries. Magnus and Joel were sitting on the carpet across from each other. Joel eyed Magnus unsurely, as if he were a stranger. He was holding a bread knife from the kitchen. Magnus was without a weapon. Ralph made sure of that. "It felt weird," said Magnus. "Like something was in my head, trying to push its way out of my brain. It drained all of my energy." "Your nose was bleeding as well," Joel said. "I know. I feel better now." Ralph stood with his back against the wall. "What was wrong with you?" Magnus didn't look at him. "How should I know? Do you know who was banging at the door?" "I don't know who it was. I only knew they wanted to come in and see us." He scratched under his jaw. "Ever since I saw that weird thing in the sky early Sunday morning, I've been feeling strange. I just thought it was an extended hangover, but it got worse when we arrived in the village." "What about Frank?" said Joel. "Should we search for him or wait here?" Ralph rubbed his eyes. "It was his choice to go out there. He should have listened to me and stayed. We can't leave him out there." "You want to go out there?" Ralph's voice had risen. "Our phones don't work, so it's not as if we can give him a quick call to see if he's okay, is it?" Joel looked away. "Maybe something got him," said Magnus. Ralph hated the silence that followed. He thought of Frank out there in the dark and immediately despised himself for letting Frank go alone. Magnus added, "Whoever came to the door knows we're here, so maybe we should leave. Find another place to hide." "I'm not going out there," said Joel. He pressed at the keypad on his phone, but the screen remained blank and useless. He dropped it onto his lap. Magnus eyed Ralph. "What do you think?" Ralph said nothing and moved back to the window to look out at the thick darkness beyond. Chapter 17. The woman emerged from the shadows beneath a dead streetlight, lurched towards Frank, and stopped a few yards before him in the middle of the road. He halted and went to offer her a hand, but then thought better of it when he saw her close up. She was hunched over and naked, with sagging breasts that were little more than flaps of skin. Her hair was falling out. The puncture wound on her neck had scabbed over with encrusted filth. A grin twisted the fleshy lips on her slack face. Drooping eyes, bright with fever, centered upon Frank. She sniffed the air. Frank grasped for his inhaler in his pocket, but found nothing and began to panic, his chest tightening. The woman's body began to buckle and dance, limbs flailing, her fingers clawing at the air. She raised her head towards the sky, her mouth open with a silent scream from the darkness of her throat. The blood drained from Frank's face. His heart stuck in his gullet. He couldn't take his eyes away from her. Bones clicked and joints popped wetly. Something changed in her face, and the skin stretched tighter over her cheekbones. She held out her hands, and the fingers upon them lengthened. She stared at Frank and let out a screech that wasn't a human sound. Her breath came in shivering fits. Frank stepped back. She came for him. Chapter 18. They were sitting on the floor in the living room. "I need a piss," said Magnus. Ralph shrugged. "You don't need my permission." "Is the toilet upstairs?" "Yeah, knock yourself out." Magnus looked unsure. "Scared of the dark? Piss in the kitchen sink if you have to." "That's disgusting," said Joel. Ralph let out a short, tired laugh. "Just go upstairs, you'll be fine. The bad things are outside, not in here." Magnus swallowed and fought back a shiver as a draught passed through the room. Ralph handed Joel's torch to him. "Have a good one." Magnus rose, switched on the torch, and went out into the hallway. He checked the barricaded front door, then stood at the foot of the stairway. He pointed the torch up the stairs, staring at the shadows created by the invading light, and put his free hand on the banister. His bladder felt tight and swollen. He noticed the beige carpet, darkened with grime over the years, beneath his feet and around him. He thought of Debbie and the boys. A check of his mobile showed no signal, and only a few hours left in the battery. "I'm sorry, Debbie," he whispered, staring at the phone. Something creaked upstairs. It sounded like the shifting and shrinking of floorboards. He shook his head. The muscles in his face were stiff, and the blood quickened in his veins. Magnus whirled and bit down on a gasp when a hand fell upon his shoulder. Ralph looked at him, frowning. "You scared the shit out of me." "Sorry." Ralph held up his hands. "I'll wait here for you, mate." Magnus nodded. "Cheers. I'm glad you're feeling better." "Same here." Magnus started up the stairs, where beyond the wooden hill The darkness waited for him and seemed to thicken in anticipation. Magnus took a piss, exhaling with relief. And when he was finished, he closed the toilet lid and sat down upon it. Looked at his trembling hands. He thought of the thing he'd seen in the sky. The thing, the presence, had touched him. He was sure of it. He took off his glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and squeezed them shut. When he opened them, white spots danced in his vision. He exhaled through gritted teeth and stared at the floor until his vision cleared. The bathroom was a neat, small space, with the faint smell of bleach in the air. Magnus walked to the sink. A child's toothbrush in a glass jar, wisps of hair around the plug hole. He squirted liquid soap onto his palms and rubbed his hands together, then rinsed away the lather. As he dried his hands on a towel, he stared at himself in the mirror above the sink. The reflection of a dead-eyed man with narrow shoulders and a glass jaw. A ghost. Shadows pooled under his eyes. Every wrinkle and crease in his face was starkly visible in the torchlight. The stress of being married to Debbie, of her constant demands and insecurities, was aging him. His bones felt frail and brittle, yet his limbs felt heavy, as if they were full of water. "Getting old," he muttered. He used to play football for the village team each week, along with Frank and Joel. Ralph was too lazy to play football, so he just watched from the touchline, shouting abuse at the opposition team. They had been young men back then, before his sons were born, before Debbie's condition had fully infested her mind. Good old days, he thought. Nostalgia was like a drug, and he almost laughed, but then remembered Frank was out there, and they should be searching for him. The ceiling creaked. He looked up and heard something like a faint footfall above him, followed by a scrape of movement and more creaking, moving away from him. He pointed the torch at the ceiling, following the footfalls out of the bathroom and onto the landing. The footfalls stopped above him, next to the closed attic hatch. The wooden cover on the hatch shifted minutely. Magnus thought his heart might stop. The torchlight trembled upon the ceiling, where a thin line of darkness appeared at one edge of the hatch. The smell of dust and neglect came to him, and the undeniable sense he was being watched, scrutinized, maybe even evaluated as a threat, or even worse, something to be hunted and chased. The dark line widened. The hatch cover moved. He saw a glint of gleaming eyes and a face that was mostly bone and sallow skin. Magnus turned and stumbled down the stairs, almost crashing into Ralph in the hallway. Ralph held him by the shoulders. "What's wrong?" "Something in the attic. We didn't check the attic." "What's wrong?" Joel asked from the living room. A soft thud on the landing caused them to look up the stairs. "We woke someone up," said Magnus. Chapter 19. The woman bolted after Frank, her ragged panting loud in his ears, draining the strength from his body. She sounded hungry. He didn't look back. It was almost full dark. He ran past empty gardens and silent houses as his legs throbbed and screamed. His chest grew tighter as he went. Fear and adrenaline were a chemical mixture clouding his mind. The woman screamed. He felt her hot breath on the back of his neck. He stumbled and tripped on a patch of uneven road, falling onto his back. A second later, the woman scrambled onto him, eager and wheezing, and he held the crowbar under her jaw to stop her from snapping her head forwards. Her mouth opened to show dull ivory teeth, rancid breath. Her tongue was like a worm feeling for somewhere to burrow. She radiated a terrible heat as she straddled him. "Fuck off!" Frank cried. When the woman tried to claw at his eyes, he hit her in the face with the crowbar. She fell back. Frank scrambled away from her and stood, shifting awkwardly on his feet like an amateur fighter. Each breath he took was an effort. The woman was on her knees. She hissed at him through broken teeth. Her nose was smashed and broken, blood dribbling into her mouth and down her chin. Frank hadn't meant to hit her that hard. He felt guilt and shame for hurting a woman. "I'm sorry," he said. She tried to get up, juddering and rasping. "Please stop," Frank said in a pleading tone. "This can end now. It doesn't have to be like this. You need medical attention." She ignored him. "Please stay down. Stay back." The woman stood. She opened her mouth, her jaws clicking. Her face was monstrous in the growing dark. She took a step towards him, a great tension building in her body. A low growl trembled in her throat. Frank retreated 2 steps. "Don't come any closer. I've already warned you. I don't want to hurt you." She lurched forward, arms outstretched. And it happened so quickly. All he could see was her bloodied face leering towards him before he hit her again with the crowbar. She collapsed at his feet, the back of her skull hitting the tarmac with a dull crack. Blood pooled from underneath her head. The world went askew. Gravity pressed down on Frank's shoulders. A sense of surrealism washed over him. The woman wasn't moving. Her eyes remained open. "I didn't mean to hurt you. It was an accident. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He covered his mouth with one hand. His eyes stung with tears as he muttered and cursed under his breath, shaking his head slowly until the cold air bit at his face, and he regained his senses. The street was coming alive with the sounds of choking breaths and damp wheezing. Crawling shapes and scurrying forms emerged from their dark holes and silent places. Hungry things with pallid skin and sharp mouths sniffed the air to inhale the smell of warm flesh. They saw Frank. He ran. Chapter 20. Ralph halted on the penultimate step and shone his torch onto the dark landing. The attic hatch was open. He breathed slowly and quietly. Magnus tensed behind him, holding a brass poker, while Joel waited at the foot of the stairs. Steeling himself, Ralph stepped upon the landing. The open hatch gaped above him. Magnus pointed at the door to one of the bedrooms, which seemed to be the boys', judging by the posters of superheroes upon the visible wall. It was open just enough for someone to slip through. "What?" Ralph said. "That door was closed before I came downstairs." Ralph placed his hand on the door. He smiled weakly at the Spider-Man poster. Spider-Man was his favorite superhero as a kid. He pushed the door open and aimed his torch into the room. Magnus did the same. Both men paused in the doorway, looking around. Shrek wallpaper, posters of footballers, action figures scattered on a desk below a shelf full of comics and books. Only one thing was different. "Oh, shit," said Magnus. There was a huddled shape on the bed underneath the Star Wars duvet cover. The shape was trembling in the torchlight. Ralph and Magnus looked at each other, then stepped into the room. They approached the bed. Ralph's heart tried to climb his throat. The shape under the duvet jerked as if hit by a spasm, and the two men froze. Ralph motioned for Magnus to pull back the duvet so he would be ready with a knife if there was something dangerous underneath. Magnus reached for the duvet and gently took hold of it between a thumb and forefinger. Ralph raised the knife. Magnus pulled back the covers to reveal a little boy lying on the bed, shivering in the torchlight. His skin was almost transparent. He wore only a white vest and underpants. His dark eyes, wide and bleeding, stared up at the men. Magnus stepped back, his face quivering. "Look at him. Fucking hell." Ralph didn't speak. He ran the torch beam over the boy's bony limbs and narrow chest. The boy opened his mouth, giving a wheezy sigh, and a pale fluid spooled past his lips. He had the look of disease. Ralph thought about black and white photos of inmates rescued from Nazi death camps at the end of World War II. This boy could have stepped out from any of those old photos. "What's wrong with him?" said Magnus, as if Ralph would know the answer. "What happened to him?" "I wish I knew. I think his parents left him here. Poor little bastard." The boy's breathing faltered. His eyes glazed over, fixing onto Ralph until what little light had resided there was gone. His chest wasn't moving. Ralph considered checking the boy's pulse. He didn't. "It's as though he went to bed just so he could die. But what did he die of? Maybe the same thing that was wrong with the woman we found." Magnus covered the boy with the duvet, then stepped away, clearing his throat. "What if the boy's contagious?" Ralph didn't answer. They returned to the landing. Ralph looked up at the attic hatch. "So, what was he doing up there? Was he hiding?" "We'll never know," said Magnus. "There's no need to know. Let's just go back downstairs." "Someone should go up to the attic." Magnus blinked. "What? Are you mental?" "Think about it. Do you want to return downstairs knowing there might be someone else lurking in the attic? There's that thing outside that crashed against the door, and the thing that was shrieking when we first arrived in the village. Those things, whatever they are outside. We need to make sure that we're safe inside. We'll need a stepladder to get up there." "Not necessarily," said Ralph. "What do you mean?" "You get on my shoulders." "Fuck off. We have to know if the attic's empty. We might have to stay here until morning. Would you rather stand guard here all night?" Magnus looked up at the hatch. "Bollocks. Come on, then. How do you want to do this?" "Either you stand on my shoulders, or I give you a lift up with my hands. You choose. I'll lift you up." "Okay, don't let me fall." "Don't you trust me?" "Not at all." Ralph put down his knife and crouched beneath the hatch. "Ready?" "No," Magnus said as he stepped forward, placing one foot into Ralph's cupped hands and the other upon his right shoulder. Ralph took his weight and wobbled, shifting his feet to steady himself. Lifting with his legs, he hoisted Magnus up to the hatch. Magnus gripped the hatch edges. Ralph shook under his friend's weight. "You're heavier than you look, you skinny bastard. Maybe you're weaker than you look, fat bastard. Funny, what do you see? It's pretty dark up here." "Use your fucking torch, then." "Shut up." Ralph kept hold of Magnus's legs, keeping him steady. His strength held as he heard Magnus shifting around above him. "What the hell are these doing up here?" Magnus lowered a set of keys in front of Ralph's face. "One of them must be for the car out in the driveway. Who keeps their keys in the attic?" Magnus didn't answer. His legs went rigid. "What's wrong?" Ralph asked, peering upwards. "I think I see something," Magnus said finally. "There's something moving up here." "What do you see?" "Let me down." "What's up there?" "Fucking let me down, now!" Ralph lowered into a crouch and released Magnus, who stumbled onto the landing and into the wall, his face bloodless. "There's two of them," Magnus said. Ralph picked up his knife, looked up at the hatch. The sound of shuffling footsteps approached from above. "What's up there?" "We have to leave." "What the fuck is it?" "Just move, for fuck's sake." Magnus stumbled down the stairs. Ralph turned back and saw a face appear in the open hatch and regard him with piscine eyes. He stared at the face until its mouth curled into a grey-lipped grin. He felt his bowels drop. He ran down the stairs, jumping the last 2 steps, while Magnus and Joel were removing the barricade from the front door. "Hurry up," Ralph said. A soft thump came from upstairs. "Hurry up!" The attic's occupants were on the landing. Shadows moved, reaching and long-limbed, as the men heaved the Welsh dresser away from the front door. Magnus opened the door. Cold air rushed into the house. Joel and Ralph looked up the stairway, where 2 naked figures crouched at the edge of the landing, staring down at them. A man and a woman covered in wet tumours and weeping cysts. Their eyes shined in the torchlight. "The boy's parents," Magnus said, before fleeing the house. "They were nesting in a corner of the attic." The monsters started down the stairs, their movements twitchy and awkward, eyes set with ravenous intensity upon the men. Their skin glistened, wet and milky. Ralph pushed Joel out the doorway. Magnus was trying to start the car. "We left our bags in the house," said Joel. Ralph shut the front door, breathing hard. "You want to go back in and get them?" From within the house, the 2 creatures shrieked and wailed. Ralph slumped in the front passenger seat, then shut and locked his door. He winced as his chest seemed to constrict around his lungs. Joel jumped onto the back seat. "What about Frank?" "He's dead, for all we know." "We can't leave him here. We could go back to where we left the woman." Ralph turned his head to stare at Joel. "We haven't got time. He made his choice. Feel free to get out and start looking for him." Joel looked away, said nothing. When Ralph turned back to face the front, his mouth dropped open in shock and terror. "Oh, holy fuck!" Figures emerged into the street from shadowy gardens and side roads, things that mewled and screeched and snarled. They were people, but not people, not anymore. Magnus turned the key in the ignition, but the engine only responded with a desperate chugging sound. "Be careful," said Joel. "You'll flood the engine." "Hurry up, Magnus," Ralph said, not taking his eyes from the once human creatures skittering across the street. "Come on." "I'm trying." "Try harder." The horn blared when Magnus banged his hand against the steering wheel. He exhaled and twisted the key so that the dashboard went dark, then waited, his eyes flicking towards the advancing things. "What are you doing?" said Ralph. "Start the fucking car." In the rearview mirror, he saw the front door of the house open to reveal the boy's parents, who stepped outside, hunched and twitching, with clawed hands drawn towards their crooked bodies. Joel was whimpering. "Wait a moment," said Magnus. "If you don't start the car, I'll stick this knife up your arse." Magnus turned the key and the dashboard lights turned on. "Here goes." The parents clawed at the rear windscreen, attempting to gain entry. Their tortured faces peered in at Joel, who screamed and flinched away from the glass and their sharp mouths beyond. Magnus turned the key towards the engine. It spluttered, almost giving Ralph a coronary, but then growled and revved as Magnus pumped the accelerator. From the car stereo, Johnny Cash began to sing about walking the line. Magnus let out a delirious laugh. "Put your foot down," said Ralph. Magnus nodded. He looked at the swarm of villagers filling the street and gunned the engine. With a screech of tires, the car bolted down the driveway, knocking aside a man whose face was drooping on one side and knotted with swollen blisters. His left arm was a glistening appendage of coiling sinew and spikes erupting from epidermal layers. Magnus turned onto the road and put his foot down. The car picked up enough speed to outrun the faster creatures bolting after it, and all around the villagers screamed to the sky, while some crouched and stared, eyes gleaming. Some grinned at the car as it rushed past them. Men, women, and children, all transformed into abominations. Some were holding hands, others didn't even have hands. Impossible limbs grew and retracted from twitching bodies, and bloated abdomens glistened in the headlights. Other forms reached out to the car, as if begging for help. These poor creatures staggered on emaciated legs wasted down to bone. Groans and screams echoed from around the street. Magnus stared straight ahead, ignoring the monstrosities. "Fucking hell," said Ralph. "What happened to them?" Neither Joel nor Magnus answered, and when Ralph thought about it, he didn't want an answer. He dropped his knife into the footwell and held his face in his hands. The edges of his mind weakened and buckled. He wanted to be at home, safe in bed, snacking on hula hoops and Jaffa cakes, not fleeing for his life in a stolen car. "Jesus Christ," Joel was muttering. "Jesus Christ." Magnus glanced at Ralph, daring to look away from the road. "Do you really think Frank is dead? Do you think those things killed him?" "Maybe they ate him," Joel whispered. Ralph looked down the road. There were bodies on several lawns and scattered bones upon the pavement. They fled. No one spoke. They were less than a mile out of the village when headlights flared on the road ahead. Magnus slowed the car to a halt, gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands. The headlights approached. The sound of a large engine grew louder. It was some type of truck. The headlights stopped 20 yards away, and several figures stepped into the light. They appeared to be human. Normal humans, Ralph thought. But he had been fooled already today. They moved towards the car. "Soldiers," Ralph muttered. "We're saved," said Joel, his voice wavering. A gas mask-clad soldier with a rifle walked to Ralph's side of the car. The rifle was raised towards him. "I hope so, mate. I really hope so." Chapter 21. Frank hid in a garden outside a darkened house, clutching the crowbar tight to his chest. The cold grass under his feet leached the warmth from his body. Exhaustion ached in his bones. In a nearby street, something screeched like a pig caught in a steel trap. He flinched, tried not to imagine what had birthed the sound. He remembered the sights he'd seen while running for his life through the empty streets of the village. Human remains and splintered bones, a man kneeling on a pavement, his body juddering, limbs snapping into unnatural angles. A woman in a torn dress crouching in a driveway, biting at the dead cat in her hands. Frank had managed to escape his pursuers, weaving down alleyways and side streets without regard for what might have lurked within them. But the maniacs were still hunting him, wherever they were right now. He tensed his stomach muscles and stifled the urge to vomit. The corrupted stink of his pursuers was everywhere. They had marked the village, this ground, as their own. He listened for any slight whisper or hush of movement from nearby. He dared to move his arms to restore some circulation. There were clicking sounds out on the street, light footfalls, and the scuffling of shoes upon tarmac. A low, rattling growl from a half-man's mouth. Then the cloud cover shifted to reveal the pallid half-moon and the glimmer of stars. The galaxy revealed itself in silver light and metallic gleam. The road adjacent to the garden was crawling with near-human shapes. His eyes had adapted to the dark, and now with the added moonlight he could observe the creatures in more detail than was good for him. Some of them were naked, revealing the black spines erupting from their bodies. Some were crouching, sniffing at the road and trying to pick up his scent. Others skittered and moaned. One of the creatures raised its face to the sky and wailed. Another gibbered to itself, and Frank thought he could discern words amongst the nonsense, but nothing that made any sense. Eventually, they moved away and disappeared into the dark. Frank waited until they were long gone, until he stirred and looked out onto the street. He took a few steps towards the road, then stopped and listened to the muffled thumps and booms in the distance. They sounded like the noises he had heard earlier, when he'd cowered under the van. Like fireworks. White light flashed once in the sky to the north. It wasn't lightning. He emerged onto the pavement and stood before small puddles of stinking fluid on the road, wincing at a stench that reminded him of the pickled eggs Catherine would eat when she was drunk. Something moved behind him. He pivoted and raised his crowbar. A fox emerged from one of the gardens down the street. It saw Frank, but it wasn't worried about him, because there were deadlier predators on the streets tonight. The fox scampered across the road and into another garden. "Good luck, mate," Frank said, and meant it. He went back the way he had come, back to his mates. He crept along for a few minutes, scanning the gardens and houses brimming with ocean-floor darkness. His imagination played tricks on him, making the moon shadows dance and quiver. He considered entering one of the many houses along the street, but the thought of monstrous things lurking in dark rooms dissuaded him. He contemplated running, but realized he would make too much noise with the pounding of his shoes on the road. Dead streetlights and empty driveways flanked him. A woman's body slumping across a car bonnet had been opened up and emptied out. Flaps of molted skin fluttered in the breeze on the road. He stopped when he heard a car engine from the next street. Brakes shrieked and tires scraped on the road, followed by the crash of metal against something heavier and immovable. A scream pierced the night. Frank rounded the corner and stopped, his shoulders moving with each breath he gave and took. He swallowed to dampen his throat. A car had crashed into a stone wall outside a house. A man slouched over the steering wheel as the woman in the front passenger seat tried to wake him. She cried between each scream. On the back seat, a little girl sat stunned and reeling. A spindly figure in a bloodied tracksuit pulled open the driver's door and dragged the man outside. Then it laid the man on the road and knelt over him. "Hey!" Frank shouted. The figure turned and hissed at Frank. It was a man, or what used to be one, his mouth misshapen with jagged teeth and his bones jutting from under his filthy, blood-streaked tracksuit. Sunken eyes and wispy hair. He was shaking like an addict. One of his trainers was missing. Frank halted. The man turned back to the unconscious driver and bent his head forward. It looked like a kiss. There was a wet scraping sound, and the woman screamed when she saw what the man was doing. Frank stumbled over to the man and hit him on the back with the crowbar. The man came free from his victim with a moist rip and turned, a wheezing rattle coming from his open mouth. On his neck, flaps of skin parted bloodlessly to reveal a nest of black tendrils, no longer or thicker than shoelaces, flailing at the air. With all his strength, Frank smashed the man's face with the crowbar. There was a horrific cracking sound, and then the man collapsed. The tendrils danced erratically, then flopped onto the man's chest. The man's face was crumpled and broken, his nose all bent cartilage and crumbling bone. Frank stepped away, repulsed. The woman was still screaming. The girl stared at Frank, her palm pressed against the window. He ran to the car and opened the back door. "Come on, get out!" The girl didn't move, red hair reaching to her shoulders. He had a sudden image of another girl with red hair, a girl he loved. On the other side of the car, two men had opened the woman's door and grabbed her. They ripped the woman from the seat just as Frank pulled the girl from the car. She didn't fight him. She only looked back at the car and called for her mother. The woman screamed. The men fell upon her with snapping mouths. She stopped screaming soon afterwards. "We can't help her," Frank told the girl as he led her away. They looked down at the driver lying on the road. His eyes were gone from their sockets, and the flesh on his cheeks had been gnawed away. His throat was a red wound. "That's my dad," the girl muttered, tears streaming down her face. Shivering sobs filled her chest. "I'm sorry." It was all Frank could say. His attention was caught by a group of people running towards them from down the road. They were indistinct in the moonlit dark, but their twitching movements and gasping sounds of hunger betrayed their intentions. Frank looked back in the direction the car had come and saw the church tower looming above surrounding houses. It was only a few 100 yards away. He remembered the church bells had rung earlier. Maybe someone was there. The girl was crying. Frank picked her up and ran down the road, away from the chasing group, dodging a loose-faced woman in a stained cotton nightdress. Her arms trembled and jerked. She stared at the ground and vanished into the shadows. He kept running, getting closer to the church, the girl becoming heavier in his tired arms. And when the main gates appeared directly ahead, he almost cried in relief. Things that were once people screamed and mewled behind them, gaining on them. They reached the edge of the churchyard, where tall trees lined the periphery, deep shadows beneath the boughs. Frank pushed through the gates onto the stone pathway. In the pale moonlight, he could make out gravestones jutting from the ground and a war memorial to the men who died in both world wars. There was a meagre light beyond the stained glass windows of the church. Hope flared for a moment. "We're nearly there," Frank whispered. There were people in the graveyard, gibbering and crying to one another amidst the headstones. Shapes moved like mourners trying to find the right grave of their loved ones. Frank and the girl reached the church's arched double doors. He twisted the ring-shaped metal handle just before a teenage boy stepped from within a pool of shadow to his right. Frank flinched, and the girl let out a short scream. In the moonlight, the boy's shoulders were slumped and narrow, and his face was a riot of wounds and writhing barbs. Frank opened the door and rushed inside, then slammed it shut with his shoulder. He stood with his back against the door, breathing hard, on the verge of tears. The girl said nothing. Frank made sure the main doors were shut tight. There was nothing to push against them. He wondered if the crazies had the wit to open doors. They found themselves in a small vestibule. Someone was in here, or had been recently, judging by the flickering candles. Frank put the girl down. She looked at the stone floor. "Stay close," he whispered. "I'll take care of you." The girl followed Frank up the aisle. Absurdly, he thought of his wedding day years ago and was hit by a sudden pang of yearning for his wife. He looked around, mindful of the girl behind him, and admired the stained glass and depictions of saints. Tall stone columns scarred by age, wooden beams and arches built by men now long dead. Rows of pews, their wood stained and worn, bisected by a long carpeted aisle leading towards the altar. The air was cold and fetid. Their footsteps echoed around the empty spaces. The candles threw shadows like slick-limbered spirits. Frank's heart jumped at every small sound and whisper of breeze. His insides were a riot of fear, nerves and horrific flashbacks. The nave was empty. Frank halted halfway up the aisle, his skin prickling at the sound of creaking wood and shifting stone. He imagined the church as a living organism, born from deep within the earth, to be groomed, sculpted, and adorned by men. He sat the girl down on a pew. She was malleable and compliant, with understanding in her green eyes. He bent down to be level with face and kept his voice low, trying to hide the fear within it. "I'm going to take a look around. Are you okay to wait here? Don't worry, I won't go too far." She stared into his face. The corners of her mouth moved, as though she wanted to talk but couldn't. Instead, she offered a small nod. Frank attempted a reassuring smile, but it felt tired and sagging. "Okay, I'll be back in a minute." She looked at the floor between her dangling legs, motionless like someone's lost doll. Frank went to touch her on the shoulder, but withdrew his hand at the last moment. Again, he gave her that same feeble half-smile, and it made him feel embarrassed and foolish. Because what good was a smile when her parents were dead? "My name's Frank." He placed his hand on his chest. She glanced up at him and blinked, then looked down again. "Fair enough," Frank said. He searched the other pews, the pulpit and the lectern. The rest of the nave was deserted. Upon one wall were effigies of the Virgin Mary in all her splendor, and St. George fighting the dragon. Blank stares from waxen faces. He checked the chancel and around the altar. A monolithic organ dominated one wall. Then he stood before the linen-covered altar, intimidated by the grandeur of the holy paraphernalia. The altar crucifix, the tabernacle, the chalice used for communion, the rows of candles. He felt the weight of history and age inside this place. It was stifling and claustrophobic, and he barely noticed the 2 doors flanking the chancel, one at either end. His footsteps echoed and bounced off the stone walls, making it sound like he was being followed. In a dark corner, where the east and north walls met, he found a fungal-like growth that stretched from the floor to a height of approximately 5 feet. It appeared pulpy and smelled ripe and pungent. It was the color of algae and stank like pond water. Frank returned to the little girl. She was lying on the pew with a prayer cushion under her head. Her eyes were closed. He took off his jacket and placed it over her, then listened to the silence around him. Only an occasional scream or cry from outside penetrated the thick walls. He wondered who had lit the candles and rang the bell earlier. Maybe whoever had done so had already moved on, or was beyond one of the doors he had declined to investigate. It wasn't important. All that mattered, for now, was that they had shelter for the night. After blocking the main door with a bookcase full of dusty tomes and hymn books, he took out his phone. No signal. He sat down in the pew in front of the girls and looked back at her. She was wearing blue jeans with patterns of flowers and a jumper under her pink jacket. A butterfly-shaped clip held back strands of red hair from her forehead. She reminded him of his daughter. "I'll protect you," he said. Chapter 22. Frank woke to weak daylight inside the church and checked his watch. Almost 6 in the morning. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, groaned sour breath from between furred teeth. Having slept sitting upright, his spine had stiffened during the night, and his back pulsed with pain. The girl was gone. He got up, straightened himself out, and looked around while putting on his jacket. Maybe she was hiding. He searched the inside of the church. The main doors were shut. Sudden guilt and panic stirred his guts when he thought that the girl had gone outside. Then he remembered the 2 doors in the chancel and walked back up the aisle. In the chancel, he opened the door to the right and walked into a plainly decorated room. There was an old porcelain sink in one corner, and vestments hanging in the wardrobe. Communion equipment and a pile of white linen. No sign of the girl. In the next room, Frank found a dead man slumped in a chair behind an antique oak desk. An unfinished bottle of whiskey and some empty blister packs of painkillers before him. He stepped towards the body. A priest, his bulging stomach touching the front edge of the desk, his dull eyes cloudy with dust. His dog collar was yellowed and grimy beneath grey whiskers sprouting from his double chin. A bookshelf lined with hardcover editions hung on the wall behind the priest. One was about campanology. Frank almost laughed. Bell ringing solves that mystery. Fuck's sake. You shouldn't swear, a quiet voice said behind him. Frank turned sharply. His heart leapt into his gullet. The girl was huddled in the corner, arms folded over her chest and her face tilted downwards. Small eyes regarded him over thin wrists. Her face was damp with tears. "I've been trying to find you," said Frank. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." "Are you sure? You're not hurt?" "I'm okay." "What are you doing in here?" "I was exploring. I found him." She nodded at the priest. "Did he kill himself?" "I think so." "Why?" "I don't know." "Was he sad?" "Maybe." "How did he do it?" Frank looked at the desktop. "He took a lot of tablets and drank a lot of whiskey. Then he went to sleep." "Will he go to heaven?" "If he believed in it, then yes." "What does that mean?" "He believed in heaven, so that's where he'll go." "Do you believe in heaven?" "Of course I do," he lied. "I'm sure he's in heaven, with the angels and all that sort of stuff." "Was he scared?" "Probably." "I'm scared." "You don't have to be scared," Frank said. "Everything will be okay." "My mummy and daddy are dead, aren't they?" He hesitated. "I'm sorry." "I miss them." "It's okay to miss them. It's okay to be sad." "Do you think they're in heaven?" "Yes, definitely." "Should I do what the priest did? If I do that, will I meet my mummy and daddy in heaven?" Frank didn't know what to say. "You don't believe in heaven, do you?" "I don't know. I won't know until I die." "Would you die just to find out?" "No," Frank said, harsher than he intended. "I've got a wife and friends. I want to see them again." "What if they're dead?" Frank wiped sweat from his face. "We should get out of here. Find somewhere safe." "The village is full of monsters," the girl said. "I know," replied Frank. "We have to get out of the village." "Mummy told me I shouldn't go anywhere with strangers." "Your mum was very wise, but it's okay. I won't let anything hurt you." "Your name is Frank," she said. "That's right. I can't be a stranger if you know my name, can I? You remembered my name." She raised her eyebrows. "You only told me last night." Frank couldn't help a grin. He held out his hand. "What do you say?" She stood, hesitating before she stepped forward and took his hand. Her palm was warm and clammy. "What's your name?" Frank asked. She wiped her nose. Her green eyes were full of sadness. "Florence." "Nice to meet you, Florence. How old are you?" 11. A proper grown-up, then. She ignored Frank and pointed at the priest. Do we have to bury him? That's what you're supposed to do when someone dies, isn't it? I think he's past caring. I'll get some linen from the next room and cover him up. Do you know what happened here, Florence? In the village? Frank nodded. It started yesterday morning. People started changing, turning into monsters, hurting other people, eating people. I'm so scared. I won't let them hurt you, he said. Do you live in the village? She asked him. My friends are nearby, hiding in a house, waiting for me to come back. We're from a small village called Shepton Beauchamp. It's in Somerset. Your friends might be dead. There might be. I can't go home, can I? I'm afraid not, Florence. It's too dangerous. We have to get out of the village. And go where? Somewhere safe, Frank said. Chapter 23. When they returned to the main area of the church, Frank noticed that the black growth in the north transept had burst open. Bits of fungal matter were scattered on the floor beneath the wall. They both tensed at the scuttling sound amongst the pews to their right. Florence's voice was quiet and scared. What was that? Frank caught a glimpse of something black and diminutive peering above the pews. Let's go, quietly. Maybe it's a cat. They started down the aisle, his hand gripping hers. Keep moving, Florence. Don't stop. It came at them like a skittering black spider, low to the floor and fast, trying to cut them off before they could reach the end of the aisle. Bristling arachnid hairs covered much of its gleaming chitin-coated abdomen. Multiple insect legs twitched and jerked, dripping with unknown fluids. Frank realized, with mounting horror, that the creature had a child's face mounted upon its horrific body. "It's a little boy," said Florence. Frank picked up the girl and ran. The creature chased them, its busy legs tapping on the floor and wheezing breath growing louder on their heels. He opened the main doors, glanced back, his legs quivering as the boy creature bolted towards them. Its mouth was a shivering rip within the pulpy flesh of its face, sheathing an emergency nest of sucking worm mouths and blind feelers. They shut the doors moments before the abomination caught up. It screeched in frustration. There was a brief silence before the creature began scratching and scraping on the other side, searching for a way out. Frank stepped away from the doors and turned to face the churchyard as slack, feverish faces appeared amongst the gravestones, staring at him and Florence. Acting purely on instinct, he stumbled down the pathway, avoiding the desperate lunges of bony fingers and grasping hands. A man came after them, hobbling on a bad knee. His mouth was stretched too wide and his eyes were blistered and bleeding. His hands had formed into pale hooks of bone. Frank staggered through the gateway and hurried onto the street. He looked in both directions of the road before choosing the way they had come last night. He set Florence down and they ran together. She was quick and he barely kept pace with her, despite his longer strides. There were screams behind them. "Don't stop," Frank said. "The house isn't far away." They approached the place where Florence's parents had died. There was dried blood on the road. Her parents were gone. Florence stared at the car as they passed it. Minutes later, they arrived at the house. The front door was splintered like something dense had smashed into it. Frank entered the home first. Furniture was strewn around the hallway, as though his mates had barricaded the door and then had to remove it to escape the house. The downstairs rooms were empty. Ralph, Magnus, and Joel had left their bags behind. Frank and Florence climbed the stairs. The bathroom was empty, as was the master bedroom. Someone had pissed in the toilet and not bothered to flush. In a bedroom decorated with Shrek wallpaper, they found a dead boy under a duvet. He looked barely human. Florence stared at the corpse until Frank guided her onto the landing. Scrambling and scratching up in the attic caught their attention. Frank knew it wasn't his mates. He didn't want to see what might stare down at them from the open hatch, so they left quickly and didn't look back. Nothing attacked them on the street. The silence was enough to bring despair. This was a dead place. He glanced at Florence and wondered how she was dealing with losing her parents, her home, and her old life, and what had happened to his friends. A creeping panic tried to overcome him. He kept watch as they moved down the road. The sky churned with grey, promising rain. He wanted to go home. "Unless we can find a car," he said. "We're in for a long walk." Chapter 24. Joel awoke and immediately regretted it when he remembered the past few hours of his life. He'd dreamt of monsters and corpses and things with gibbering mouths. The images of horrid faces lingered in his mind. He was sitting against the wall in a corner of a long, wide classroom, with a musty blanket covering him from his neck to his knees. The high windows in the opposite wall let in a dull light. A large whiteboard featured at one side of the room, and tables and chairs had been stacked in the far corners. Posters of maths sums and the alphabet were displayed alongside crayon drawings of stick people, lemon-shaped suns, and rabbits with large eyes and bucked teeth. Stickers of cartoon animals with permanent grins adorned a tall cupboard. The distant tap-tap-tap of gunfire startled him. He stretched out his legs on the wooden floor. His entire body ached, and his eyes smarted with tears. The smell of unwashed bodies filled the air. He checked his pockets and realized he had lost his wallet and the photo of Anya inside it. "Sleeping Beauty's woken up," said Ralph. He and Magnus sat either side of him, both with their own blankets. "We thought we'd have to keep carrying you around." Magnus's face creased with concern. "You okay, Joel?" Joel shivered, wrapped his arms around himself. "Where are we?" "We're safe," Ralph told him. "But things are pretty fucked by the sounds of it." Joel sat up straight and looked around while avoiding eye contact with the room's other occupants, many of whom were asleep. There seemed to be about 100 people here, gathered in various groups or alone, a few families huddled together, sharing water from plastic bottles. Some people stared into space or at the floor, sitting with blankets over their shoulders. An old woman with a severe facial tic was drinking from a bottle of cough medicine. There were young and old alike here, a palpable fear amongst them, mixed with desperation, shock, and disbelief. Wide-eyed denial painted upon traumatized faces. Sleepers having bad dreams. One man was crying into his hands and muttering a woman's name. Another man stared up at the windows, his left arm in a sling. an unlit cigarette dangling from his bottom lip. Joel looked beyond the doorway to the ancient classroom, where more survivors had gathered, coughing and muttering and sobbing. Magnus handed Joel a small bottle of water, and he took several sips, then wiped his mouth, savouring the weight of the water in his stomach. "What's the time?" Joel asked. "Nearly 6, said Ralph. "In the morning? I slept through the night." "Yeah." "What happened? I remember leaving the village, and then the soldiers stopped us in the road." "The soldiers almost shot us after you passed out, mate. They bundled us into the back of their truck and brought us here. The paramedics checked you over, made sure you weren't infected. They said it was shock that did it." Panic fluttered in Joel's chest as he swallowed the watery nausea at the back of his mouth. "Infected?" "Yeah." "Infected with what?" "It's some kind of virus. One of the soldiers mentioned something about a pandemic." "An epidemic, not a pandemic," said Magnus. "Same thing." "No, it's not. It doesn't matter. Considering what we saw in Wishford, I'd say we're in deep shit." Joel put one hand to his mouth and barely suppressed a sob of fear and terror. With some effort, he managed to compose himself. "Where are we?" "A primary school in Horsham," Magnus told him. "It's been converted into a rescue centre for survivors." "Are any people from Wishford here?" "Only the few who managed to escape," said Ralph. "Most of the people here are from other places in the surrounding area. And there are other rescue centres, apparently. It's fucking mental. The police and army have cleared and sealed off this neighbourhood. This is a safe zone in the town." Joel took another sip of water. "It's happened here as well." "This has hit the entire country, mate. I overheard some coppers say it's a national emergency." "Have you managed to contact anyone from home?" "No," said Magnus. "Our phones still aren't working. Debbie is going to kill me." Jet aircraft screamed low in the sky above. Joel took out his phone and tried to call Anya, but the network was dead. Panic increased inside him as his heartbeat stuttered and his face flushed with heat. He fought the urge to scratch at his skin and draw blood. "Everyone here is a refugee," said Magnus. "I've got to get home to Anya. We're not allowed to leave. It's too dangerous out there. The army's fighting in the streets. You heard the gunfire, didn't you?" "We could take our chances," said Ralph. Magnus shook his head and took the water bottle from Joel. "We'd die out there." He drank. "What about Frank?" Joel asked. "Have you heard from him? He could be in here somewhere." "We haven't seen him," Magnus said. "We should never have left him. We abandoned him." Ralph cracked his knuckles and grimaced. "We didn't abandon him, for fuck's sake." "He might still be alive." There was little conviction in Magnus's voice. "He's dead," said Joel. "Frank's dead. I can feel it." Neither of his friends replied. The silence that followed was punctuated by throaty coughs and sniffing from the other refugees. "Have you seen them?" an old woman asked from nearby. She was sitting opposite them, stroking a small dog on her lap. Her greying hair reached down to her shoulders. She was shoeless, wrapped in a blanket, and trembling slightly. "Excuse me?" said Joel. "Have you seen them?" "Seen who?" "The monsters, the things that used to be human." "We've run into a few of them," Ralph said. "You're lucky to be alive, then." "We've had a few close calls." "What happened to you?" Joel asked her. "I was shopping with my friend Francine on Sunday morning when people started to collapse and convulse. Francine was one of them. I had to hide from her in the clothes shop's changing room. She went crazy, started sprouting dark growths from her back and stomach. Then she tore out the throat of a teenage boy and ate bits of him." Ralph blew air from his mouth. "Fucking hell." Magnus had a far-off look in his eyes. "A virus." "I'm sorry about your friend," said Joel to the woman. "How did you end up here?" "I managed to escape from the shop. There was so much screaming. It's all a bit foggy now. I got home and Alfie here was going crazy, barking and growling. He knew what was happening, the clever boy. I tried calling my son in London, but he didn't answer his phone. I called the police, but the line was busy. A few hours later I was picked up by a search and rescue patrol looking for survivors. Alfie and I were bundled into the truck. They dropped us off here on Sunday night. More people have arrived from the surrounding areas, brought here in buses and vans. We heard that this event happened all over the country," said Magnus. "Do you know if that's true?" She cleared her throat. "Before the power went out, I saw on the BBC News that the cities had been affected as well. It's worse in the cities from what I've heard. We're lucky, really, when you think about it." "I've got a cousin in London," Joel said. "He's got a family." "I think my son is dead," the woman said, matter-of-factly. "I hope he's dead rather than one of those monsters. You should hope the same for your cousin and his family. I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I'm Susan Blake. You've already met little Alfie." "Pleased to meet you, Susan," Joel said, and gave his name. "This is Magnus, and that's Ralph." "We're all refugees now," she said. "We're never going home." Joel trudged to the toilets. The corridors were full of people leaning against the walls, plastic bags and belongings around them on the floor. He stepped carefully. Nobody spoke. Eyes flicked towards him but didn't linger. Through a ground-floor window he looked out at the rear of the school. A high wall surrounded the playground, which had become another gathering place for refugees. Makeshift tents covered the playground. A child was crying out there. The toilet smelled of disinfectant and piss. Low urinals lined the wall. A row of sinks crowded by bottles of liquid soap, a forgotten toothbrush, damp rolls of paper towels and other discarded trash, smudges of grime on the taps and hand dryers. A sign above the sink reminded him to wash his hands after using the toilet. He stood with one hand against the wall, off-kilter, confused and scared, then entered the only empty cubicle out of 4. The door didn't lock properly, and there was a turd amidst a soggy smattering of white paper in the toilet bowl. He tore away several sheets from the meagre remnants in the paper dispenser and used them as a glove when he flushed the toilet. The dirty water rose, crested by the turd, almost to the rim of the bowl. He backed away, trying not to retch. Eventually, the tide in the bowl receded, and he raised the seat and tossed the paper into the toilet. The man in the next cubicle was grunting. Joel didn't have the nerve to tell him to shut up. When he had finished pissing, he grabbed another wad of paper and lowered the toilet lid, which he then wiped clean. He discarded the paper and took out the small silver cross necklace from his pocket. He sat down. The grunting sounds from the next cubicle stopped. The marker pen graffiti on the cubicle wall was a mixture of messily depicted genitalia and apocalyptic warnings. "This is the end, boys and girls. Abandon hope and be free." Joel wrapped the necklace chain around his hand and over his knuckles. He closed his eyes and held his hands together. Only Anya knew about his faith. She was Catholic, although she had lapsed in the last few years. He prayed silently. He prayed that God was listening. Because if God still cared, was the virus and the monsters the work of the devil? Were they demons? Were they people possessed by demons? If they were possessed, could they be saved? And if they could be saved and return to normal, was killing one of them an act of murder? He opened his eyes. God let Frank's daughter die. Emily was her name. Always remember her name. God let the cancer eat her alive. He ignored the spiteful voice in his head and stared at the door, waiting for a sign. Seconds later, the walls began to tremble. He looked to the ceiling and felt something in the sky moving over the town. Something massive. A sign. He pocketed the silver cross and rushed back to the others, not bothering to wash his hands. The windows were rattling in their frames, while Alfie and the dog barked skywards. Every person in the room stared at the ceiling. Ralph got up. "I'm going to see what's happening." Joel and Magnus followed him. Chapter 25. Early morning mist, where the monsters were hiding. Frank held the girl's hand as they walked the road and left Wishford behind. He kept an eye on the hedgerows and trees flanking them. Distant booms echoed beyond the mist. Thunder in the darkening clouds. Florence glanced over her shoulder. "Where are we going?" "Horsham." "Are we going to walk all the way there?" "If we're unlucky, yeah." "What does that mean?" "It means we're walking if we can't get a lift." "That's okay. I don't mind walking." "I do," Frank said. "I'm old." "You're very old." "Cheers." They walked on, and just over a mile later arrived at a Ford Escort abandoned in the middle of the road. Frank approached it and found the doors unlocked, but there were no keys in the ignition. "You know how to hotwire it?" asked Frank. Florence shook her head, then started rooting around the back seat. Moments later she handed him a wallet. He opened it and checked the driver's license filed within. It was Joel's wallet. Frank couldn't help a sad smile. "This belongs to a good friend of mine. He was here. Hopefully Ralph and Magnus were here as well." A mournful wailing came out of the mist. Florence stared into the mist, her mouth moving slightly. "Come on, let's keep moving," Frank said. Chapter 26. Joel and Magnus emerged into the daylight of the car park outside the front of the school. A few others followed them. Armed police holding submachine guns and clad in Kevlar vests were standing guard by the school gates and along the tall metal wire fence. A row of semi-detached houses lined the other side of the street beyond the road that ran alongside the school. More civilians had already emerged outside, loitering amidst the squad cars, riot vans, ambulances and cars. Several paramedics stood in a group. Everyone was staring at the sky. "Oh, God," someone said. A vague, dark shape the size of a mountain drifted within the grey clouds directly overhead. Joel leaned against the side of a car to support his watery legs. The ground was vibrating, thrumming with energy. The filling in one of his molars tingled, and he felt compelled to run away and curl up into a ball until the presence passed over. More people emerged from the school. They moved slowly, cautiously. "It's not a craft," said Magnus. "It's not a ship. It's a living thing. A dark mass." "It's living?" Joel asked, and he was answered with a sky-cracking wail. He covered his ears, as did everyone else. The sound of its cry reverberated through the sky, a sombre blast of noise like the keening of something that dwelled in alien atmospheres. "We're insects compared to that thing," a man said from the back of the crowd. Joel had thought it a sign from God, but this wasn't anything to do with God. He was in terrible awe of the gigantic presence. Where was it from? Was it one of many? Were humans all over the world staring up at such colossal impossibilities, asking the same questions? A profound terror bloomed inside him, and he wanted to cry. "That's what I saw on Saturday night," said Magnus. Ralph and Joel looked at him. "Before you found me passed out on the grass, Ralph, I saw something in the sky. I think it was one of those." He nodded at the immense shape. "Is it the same one?" said Joel. "I don't know. Could be hundreds of them." "Hundreds," muttered Ralph. "Fucking hell." The presence in the clouds moved northwards, rising until it vanished higher into the sky. Joel put his hand in his pocket and touched the crucifix, but he wasn't comforted. He had the horrid feeling that God wasn't watching. "Nothing will ever be the same," said Magnus. "The world is changing." Chapter 27. There was a house ahead on the right side of the road. Florence saw it before Frank did, because he'd been glancing over his shoulder, worried they were being followed. "Do you think people are in there?" the girl asked. "Maybe. They might be able to help us." "There won't be any monsters?" He shook his head. "I'll look after you." "I hope they've got chocolate biscuits." "Let's hope so." They walked up the gravel driveway towards the red brick house, noticing the tire tracks in the damp dirt between the stones and grit. Frank kept Florence behind him as they stood before the front door, which was framed by a wooden latticed archway. He knocked on the door and waited, watching the windows for signs of movement. "I don't think they're home," Florence said. He knocked again. Florence fidgeted with her hands. "Maybe they're asleep." Frank opened the door. "Isn't that rude? Are we allowed to go in there without asking?" "It'll be okay. Stay close. Stay quiet." He stepped into the hallway, his muscles tensing as he looked around. Shadows retreated from the light coming through the doorway. "What's that smell?" asked Florence. "Something nasty," Frank said, screwing up his face. It was like the stink of bad meat. He went into the kitchen, noting the framed photo of a man, a woman, a teenage boy, and 2 younger girls on the microwave. Upon the worktop was an electricity bill, addressed to Mr. David Pulver, Florence stared at the hamster cage with its door hanging open. The wiry metal was bent and warped. When Frank touched her arm to get her attention, she flinched away as though he'd slapped her. He nodded towards the open doorway to the living room, where the sound of movement was unmistakable. They looked at each other, and Frank gestured for her to stay put. Then he moved closer to the doorway, blinking the grainy air from his eyes, and looked into the living room, revealed in sullen daylight. "Oh, God," he said, raising one hand to his face. Florence asked him what was wrong, but he ignored her. The air left his body, and the sudden stink of slaughter made his eyes water. The room before him drifted in and out of focus until it remained terribly clear to him. It was a scene never to be wiped from his memory. "What's wrong?" the girl asked again. "Stay in the kitchen, Florence." He sagged against one side of the doorway. The walls were stained red with splatters from arteries and veins, the remains of bodies on the carpet waterlogged with blood and shit. Scraps of hair and the stumps of arms and legs, jumbled up with torsos that were no more than stripped meat and splintered bone. Shredded clothes and wet rags, a small rib cage, slippery organs and chewed lumps of glistening wet flesh strewn around the floor. At the foot of an armchair was a spine, and next to that a damp pelt of hair that might have been a cat, judging by its furred skull and empty eye sockets. A small man crouched over the remains of a naked woman. He was sobbing and topless, the lower half of his face coated with blood, hairy shoulders and a pot belly, boxer shorts. His knees, forearms and hands were stained red. Frank recognized the man from the photo in the kitchen. David Pulver clasped his hands together, sobbing and muttering under his breath. He looked up at Frank, his face a mask of pain, misery, and hunger. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I tried to stop, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop." His tongue squirmed between rows of dirty teeth. His eyes were small and pathetic and remorseful. Frank said nothing. Pulver continued. "My son got away, but I killed Mary and the girls. They didn't want to die. They begged me, but I couldn't help myself. I had to. I didn't have a choice. Do you understand? Do you see?" He lowered his face and kissed his wife's mouth with obscene tenderness. Most of the skin had been peeled from her face. Pulver turned his body slightly, and Frank saw a scattering of red pustules on his bare back. Frank raised his crowbar. "Please kill me," said Pulver. "Do it before I change completely. There's nothing left for me. The world is changing. We are changing." Frank remained in the doorway, unable to move. A tremor started in his hands and ran up his arms. He stared at the stew of red slush and abattoir runoff before him. His stomach muscles tightened and a wave of nausea passed through him. But there was nothing to bring up. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten. "Kill me," Pulver said once more. "I'm begging you." And moments later, the pustules on his neck began to pulse and something moved under his skin. He moaned softly, and a thin sliver of drool slipped from his wet mouth. Frank turned back to Florence. "No matter what you hear, don't come in after me." Then he entered the living room and closed the door behind him. When he stepped towards David Pulver, the sodden carpet squelched under his toes. Fetid air pressed at his skin. The appalling stench was enough to unbalance him. He stood over Pulver and felt his mind weaken, as though the man's insanity was infectious. Pulver glanced at his crowbar. "Do it." Frank hesitated. "If you don't kill me, I will kill you. Then the little girl in the kitchen. I will go out there and do such terrible things. I will rip her open and eat every soft bit of her." The pustules throbbed and swelled. The man's eyes went wide and manic, and he opened his mouth to snarl with bared teeth. Frank raised the crowbar and brought it down with all the strength he could summon into his shaking hands. They walked the road. The world was quiet. Frank had thrown away the crowbar, unable to face wiping it clean of skull fragments and blood. He remembered Pulver's mad face, those eyes like dark stains. Taking the man's life was easier than he thought it'd be, and the realization made him ashamed and guilty. He'd found an axe out the back of the Pulver house, forgotten in a corner amongst other tools and discarded things. It was still sharp, with a tinge of rust along its edge. He carried a rucksack containing some tins of food, a few cans of fizzy drink, and 2 packets of ready salted crisps, along with a blanket for Florence, a torch, and a pair of binoculars, all of it liberated from the house. He had no qualms about looting a family's home. Not now, anyway. Things had changed. Frank's shadow shivered. He watched the mist, expecting faces to emerge from within. He observed Florence in his peripheral vision. Her head was down, the hood of her jacket over her head, scuffing her feet on the tarmac. She hadn't spoken since they'd left the house. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." She didn't look at him. "Anything you want to talk about?" "That man was sick, wasn't he?" "I think he was infected with something. But yes, he was definitely sick." "What does infected mean?" "It means he caught an illness of some kind." "Like the flu?" "Yes." "But it's something worse than the flu." "Looks that way." "Will we get sick?" The possibility was playing on his mind, gnawing away at him. Truthfully, he had no idea. What if it was airborne? Were they already infected? "We'll be fine," he said, hoping she didn't notice the uneven tone of his voice. She looked at him for the first time in a while. "But everyone else is dying or becoming monsters. What about us? Does that mean it's our turn soon?" Frank thought of Catherine waiting for him back home. How many people were dead or infected? He imagined the country teeming with bloodthirsty maniacs, and it brought him close to despair. "We'll be fine," he said again. "It'll be sorted out." The sound of gunfire crackled in the distance. Frank led the way towards Horsham. Florence stayed by his side, but she was mostly silent. Frank knew enough about loss and mourning to understand her reaction. Thunder toiled within grey clouds, along with the suggestion of something else in the sky, moving in silence. Occasionally, Frank found himself watching the sky in response to some perceived threat. They sheltered under an oak tree during a rain shower and ate lunch as they watched the downpour. Frank realized he should be at work, and suddenly nothing felt real. If he'd had the energy, he would have burst into laughter, and then he wondered if he'd ever return to work and his normal life in the world before the slaughter began. His heart winced as he thought of Catherine. Did she know what was happening? He wanted a drink of something strong and regretted not raiding David Pulver's whiskey collection. The rain stopped, but there was no sun, just grey and ashen misery colouring the countryside. At least the air felt clearer, cleaner. They walked on. They found what was left of a body sprawled on the grass verge at the side of the road. It had probably been a man, but it was hard to tell because nothing much remained except tatters of meat and bone rotting in the weeds. The eyes had been taken to leave gaping sockets of torn nerves and gristle. Florence said nothing. Maybe she was already used to such sights. "Let's go," he told her. She looked back at the remains as she followed him. Later, Frank heard a deep growling coming towards them. He halted, took hold of Florence's hand. She looked to him while he scanned the road ahead. "What is it?" the girl asked. Frank heard scraping footfalls on tarmac and gravel beyond the bend in the road. He put one finger to his lips and shook his head, then pulled her through a gap in the hedgerow and into a field. They stayed low, crouching in wet grass behind the bristling foliage and brambles. Frank peered through the small partings in the hedgerow and out at the road. The footfalls became louder. A woman shambled into view, her crooked shoulders swaying. She was deformed, growling at the air. Ripped jeans showed glimpses of mottled flesh on her thighs. Shoes crusted with dirt and something tinged red. Spikes of black bone had torn through her blouse, colonizing her shoulders and back. Florence stiffened beside Frank and let out a rattling breath. The woman sniffed the air. She wheezed from her ruined mouth, and the sound of air being pushed from her lungs was like metal scraping on metal. The spikes on her upper body seemed to quiver, as if they were linked to her respiratory system by tendrils of nerve tissue. Frank gripped his axe and prayed he wouldn't have to use it. The woman's mouth opened, and she turned towards the hedgerow where they hid. Her eyes were red lesions, glistening like welts. She snarled, exposing sharp teeth. The inside of her mouth was coated with black, like dental decay left to spread and thrive. She seemed to look directly at him, and her body went rigid like a hunting dog sighting prey. Frank didn't move. A jet fighter flew over, the roar of its engines distracting the woman. She raised her unholy face to the sky until the jet was off in the distance and unseen. Then she lowered her head and continued down the road, disappearing from sight. Frank exhaled, as did Florence. They looked at each other. He waited to make sure the woman was gone before they emerged back onto the road. As they resumed their walk, he wondered if he should go after the woman and put her out of her misery. But he could not tolerate taking another life so soon after smashing in David Pulver's skull. The light was fading in the sky. Chapter 28. "We have to leave," said Joel. "This place is going to implode." Magnus shook his head. "We're a long way from home, and we wouldn't last 5 minutes out on the streets. Do you want to die out there?" Ralph looked at them in turn. "We might die in here, lads." He glanced around the classroom at the other refugees. Murmurs and disgruntled voices mixed with panicked sobs. Some children were crying. 2 men argued over a bottle of water. Fear and tension filled the air. Everyone had seen the thing in the sky, and it terrified them. He felt sorry for those who were beginning to lose control. He had adjusted to the situation, for all the good it would do. A sense of acceptance gave him vague comfort. Maybe there was some kind of chemical imbalance or defect in his brain. You should be fucking terrified like the poor bastards in here with you, like Joel and Magnus. They had been given only a few cheese crackers and a cup of water each for lunch. The police had said supplies were running low, but they would be resupplied soon. The police had promised. Ralph knew a lie when he heard one. A loud boom from a few streets away shook the building. Someone screamed. Ralph looked at the ceiling as the light fixtures rattled. Then more gunshots rang out from nearby, followed by another muffled thump not too far away. The room went silent. Ralph heard the police moving around outside. "It's all falling apart," Joel said. Ralph shrugged. "We can make a stand here." Magnus stared at him. Make a stand? What with? Harsh language? This isn't fucking Rorke's Drift, you idiot. Didn't you want to stay here, Magnus? Yes, because it's worse out on the streets. We're safe here. The police will defend us. They have the guns. Fair enough, Ralph said. Let's go outside and see what's happening. Another burst of gunfire made Joel jump. Mothers comforted their children. Ralph turned to see Susan Blake sat alone, holding her dog to her chest. His eyes met hers, and she gave him a little smile, but her face was drawn and pale, and the smile didn't last. Ralph wanted to help her, but he had to look after Joel and Magnus first. He was sorry. They went outside. Refugees filled the car park at the front of the school. The police did their best to calm them, but panic and fear were more persuasive than mere words. Ralph, Magnus, and Joel lurked at the back of the crowd. There was no path to the front, although Ralph could see through gaps in the scrum of bodies to the road beyond the gates. Fires within the town lit the low ceiling of cloud above. Automatic gunfire rose from the streets. Babies wailed. An army jeep pulled up outside the gates, and a soldier in desert fatigues jumped out, cradling a rifle. He walked to the fence and spoke to one of the police officers. The officer's face sagged as he listened. "That doesn't sound good," Ralph said. The soldier ran back to the jeep, and it took off down the road. The police officer relayed whatever he'd been told to his sergeant. The sergeant listened and nodded, then turned to the crowd and spoke in an effort to get their attention. At first, the crowd didn't listen, but they did when he fired his submachine gun into the air. Shocked and wide-eyed, the crowd quieted and looked at the sergeant. He was a big man, with broad shoulders and a large gut straining against his shirt. "Please listen. What I have to say is very important. I've just been informed that the infected have breached the safe zone." He paused to let the crowd process the information. "Please remain calm. The army will be along very soon to evacuate you all. You are all safe here. We will protect you until the army arrives." "We need to leave now," said a woman at the front of the crowd. "I'm sorry, but you can't leave on your own. We cannot guarantee your protection out there." "Can you guarantee our protection in here?" asked a man. "Yes, we guarantee your safety." It was another lie, Ralph could tell. "You must remain here until the transports arrive." "Fuck off," said another man. This sentiment was echoed by a few others. The other police officers appeared anxious and eyed the crowd, their weapons half raised. "Please remain calm," the sergeant said. "There is no need to panic." Screams came from up the street, from the direction the army jeep had come. The crowd surged towards the car park fence, almost overwhelming the police. Ralph kept Joel and Magnus close to him. He formed his hands into fists. The refugees screamed and cried, clamoring in their panic. Ralph was jostled by the police around him. Sharp elbows dug into his flanks. A woman with too much neck fat looked at him with saucer eyes. "Oh, shit," Joel was repeating. "Oh, shit. Oh, shit." The infected were on their way. Chapter 29. Frank and Florence arrived at the outskirts of Horsham just before 5 p.m. The world was turning dark. Dead street lamps loomed over them. Jets roared unseen overhead, their passage followed by a moment of silence before multiple flashes of light and booming detonations. The closest Frank had ever been to a war zone was watching news reports from Afghanistan. This was surreal. This wasn't supposed to happen here. Not in Britain. Not in England. Soon afterwards they passed the first of the bodies. Most of them had bullet wounds, faces frozen into snarls and stretched grimaces. Some corpses were bent into unnatural angles, bones protruding from layers of meat and yellow fat. Stinking cadavers all charred and twisted, grinning faces, the stink of blackened meat on the grill. Florence said nothing as they picked their way through the dead. "Don't be scared," Frank told her. "We'll find some help." A fire burned on the next street. The air tasted acrid, scraping the flesh from his throat. A car alarm was blaring from deeper within the town. Florence kept her hood up and covered her mouth and nose with one hand. Frank's eyes flicked between both sides of the street. No one came out of the houses, some of which were damaged by fire. Front doors hung open, scorched walls and blackened lawns. He sensed faces leering out from the windows. But when he turned, no one was there. He raised the axe. Broken glass crunched under his shoes. They walked amongst scattered suitcases and bags on the road and the pavements. Abandoned cars impeded their way. Frank contemplated stealing one of the cars to travel into town, but he was worried they'd be held up by roadblocks and other obstructions. Plus, driving around was a good way to get noticed by things he didn't want noticing them. "Where's everyone gone?" said Florence. "The ones who aren't dead." "Maybe they've been evacuated." Turning onto the next street, they found a body draped across a car bonnet and rendered featureless by the ferocity of its death. They ducked instinctively at a burst of gunfire. Frank pulled Florence closer to his side and scanned the road ahead. Smoke in the air gave the impression of figures moving within a grey-white veil. They passed a dead man in a Rolls-Royce, slumped over the steering wheel. Ahead of them was a fire engine left abandoned across the road. Its crew were nowhere to be seen. Long gone. Weird animal sounds, shrieks and wailing drifted from the nearby streets. The town was being overrun. The concussion of thunder in the sky was like mountains colliding. They encountered more corpses as they moved further into Horsham. Frank was past the point of trying to protect Florence from the sight of them. He kept trying to call Catherine. His heart palpitated when he thought of her. He squeezed the phone until his hand hurt. Florence pulled on his jacket sleeve, and when he looked down at her, she pointed up the street. A car had been abandoned across the road. Frank pocketed his phone, resisting the urge to throw it away. He flexed his hands on the axe as he approached the car, Florence following a few paces behind him. Wet sucking sounds grew louder. He tried to peer behind the car and then went to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. A girl was crouching over a body in the road. The sucking sounds were caused by the girl feeding on the corpse's face. There was just enough light to discern her torn pajamas. Florence saw the girl and whimpered. The girl raised her head, detaching from the dead body with a damp sound that curdled Frank's guts. He pulled Florence behind the car and put his free hand over her mouth before he glanced over the bonnet. The girl looked around, her gleaming feral eyes sweeping the road. Her face was covered with blood. Once she had been a little girl with a family, a mum and a dad and dreams of boy bands. Now she was a carrion eater. While she returned to her meal, Frank and Florence went around her, treading as lightly as they could. He watched the girl all the way until they were clear. Farther on, they passed more bodies. Some of the dead were wearing army fatigues. Crows and magpies picked through the wreckage and remains. Every dark corner and shadow was a threat. Small fires burned. Shop windows had been smashed. All Frank could smell was blood and smoke, and the deeper they went into the ruined town, the more they saw deformed and mutated people roaming the streets in baying packs, shrieking and screaming and dragging flayed bodies behind them. He noticed others lurking in shadowed alleyways and gardens, gibbering and wailing. Some of them stood staring at the ground or at the sky. Frank saw people chased down and ripped apart. Some of them begged until the very end, when their throats were mauled by razor teeth and busy mouths. Frank and Florence hid behind cars and walls. They hid wherever they could. Death would not come quick if they were caught. There were monsters everywhere, walking nightmares, wearing the faces of men. When the streets became too dangerous to navigate, they took shelter in the dark doorway of an abandoned bookshop and cowered in the shadows. Frank kept watch, part of him absolutely sure they'd be found by the slick-skinned figures that skittered upon the pavements. The night was filled with screams and plaintive cries of hunger. Gunfire nearby. Florence was trembling and crying. A man shouted in the distance. Frank looked up, expecting some grinning monster to fall upon them. "It'll be okay," he whispered, more to himself than the girl. "It'll be okay." If they were discovered, he'd decided he'd kill her with the axe, quick to the neck, to spare her the unbearable pain of being eaten alive. He would save that torture for himself. Dark shapes approached them. Frank raised the axe. Florence sobbed. 4 soldiers, faces hidden by gas masks, appeared before them, rifles raised. Frank stared at them, his mouth open, and lowered the axe. "Are you infected?" one of the soldiers asked. He shook his head and waited for a bullet. Chapter 30. Even behind the muffling effect of his gas mask, Corporal Guppy's voice was deep and commanding, whilst the other soldiers, Privates Sibic, Gowan and Pike, sounded as though they were barely out of their teens. However, each of them killed the infected with the instinctive skill of professional soldiers. The infected, Frank thought. That's what they're called. Keep moving, Guppy said. He and Private Gowan jogged either side of Frank and Florence. Private Sibbick was on point, his SA-80 trained on the road ahead. Private Pike guarded the rear. Sibbick raised his hand. They stopped behind him, hidden behind the corner of a house. Florence was breathing hard. "Is she okay?" asked Guppy, nodding at the girl. "Yeah, but she's seen a lot," said Frank. "Too much. Are you her father?" Frank hesitated, swallowed down his sore throat, and looked away. He felt Guppy's eyes on his face. The word was out of his mouth before he realized he'd said it. "Yes." Guppy didn't push any further. He turned to Sibbick, who was peering around the corner. "What do you see, Private?" Sibbick dipped his head back behind the wall and glanced at Guppy. "A single infected standing in the middle of the road. His head's bowed. Looks like he's daydreaming." "Maybe he's waiting for a bus," muttered Gowan. Guppy said, "Can we get past him?" Sibbick sniffed inside his mask. "Should be able to." "Okay, let's move. Keep an eye on the bastard. If he clocks us, take his head off." They crept past the infected man and stopped at the next corner. The soldiers scanned the street, searching for targets. "Where are we heading?" said Frank. "What's happening?" Gowan patted him on the shoulder. "The world's ending, mate. That's what's happening." "Button it, Private," Guppy said. "My bad, Corp." Gowan looked at Florence. "Sorry, little lady." Guppy looked around then at Frank. "The town's been overrun. We lost a lot of lads back there, including our CO." "Where are we going?" asked Frank. "We're heading to the school, where the police have set up a rescue centre. Before we were cut off from our unit, the order came through to evacuate the town. The last transports will be leaving the school soon, and the town's due to be firebombed within the hour. We've lost control." The air was sucked from Frank's lungs. "Firebomb the town. Jesus." "We could do with Jesus right now," said Gowan. "I only believe in me SA-80. Pike replied. "Bloody heathen. Gowan, last time you believed in a higher power was when you had a priest's finger up your bum." Guppy stared at the two soldiers. "Cut the yap, lads. We'll have every hostile in the area upon us." "Sorry, Corp," they said together. Private Sibbick led them along the street. Far-off screams caused Frank's skin to burst into gooseflesh. He held Florence by the shoulders and guided her in front of him. "What caused this?" said Frank. "What happened?" Guppy adjusted his gas mask, exhaling deeply. "Where have you been the last few days?" "On a stag weekend." Pike snorted. "Lucky bastard." "It's a virus," Guppy said, "as far as we know." "How far has it spread?" "Everywhere." "The whole country?" "Maybe the whole world. We're not sure." Something cold uncoiled in Frank's stomach. "Have you heard about any other areas of the country?" "We haven't heard much. It's all a mess." "A big fucking mess," Gowan said. Frank could only shake his head. "But where has this virus come from?" Ahead of them, Sibbick halted. The others did the same. "Nobody knows," said Guppy. "And if they do, they're not telling the likes of us." Gowan shook his head. "Nobody tells us scroats anything, wankers." "Stop moaning," said Pike. "Always fucking moaning. Go fuck your mother," Gowan replied. "I'd rather fuck yours." Private Sibbick turned and addressed Guppy. "The school is on the next street, Corp." "Good," said Guppy. "Everyone stay on their toes. Keep sharp. Let's go, lads." They moved. "Don't say that about my mother again, Pike," said Gowan. "Piss off, Cook." "Shut up," said Guppy, "or I will personally kneecap both of you and leave you here." Pike and Gowan offered their apologies. "Idiots," Guppy said, with something like fatherly affection, before a shadow passed overhead. Pike stopped. What the? Something came out of the sky and plucked Gowan from the street. Frank caught only a glimpse of its form, all sinew and bone and stinking of wet rot, and he recoiled from the violent flapping of leathery wings as it lifted Gowan into the air and made off with him. The soldier didn't even get a chance to scream. "Holy shit," said Pike. He was breathing hard through his mask. "Not Gowan, for fuck's sake. What the fuck was that thing?" Sibbick fired off a short burst into the sky. Florence sobbed. Dead silence followed, as though the fighting in other parts of the town had suddenly paused. But it lasted only a second, and the screams and gunfire returned. Guppy glanced overhead, watching the skies directly above the group. He let out a deep breath full of weariness and sorrow. "Keep moving, lads. We'll mourn for Gowan when we get out of this fucking place." Chapter 31. The infected filled the street, flocking towards the school, their wretched faces revealed as they drew closer. They surged and staggered with the fervour of zealots, a mindless rhythm in their twitching, sagging movements. The refugees retreated from the fence. People were crying and screaming. Joel made a childlike sound. His face was slack and boneless. "We're fucked," said Magnus. He looked around at the other terrified faces, then to Ralph. Ralph said nothing. The police readied their weapons and took aim. The infected reached the fence, trying to pull it down with grasping hands and jagged mouths, while several attempted to climb it. More of them clawed at the gate with their spindly limbs, thrashing and snarling, jaws snapping. The police opened fire. Bodies were ripped open and thrown back into the swarm. Others collapsed where they were standing. But those behind the fallen kept coming, pouring forward like a wave. The refugees headed towards the school. Ralph, Magnus, and Joel were herded with the crowd. Ralph turned back to see the battle behind him. The infected tore open the gate and skittered over its wreckage. The fence came down with it, and they poured into the car park, closing the distance between them and the police line almost immediately. Some of the officers turned to run, but were caught and dragged into the scrum of clamouring bodies and bloodshed. Shrill screams of agony filled the air. Several of the infected had been soldiers, their fatigues torn and smeared with gore and filth. Ravenous creatures. The police sergeant fired his handgun into the thrusting mass of infected and took down a few staggering bodies before the magazine emptied. He made no attempt to escape as a group of deformed figures took him to the ground. They pinned him. One of them, a young woman no older than 20, with bleached blonde hair, forced her hand into his mouth and down his throat. An infected man buried his face in the sergeant's groin, and his mouth came away red and dripping. The woman pulled something pink and slippery from the sergeant's mouth, threw it away, and then locked her mouth to his raw lips. The sergeant's eyes bulged, and he tried to scream before he vanished amidst a throng of squirming bodies. Then there were no more police, and the infected came for the refugees. They slashed and clawed and used their teeth, tearing at the stragglers at the back of the crowd, trying to escape to the temporary safety of the school. They ripped at soft flesh. There were wet sounds of rending and cries of terror. A woman's scream became a liquid gurgle as her throat was removed by an Asian man with a nest of pale tongues emerging from his dripping, gasping mouth. The infected were jackals among lambs, tearing through the crowd, snarling and hissing. The air stank of hot blood and slaughter, bloated faces deformed to ruin, rows of teeth too large for their mouths. Ralph pushed against the bodies massing around him, crushing him. He grabbed hold of Magnus and Joel. They were buffeted and slammed by flailing arms. Magnus was hit in the face, and he cried out, clutching his nose. There was no way out of the car park except into the school. Otherwise, they would have to go through the infected to escape onto the street. Some desperate men and women took this option and were caught before they could reach the fallen fence. They weren't seen again. A man fell against Ralph and tried to shoulder him out of the way, but he pushed him back. The man was grabbed by an infected woman and dragged to the ground. Ralph turned away, elbowing his way through the crowd with Magnus and Joel behind him. He glanced back to see more infected clawing through the crowd of refugees, getting closer. People were dragged away and battened upon. They either died or joined the swarm. Ralph shoved his way to the front of the crowd, trying to get inside the school through the only door. The people already inside the school were trying to shut the door, while a few men were attempting to hold it open, pulling at it with all their strength. Punches and elbows were thrown. A man spat out some teeth. Ralph helped keep the door open. A man from the other side of the doorway tried to scratch out his eyes. Ralph battered away the man's hand and punched him in the face. The infected tore their way through the crowd. The panicking refugees were easy prey. Ralph pulled Magnus and Joel with him as he pushed through the doorway, barging others out of his way. They staggered into a classroom, bodies colliding in the chaos, children screaming and clutching their mothers. "Where do we go?" said Joel. "Away from here," Ralph told him. "Anywhere but here." The infected reached the doorway and poured into the school. Blood splattered and sprayed. Ralph felt warmth on the back of his head. A man was clutching his bleeding throat. People pleaded to Ralph, but he did not stop for them as he headed for the doorway leading to the corridor. He saw Susan Blake sitting in a corner across the room, her eyes closed, embracing her dog. He left her there. More screams and wails. Some people were too numb with horror to flee or even resist. Their deaths did not come quickly. Ralph pulled Joel and Magnus into the corridor and kept moving. Refugees ran past in both directions. Some tripped and fell. Not all of them got up. "We can escape through the playground," he said. "I think there's a gate at the back." People with the same idea were already ahead of them. Ralph glanced back to see the infected entering the corridor. The rooms behind them were slaughterhouses, and no one would emerge from them alive or uninfected. A man was pulled to the floor as he tried to escape, buried by a scrum of ragged bodies. Ralph, Magnus, and Joel staggered out to the playground and halted. "Oh, fuck," said Magnus. "Oh, holy fuck." Fuck! The infected were waiting for them. Chapter 32. Frank, Florence, and the soldiers had watched from the street as the school fell to the infected. It was a slaughter. The screams had lasted for a while. Now they moved along the street. The infected were everywhere. "What the fuck took Gowan?" Pike said, flicking his eyes towards the sky. His voice was strained. "What the hell was that thing?" "He's gone," said Guppy. "Nothing we can do for him now. Focus on your job." "Is he still after us?" "There's many things after us tonight, Private." "Very true," said Frank. "Contact!" Sibik sighted an infected man coming towards them and fired 3 rounds. The man dropped to the pavement, chest perforated by the bullets. Pike gunned down a naked woman who ran at him from a side street. "Keep moving," said Guppy. "We need to get out of Horsham before the bombs hit. Other units will try to regroup outside the town." They stepped past dead soldiers on streets where the battle for Horsham had taken place. The checkpoints to the safe zone were abandoned. Broken barricades and toppled sawhorses. Shell casings on the road. Guppy sniffed, swore under his breath. An armoured vehicle was aflame, throwing light upon the faces of the corpses at their feet. Frank slipped in a mush of blood and slick remains, then righted his feet and kept walking. He pulled Florence with him. He would not let her fall behind. Burning cars lined the street. Shapes flitted through the smoke. The soldiers slowed, rifles aimed into the grey haze. "Steady, lads," Guppy muttered. "Steady as you go." An infected man with both arms deformed into tendrils emerged from the smoke. Guppy put him down with 2 rounds to the chest and 1 to the head. "Did you see his fucking arms?" said Pike. "Mutants, fucking maniacs." More infected came out of the smoke, rasping, snapping mouths and grabbing fingers. "Check your targets, lads." Sibik and Pike sighted the approaching infected and fired. Short bursts. The infected went down. Frank kept hold of Florence. "Contact!" Pike shouted as a little girl sprinted across the street. He fired and she fell. He walked to the girl and stood over her. "Fuck's sake," said Sibik. "I hate it when the kids get it." Pike was shaking his head. His voice quivered. "Oh, shit." "Focus, Private," said Guppy. "Come on, she's dead." "I don't know if she was infected, Corp. I'm not sure. I don't know. Oh, fuck. I killed a normal girl. Just a little girl." "Get a hold of yourself, Private. Breathe." "No, Corp. I don't think she was infected. She was normal." Frank looked down at the dead girl. She was no older than 10 years old. The bullets had opened her throat. Her chest was wet and red. No expression on her face. He couldn't tell if she was infected. Pike was right. "Calm down, Pike," Guppy said. "Calm down, son. It's okay." "I killed a little girl. It's all fucked. Everything's fucked." Pike started to cry under his mask. "It's okay, mate," said Sibik. "You didn't do anything wrong." "Let's move," Guppy ordered. "We're not safe here." "That's not the point, though, is it?" Pike murmured. "Nowhere's safe." "This isn't the time, Private." Pike ripped off his gas mask to reveal the tear-streaked face of a teenager. Blonde hair and shaving cuts. His mouth trembled. He was just a boy, really. Guppy stepped towards Pike. "Put your mask back on, lad."
"We're all fucked," Pike said. "Nearly all of me mates are dead. We're all gonna fucking die sooner or later. Like Gowan, like everyone else. Like the Lieutenant and Sergeant Baker. Like Murphy and Williams and Boyle. We're food for the monsters. Either that or we'll become monsters. There's no point anymore. We're fucked."
Guppy read what would happen next in Pike's body language and lunged for the young soldier, but he was too late. Pike stuck the rifle barrel in his mouth and pulled the trigger. The back of his head exploded. He dropped. Guppy shouted a wordless cry, and Sibik turned away. Frank's ears were ringing from the gunshot. Florence held her head and made a quiet sound of sadness. Pike's legs kicked and twitched, then went still. Guppy stood over him, shoulders slumped. He crouched and took Pike's spare ammo clips, then put his hand on the man's chest. Guppy straightened Pike's arms alongside his body and whispered something to him. Sibik came over and said goodbye to his friend, then stood beside Guppy.
"We need to keep moving, Corp."
Guppy gave an absent nod of his head and sighed. His whole body seemed to sag, and his voice had lost some of its strength.
"Yeah, you're right. Let's go."
Frank guided Florence away from Pike's body and the mulch of brain and skull fragments on the road. She looked back at him, and her face was the colour of moonlight. The girl was trembling and gaunt. Sibik took point. Guppy walked behind Frank and Florence. They left Pike where he had fallen. Frank tried to ignore the far-off screams echoing around the streets. He moved his greasy fingers around the axe handle as his limbs shook with adrenaline and dread. He looked at Florence and smiled. She looked away. There were more bodies here, and one of them was moving, pulling itself along the ground towards them. It was an old woman with her legs severed at the knees. Her abdomen was bloated and puffy. She hissed as the group moved past her, out of reach.
"Keep moving, Frank," said Guppy. "No point dwelling."
"It's difficult. I know. What is this virus? Wrath of God, maybe? You religious?" "Not exactly." "What does that mean?"
"I believe he's strictly Old Testament. I've seen too much to believe in a loving God."
"Fair enough." They walked on. Corpses had been piled against a shop doorway. Frank couldn't help looking at their faces. Cloudy eyes and mouths hanging open. "Who piled them up?" he asked.
"We did," said Guppy. "They were infected. We were trying to keep the roads clear."
"I'm getting used to seeing dead bodies."
"I have been for years. The first corpse I saw was a little boy in Iraq in the Second Gulf War. A high-caliber round blew out his spine. He didn't die straight away, which seems to be the way of things when children are concerned. Took me a while to get over it, but I did eventually, which in itself is quite disturbing. I've seen so many dead."
Guppy glanced at Florence, probably concerned that he'd said too much to upset her. But she was staring straight ahead, holding Frank's hand, saying nothing.
"I'm sorry about Pike," said Frank. "He was an idiot, but he was a good lad. He'd heard yesterday that the rescue center his parents were at had gone silent."
Frank had opened his mouth to speak when he sensed something moving above them. But when he looked up,
It was gone. "You saw that," said Guppy. He raised his rifle and called to Sibik. The group halted. Frank scanned the dark street. Another flash of movement above them, followed by the flutter of flapping skin. The cold breeze touched the back of Frank's neck. He sniffed the air and winced at the stink of wet rot. Sibik shouted and fired overhead, his rifle tracking movement over the street. "Contact! Bastard!" A human-like shape atop one of the houses opposite the group caught Frank's eye. He turned and stared at it. The thing crouched beside a chimney, its body coloured like alabaster. Its movements were jerky and quick, like a bird. A low mewling drifted from its hidden mouth. "I see it," said Frank, his voice a whisper. Guppy aimed at the creature, but it melted into the darkness before he could fire. "It followed us," said Sibik. "What a fucking asshole." Guppy lowered his rifle, but kept watching the rooftops. "Get going, lad. We're too vulnerable, stood in the middle of the street, and we need to get out of here before our nuts are roasted by the RAF." The group moved as one, sticking to the center of the road. A scrabbling on one of the roofs to their left. Frank saw the creature's eyes flash in the dark, then vanish. "Keep moving," Guppy said, urging them onwards. The creature shrieked and came at them from above with a gust of air from veined wings. Frank saw its face. Once that of a man. Now it was a slick, drooping mask with a saw-toothed rictus. Claws sliced the air above his head. Guppy and Sibik fired at the creature as it disappeared again. Sibik swept the rooftops. "Where is it?" "There," said Guppy, pointing to where the monster was clinging to a wall. It scrambled upwards out of sight, then could be heard skittering over the roofs. A tile fell from above and smashed on the pavement. "Wait a minute," said Guppy. "I think it's distracting us." Frank looked at him. "What do you mean?" A keening cry rose from behind as another creature leapt from the other side of the street. A single flap of its wings, and it was upon them. The creature was streamlined and hairless. Its hands opened into filthy black claws. It reached for Florence. Sibik flung himself between the creature and the girl. He fired his rifle. Florence screamed. There was a maddening squeal, a shriek of pain, a wet, ripping sound. Guppy fell back and emptied the rest of his magazine at the flying abomination. Frank grabbed Florence and they rolled away, and when he looked back, the creature had vanished. Sibik was lying on the road. His gas mask was gone, as was most of his face. He screamed through a ruined mouth. Chapter 33. Sibik's eyes and teeth were starkly white against the red pulp of his face. Deep lacerations crossed his chest and stomach. The creature's claws had been busy. His screams faded into a series of broken sobs. "It's okay," Guppy said, on his knees beside the soldier's trembling body. He placed one hand on Sibik's shoulder. "It's all going to be okay, my lad." The flying creature was lying sprawled by the pavement, riddled with bullet wounds. It had once been a man, naked and pale, with lesions and tufts of wiry hair on its glistening skin. Large membranous wings curled around its limp body. Its face was a horror of teeth and soft meat. The other creature had retreated beyond the rooftops. Guppy pulled his mask above his face. He looked different than Frank had imagined, with a soft face and a balding scalp. He looked more like a bank manager.
"What's it done to my face, Corp?"
Sibik asked through shuddering breaths. "You'll be fine. We'll sort you out."
"I can feel the virus inside me."
The pain was vivid in Guppy's eyes. "You're imagining it, Private. Just rest, lad."
"It hurts so much."
"I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry, Corp. But you should step away."
The two men looked at each other. Guppy nodded, stirred and wiped his hands on his thighs.
"You know what you have to do,"
said Sibik.
"We've discussed this. I'd rather be dead than one of those things."
He began to shake violently. His fingers raked at the road. A damp nonsense sound came from the quivering hole of his mouth, and his eyes rolled upwards. Guppy stepped back and reloaded his rifle. Frank guided Florence to the other side of the road, all the while watching the rooftops. Sibik threshed against the tarmac, wheezing and crying. Frank had heard similar sounds echo among the streets of Wishford and Horsham. Florence covered her ears as Guppy turned his rifle towards the fallen soldier. There was a single shot, shockingly loud. Sibik fell still and silent. His crumpled body looked pathetic on the road. Guppy was an abject figure, cradling his rifle, staring at Sibik. His face sagged with exhaustion and grief. "They killed all of my lads," Guppy said. "They're gone. All gone." More gunfire erupted from within the town. Guppy relieved Sibik of spare ammunition, then stepped around him and started down the street. Frank and Florence followed. Chapter 34. They passed a pub with its doors hanging open. The coppery taint of blood drifted from the darkness inside. Frank thought he could see dark shapes huddled together in a frenzy of busy movements. They hurried past. Farther on, Guppy halted and looked down the street. "This road leads out of town, but it looks like there's a problem."
"What's wrong?" Frank said.
"Hostiles, quite a few. Won't be able to go through them on foot."
Frank looked down the road. Scattered figures loitered and shifted in the moonlight, emitting low growls and mutterings. Some of them were gazing at the sky.
"Don't they ever sleep?"
Guppy checked his rifle.
"Haven't thought to ask them.
Could we use a side street to go around them?"
"It'll take too long."
"What then?" The corporal motioned for Frank and Florence to follow him to a car by one side of the road. A man was dead in the driver's seat. Guppy dumped him at the curb, then sat at the wheel with the rifle cradled across his lap.
"Keys in the ignition. Sorted."
"We're driving out of here," said Frank.
"We won't make it out otherwise. Hopefully the rest of the road is clear once we get through the infected."
"If we get through the infected."
"Fair point. Watch the road while I give the engine a try."
Frank stood guard, keeping Florence close. Guppy twisted the keys, and the engine spluttered and gurgled like something slowly rising from the dead, just so it could die again. Heart pounding, Frank watched the infected down the road, praying silently that Guppy's attempts to start the car wouldn't catch their attention. So far, their luck was in, and the infected remained in their distracted state. So far. Florence looked up at him. Those small, dark eyes told him nothing. Her mouth didn't move. He nodded at her, offered a strained smile.
After 4 attempts, the engine started. Guppy tapped the gas pedal, listened to the engine's irregular thrum. "Get in," he said. Frank sat next to Guppy in the front. Florence sat on the back seat, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "Keep your head down," Frank told her. "Don't look out the windows." She nodded. Guppy handed his rifle to Frank. "Look after that while I drive. Don't shoot yourself. The safety is on. But still be careful with it, okay?" Frank held the rifle by his legs, the barrel pointing upwards. He swallowed to wet his throat and noticed the text disc on the windscreen was out of date by a week. A pair of miniature boxing gloves hung from the rearview mirror. Old parking tickets scattered around his feet. The smell of cigarette smoke had been absorbed into upholstery. Guppy reversed the car into the middle of the road. "Put on your seat belts." Frank did so, and then checked Florence had as well. Guppy started the car down the road, his hands clenching the steering wheel, and approached the infected. "Here we go," said Guppy. "Hold on." All at once, the infected woke from their various fugues and turned to watch the car coming their way. Moments later, they were sprinting towards it, eyes gleaming in the headlights. One of the infected men had been a police officer, his mouth contorted and peeling away to reveal broken, jagged teeth. Whatever had made them human was gone. Guppy slammed one hand on the steering wheel and let out something like a war cry. Frank braced himself, staring through the windscreen. He gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes so that the sight of bodies being smashed aside wouldn't be so clear. Then there was impact. The world outside the car was all bodies and gaping mouths, mixed with the screams of the infected as they were ploughed aside. The scraping of limbs against the car was an awful sound. Terrible faces glimpsed for a second before they vanished. Something was caught under the wheels and crushed wetly like rotten fruit. Frank felt rather than saw the fleshy pop of skin and fluid. A body rolled across the bonnet and hit the windscreen, cracking the glass and falling away. Bloodied hands scraped at the side windows. The car jolted, its suspension grinding and clanging, and caused Frank to bang the top of his head upon the roof upholstery. His vision blurred for a moment. The inside of his skull throbbed with dull pain. The screams faded behind them. Open road ahead. The car juddered and shook as it struggled to keep going and not fall apart despite the severe damage done by the swarm of infected. Guppy let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Those motherfuckers. They nearly had us." Frank's hands were shaking. Adrenaline flowed through his blood. He looked back at Florence, who sat in the same position as before their trip through the infected. Her hands seemed locked together and bloodless. She stared straight ahead and only regarded Frank just before he turned away and faced the front again. "It's okay," he said to her. "We're safe. We made it." Chapter 35. Horsham was burning. The firestorm roared. Plumes of smoke towered into the sky. Guppy parked the ailing car by the roadside, looking down at the town as it was consumed. Muffled pops and booms were followed by detonations that flashed and echoed around the low hills and fields. Buildings collapsed in smoke and flame, the rage of incineration awe-inspiring in devastation. The fire seemed sentient and malign in its hunger. Frank wondered at the temperature of the fires and realized it was beyond his comprehension. He thought he could smell roasting flesh through his partly open window. When he closed his eyes and listened hard enough, he heard the screams of those trapped in the fire, drifting on the wind. But no one screamed for long. He imagined what it would have been like to be caught in the streets when the incendiary bombs hit. The torture of being burned alive, oxygen combusting inside the lungs of refugees, the annihilation of bodies. No one could survive it, not even the monsters. He sucked on his inhaler twice and shivered. Never thought I'd see an English town get firebombed, especially by its own military. He stopped talking, simply because words meant nothing at the moment when faced with the swelling inferno that had been Horsham. There would have been a few hundred people left in the town when the bombs dropped, said Guppy. Maybe the infected had already killed them, or worse. The fire would have been a mercy for them. Frank felt sick. He glanced back to see Florence asleep on the back seat. It won't be enough, Guppy added. They'll have to purge every village, town and city to destroy the infected. What they did to Horsham is nothing. Next time it'll be nukes. Frank couldn't take his eyes away from the fire. Nukes. I'm just a grunt, so I might be wrong. But I wouldn't be surprised. Not with the people we have in charge. They'll panic. If they've already took the decision to firebomb a town, things are really bad. I can't believe it. Scorched earth. Eradicate the infection. Funny thing is, when I was a lad, I used to love staring at fires. I could watch a bonfire for hours, mesmerized. But this... He shook his head. Jesus. Movement on the hillside below caught their attention. Refugees were fleeing across the fields. The infected wouldn't be far behind. We have to find shelter for the night, Guppy said, as he switched on the engine and pulled the car into gear. Bright flashes of light rose from both the north and east. Chapter 36. Guppy stopped the car at an isolated cottage a few miles from Horsham. The windows were dark, no sign of habitation. Florence was bleary-eyed and groggy when Frank woke her. He told her they were going to stay the night in the house. She looked at him and nodded, but said nothing. Frank shone his torch around the empty driveway and the garden, sweeping the light over an overgrown lawn spotted with molehills. A set of rusted swings creaked in the breeze. The cottage was small, with white speckled walls covered in ivy vines. Old wood aged by decades. Square windows within rotting frames either side of the front door. A flower bed long devoid of any flowers. Guppy opened the door and entered, raising his rifle. Frank stood alongside him, shining the torch inside and trying his best to keep it steady. Florence followed them into the darkness. They passed a stairway leading upstairs. The smell of dust, mildew and old clothes hung around them. A tap was dripping in the kitchen at the back of the house. "Shut the door," said Guppy. "I'll check the rooms." Guppy searched each room, then told Frank and Florence not to enter the bedrooms. He didn't need to say why. They bedded down in the living room. Florence took the sofa, and Frank found some old blankets for her. She fell asleep within minutes of resting her head. Guppy barricaded the doors with furniture and said he would keep watch. Frank offered to take it in turns until first light, but Guppy refused, said he was too wired to sleep.
Frank settled in an armchair. He missed Catherine with an intensity that made him sick. The possibility that Ralph, Magnus and Joel had been in Horsham when the bombs fell pierced his heart and made him morose. He fell asleep thinking about lost friends dying in writhing fire and smoke. When he woke, the silence stunned him. He wiped spittle from his mouth. His eyes were wet. Florence was a shape in the darkness, breathing slowly and steadily, but there was no sign of Guppy, and Frank wondered if the soldier had abandoned them. He rose, stepped quietly over to Florence, and stood over her. The girl's pale face became clear, like a ghost in the dark. It could have been Emily lying there. He brushed a strand of hair away from her forehead and stared at her for a long while. Guppy was watching him from the doorway. His voice was flat and tired. "Everything okay?" "Florence was having a bad dream. You should get back to sleep." "I'm fine. Are you okay, Corporal?" "It's all falling apart. Pike was right. Do you have a family? Somewhere to go?" "I'm leaving in the morning and heading to Lowestoft. I'm divorced, and the ex-missus got custody of our son. I've got to see if they're okay. I owe them that. The army can't control this plague, and I'm past caring about going AWOL. I don't think it matters anymore." "Fair enough. You can keep the car. Use it to get wherever you're going." "I'm going home," said Frank. "Heading back to Somerset to see my wife. Maybe things are going better back there." "Maybe. The last I heard, the army had regrouped at Salisbury. My lieutenant told me that trains are being used to transport survivors to refugee camps along the coast." "Which coast?" "He didn't say. Go back to sleep, Frank. You'll need your energy in the coming days, especially if you want to take care of your daughter. Things will only get worse." Guppy turned away and headed to the kitchen. Frank returned to the armchair, sat down and closed his eyes. The silence was enough to make him weep. Things could definitely get worse. Chapter 37. The sky brightened in the desolate silence of morning. Tendrils of cold crept over Frank's skin and seeped into his bones. Another day. He exhaled through aching teeth. The three survivors ate a breakfast of chocolate biscuits, crisps, and fizzy drinks. Frank was keen to get on the road and go home. He found a map in a desk drawer and slipped it into his pocket alongside the small first aid kit he had taken from upstairs. Guppy packed his kit and some food he had scavenged from the kitchen. They walked outside onto the dewy grass. Frank checked his watch. It was almost 7. "I'm sorry to leave," said Guppy, "but I have to think of my family first." "Good luck. It's a long walk to Lowestoft, Corporal." "I don't doubt that." They shook hands. The soldier nodded at Florence, then turned back to Frank. "Look after the girl. Stay safe. Go home." "I will." Guppy set off across the fields. Frank watched the soldier fade into the distance. He carried their supplies to the car. He looked at the sky. The clouds appeared fungal and puffy, as if they were about to burst open with spores. But there was sunlight and birdsong, and that was good enough for him. He needed good omens for the journey ahead. The car had started on the 3rd attempt. It was dying. Frank drove slowly along quiet roads clear of other traffic. The events of the last 2 days stuck in his mind like poison. Florence was in the back with the bag of supplies.
She looked out the windows. Occasionally, she would glance at Frank in the rearview mirror. No words were exchanged. She looked just like Emily. There were distant figures in the fields, and they could have been mistaken for scarecrows until their heads turned slowly to track the car. He tried the radio, fiddling with the tuner, listening for a voice, but there was only white noise. He switched it off. "Where are we going?" Florence asked. Frank glanced at her reflection. The morning's dull light painted her in grey. "Somerset." "What's there?" "My home. My wife." "Do you think it's safe there?" "Yeah." He didn't say it as convincingly as he'd liked. "You're not going to hurt me, are you?" "No. Why would you say that? I'd never hurt you." "My mum said that bad men are everywhere." "I'm not a bad man. I'm not going to hurt you." "I miss my mum and dad." "I know. I'm sorry." "Look at the people in the field." Frank stopped the car. 3 men and a woman were feeding on a cow's carcass. They stripped away portions of the hide and snaffled the animal's warm insides from the opening in its stomach. They crawled over the corpse, miring themselves in its flesh and its many gaping, sucking wounds. Florence shifted over to the window, placed a hand against the glass. One of the men raised his face from the corpse and glared at them. Blood was coated around his mouth. He moved his neck in spasmodic twists. His open mouth gleamed with wet red and threads of viscera. Frank drove on. 2 miles later, the car died, and Frank steered it to the side of the road. They gathered their belongings. Frank pulled up his jacket collar against the chill in the air. He held his axe in one hand. Its weight reassured him. Crows cawed in the next field, picking at the ground for worms and crawling bugs. "We'll find another car," Frank said. "Don't worry." Florence looked at the road, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Her face was glum as she wrapped her arms around herself. "You okay?" She nodded. Her mouth was a thin, bloodless line. She looked so young and frail. She was glass, but he would protect her. Down the road they came to a pile-up. 2 cars had crashed into each other. One of the cars was in a ditch, the other was on the road, mangled and wrecked, surrounded by shattered glass, plastic and scraps of metal. Frank noticed a severed hand, palm turned upwards, and fingers curled like a dead spider's legs. Florence stared at the broken bodies in the cars. In the car on the road, a man was slumping over the steering wheel, his face obliterated and dripping. His lower jaw was gone, and his tongue dangled to his lap like an unravelled scarf. A woman was wedged in the windscreen, face down on the bonnet. She hadn't been wearing a seatbelt. Frank stood next to Florence. "It's okay." The woman on the bonnet moved, jerked up her head and glared at them. The violence of her ejection from the seat had split her clothes. Her face was shredded, her mouth opened with a rattling wheeze, and some of her teeth tumbled out like dice. She reached for them with a bloodied hand until it could go no further. Then she stopped moving, and Frank knew she was dead. Florence was crying. He put his arm around the girl, and they moved on. "I need to pee," Florence said. Frank looked up and down the road. "Okay, just go in the bushes, but be careful. I'll watch the road. If you see anything, shout me, okay?" She vanished behind a hedgerow. Frank looked up at the sky. grey upon grey. He thought he could feel rain in the air, like a light mist. Minutes passed as he waited, thunder in the distant sky. "Florence, are you okay?" No reply. "Florence?" No answer. "Florence, is everything all right in there?" He moved towards the gap in the hedgerow where she had gone, then halted and craned his neck to peer into the field. He called her name again, and only silence followed. "Florence!" When Frank stumbled into the field, she was gone. No sign of her, no sign of a struggle. Wouldn't she have cried for help? He looked towards an area of woodland on the other side of the field, where within the groves of thin trees a speck of pink moved away from him, growing smaller by the second. Florence's jacket. She was running. Frank ran after her. Chapter 38. The trees swallowed Florence, and she was gone. Frank's feet thumped on the damp earth. The rucksack was a burden, but he didn't discard it. A crackle of thunder pierced the air as he melted into the inky gloom of the woods. The smell of bark, leaf mulch, and sticky sap mixed with the faint musk of animal spore. Rotting leaves on the ground, branches rattled in the wind, twigs snapped under his shoes. "Florence!" His voice was hoarse and crazed amongst the trees. He was breathing hard. A flash of pink glimpsed ahead of him. He stumbled through the bracken and the wood's leavings. The canopy above him was thick and dark, everything muted, dull, and soaked in grey light. The trees stretched away from him like a fairy-tale forest. Every breath became a wheeze. His ribs pressed against his lungs. He leaned against a tree and took in deep breaths through clenched teeth, closed his eyes, and willed his chest to loosen. He took out his inhaler, shook it once, and put it to his mouth, closed his eyes. The insides of his eyelids were stained with white blotches. His heart was beating so hard he felt sick, and then his lungs loosened and cleared. Better. He opened his eyes and pocketed his inhaler. Something unseen was thrashing amongst the trees. It wasn't Florence. Frank froze, made himself small, and stayed flush to one of the trees. Sap stuck to the backs of his arms. He tried to hold his breath in the silence as he waited. A bloodied, gangly man stumbled past, long, stringy hair reaching to his shoulders. Scratches and cuts crossed his bare arms, which were elongated to the point that his gnarled white hands nearly touched the ground. Black spikes were growing from his neck, weeping a clear fluid. He was dragging a naked boy by the ankle. The boy was dead, judging by the red ruin of his chest and throat. Frank considered attacking the man, but his nerve deserted him, and he hated himself for his cowardice. The man moved away, disappearing into the woods, taking his prey with him. Frank reached the edge of the woods and halted at a 10-feet-high metal chain-link fence. Beyond it was a golf course, its grassed slopes winding away from him down the hill. The fence was too tall for him to climb. Florence must have slipped through somewhere. He hurried alongside the fence and a few minutes later found a small opening in the links, low to the ground. He crouched. There was a scrap of pink fluff snagged on an errant metal wire. With much effort, he squeezed through the opening and pulled his rucksack after him. Then stood and realized he'd cut his arm on the same bit of metal that had snared a bit of Florence's jacket. It had already stopped bleeding. He wiped it on his jeans, then shrugged on the rucksack again and walked onto the fairway, trying to determine which way Florence had gone. The fairway stretched away from him. He didn't like golf.
Chapter 39. Frank found a golf ball left in the short grass by the last golfer to walk the course. It was white and clean, without a single blemish, and he picked the ball up and drew a smiley face on it. He walked the fairway. Florence was sitting on a flat green, her head bowed. A flagstick fluttered in the breeze. He approached, careful not to alarm her, keeping his axe lowered. She wiped away tears as she looked up at him. Frank crouched next to her, noticing the small puddle of vomit in the grass. He didn't touch her. Several short bursts of gunfire rang out in the distance. "Hey," Frank said. "Are you okay?" She gave a barely noticeable nod of her head. The corners of her mouth shivered. There was saliva on her chin. Frank took a clean tissue from his pocket and wiped it away. "Why did you run?" "I was scared. I want to go home. I miss my mum and dad." "Sorry, Florence, but they're gone." "I know they're gone, but I want to go back in time, so none of this happened." "We can't do that, I'm afraid." "I know, so I want to go to my aunt and uncle's place in Borden. I don't want to be with you anymore." His chest tightened again, but not from the asthma. "There's no guarantee it'll be safe." "I don't care. I want to be with them. They'll keep me safe." "I've been keeping you safe so far." "But you're just a stranger." "You've been through a lot. You're traumatized." "I want to go to Borden. You can't stop me." Her face was stony, resolute and pitiful, an aggrieved child. She would go one of two ways in the coming days, Frank thought. She would either store her grief in the back of her mind and adapt, or submit to grief, terror, and catatonia. A hard life awaited her in either case. Frank tried to disguise the slumping of his shoulders as fatigue. "It's not safe. You've seen the things out there." "I don't care. I'm fast enough to outrun them. I outran you." "You can't outrun everything." "Then I'll hide when I have to. I don't need you to look after me." He said nothing and listened to the calling wind. Florence sniffled, wiped her wet nose. "I'll do a deal with you," said Frank. "What kind of deal?" "As I'm heading that way anyway, I'll take you to Borden and get you to your aunt and uncle. And then you can do what you like. I'll look after you on the way there. Deal?" Florence thought about it, looked at the ground, then at Frank. He offered his hand, and she took it reluctantly. "No more running off," he said. "Promise not to do that again?" She nodded. "Here." He took the golf ball from inside his jacket. "What's that?" "What does it look like? It's a golf ball. We're on a golf course after all." "Did you draw the face on it?" "That's how I found it." "You're lying." "I'm not. Cross my heart." "Hope to die?" "Not for a long time." "You're stupid." "I know, but I'm old, so it's okay." He handed the ball to her. "What am I going to do with it?" "Just keep it on you. Call it a peace offering." She put the ball in her pocket. "Don't lose it." She shook her head at him. "We're just outside Broadbridge Heath, I think. We'll find a car. Shall we go?" As Florence rose to her feet, Frank noticed something small and dark in the grass at the edge of the green. He walked over and bent down to examine it. "What is it?" said Florence. He picked up the shard of metal and turned it over. It had been ripped from something. He walked to the top of the slope. Florence followed. There was another scrap of metal at the crest of the hill. He looked down the slope, where more pieces of metal and wreckage dotted the fairway. They followed the trail, and when the course curved to the right 200 yards on, Frank saw the source of the debris. A helicopter had crashed at the edge of the fairway, coming to rest against a large oak tree, crumpled and torn with bits missing. No sign of smoke or fire. One of the rotors had torn loose and gouged shallow furrows into the earth, where it was now stuck in the ground like the marker for some makeshift grave. Florence touched it, then took her hand away as if it were hot. She prodded a warped sheet of metal with her foot. More wreckage had been shed during its landing, scattering around the crash site. Scraps of plastic and unidentifiable trash. Frank wrinkled his nose at the rank smell of oil. They approached the downed helicopter. The fuselage was ripped open and pitted with dents and scratches. Cracked glass. Wires and cables hung loose. The cockpit had been compromised and warped. The pilot dead in his seat and slumping forwards, eyes open and unseeing. Spots of blood stained his white shirt. His neck was limp and broken. Frank looked inside the fuselage and flinched at the sight of a middle-aged man in an expensive suit slouching in a corner. A spiked tree branch had impaled him through his chest and out the other side of his body, so that it pierced the back of his seat. He was meat on a stick, and he was starting to smell. Florence opened a red plastic case she'd found nearby. Inside was a flare gun and spare flares packed in foam. Frank took the case and placed it in his rucksack. "There was someone else here," the girl said, pointing at a faint trail of blood in the grass. Chapter 40. The blood trail led to a woman sitting against a tree at the edge of the golf course. She was holding the left side of her stomach, and when she saw them coming, her eyes widened in a mixture of hope, elation, and fear. She brushed aside a lock of dirty blonde hair. "Please help me." Frank and Florence crouched next to her. Her face was paler than her bleached white teeth. Blood stained her ripped white blouse and black skirt. A yellow-black bruise was prominent under her left eye. "It's okay," said Frank. "Take it easy." He didn't know what else to say to her, and offered a thin, forced smile as he checked the wound in her stomach. The woman winced when she moved away her hand. The wound was deep. He replaced her hand upon it. "You need to get me to a hospital," she said. Frank took out the first aid kit from his rucksack. He placed some gauze on her wound, told her to keep pressure on it. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. "What's your name?" he asked her. "Caitlin." "Hey, Caitlin. I'm Frank. This is Florence." "Florence is a nice name." Florence kept her distance from the woman. "They're both dead, aren't they?" Caitlin said. "The men in the helicopter? Yeah, what happened?" "We escaped from London. Tim and I were heading for France. He had a chateau in the countryside." "Is Tim the man in the suit?" "I was his secretary. He said he would protect me, get us out of the country to somewhere safe. He was a decent man."
"I'm sure he was," said Frank. "What happened in London?"
"The plague happened. Killings in the streets. You wouldn't believe it."
"I might do. Go on."
"After we heard the rescue camp at Wembley Stadium had been overrun, we decided to get out of the city. We'd already been told that the royal family had been evacuated, along with what remained of the government. If it was good enough for them, it was good enough for us. Nothing to stay for. It was hell. Think of the worst things you've ever seen, and that's nowhere near what I've witnessed. The city was falling apart. I remember seeing people running and fighting in the streets, ripping one another to bits as we flew over them. Bodies everywhere, packs of infected. I saw a squad of soldiers get overrun on Westminster Bridge." Her eyes fluttered, glazed over for a moment, and then she spat and wiped blood from her mouth. "After leaving the city, our pilot had a seizure of some kind, like he had caught the plague or something, and we crashed. Woke up with a hole in my stomach. I think my right ankle's broken. I crawled here. You have to help me."
"We will," said Frank. "We'll think of something." There was a shriek from the other side of the trees. Another voice yipped and bayed in response.
"Was that one of them? You have to help me get out of here. Don't leave me here."
"We won't leave you, I promise." The shrieks and screams were closer this time. Florence looked at Frank, breathing fast, her eyes wide.
"I don't want to die here," said Caitlin. "I don't want to die."
"You won't die," said Frank. He looked at Florence. "We'll carry her, okay?" Florence nodded, and they pulled Caitlin to her feet. She screamed as her ankle took her weight. The infected were approaching through the trees. "Come on," said Frank. He put Caitlin's left arm around his shoulders and kept her upright. Florence held on to the woman, helping her along. They moved slowly. Not fast enough. Caitlin was crying. She screamed in Frank's ear, and he almost dropped her.
"I don't want to die."
Frank looked back, wished he hadn't. The 5 infected poured out of the trees, men and women burdened with cysts and tumours, blood-stained and manic. One had thin claws instead of hands, his wide mouth snapping at the air. Another was lopsided with glistening bulbous growths the colour of mould. The young man in the middle of the pack gasped as black tendrils exploded from between his lips and grasped at the air. They were screaming and howling, lusting after blood and meat. "Keep moving," Frank said. The fairway opened before them with nowhere to hide, an open range where they'd be run down and gutted. An easy killing ground. Caitlin slipped from Frank's grip and fell down. She cried out. He glanced at the infected, then picked her back up and dragged her with all his strength. But she was dead weight.
"They're coming,"
said Florence, tears falling from her eyes as the infected's horrid screams filled the air. Frank hated himself for what he had to do, but it was a simple decision. He let Caitlin go. She fell to her knees, reaching for him as he pulled Florence away from her.
"Don't leave me,"
she said, scrambling after him, her eyes pleading.
"Please don't leave me."
"I'm sorry. I have to. I'm so sorry."
"You can't fucking leave me. You're murdering me."
The infected were closing in. Florence screamed. Frank dragged her along, and they broke into a stumbling run. He looked back to see the infected fall upon Caitlin, swarming her. One of the men ripped away her leg at the knee.
and buried his mouth in the gristle of her calf muscle. They dismembered her upon the grass while she was alive and snaffled the morsels ripped from her abdomen. She was still screaming when they tore her heart out. After that, Frank didn't look back. Chapter 41. Broadbridge Heath was desolate and silent. Frank and Florence reached the centre of the village and stood in the road. A rotting stench drifted from beyond the open doorway of the community hall on one side of the street. There were crashed cars, but no bodies. 50 yards ahead of them, a bus had been abandoned across the width of the road. Frank still heard Caitlin's screams inside his head. He shuddered as he recalled her death. His heart strained inside his chest. Florence hadn't spoken to him since they'd escaped the golf course. "I'm not a bad man, Florence. I had to leave Caitlin behind. I didn't have a choice." The girl's face was shaded with dull blotches. "Would you do the same to me?" "Do what?" "Leave me behind for the monsters." Frank crouched before her and held her by the shoulders. She didn't flinch away from him. "I would never leave you behind, understand?" His voice was louder than he intended, and he saw it in her face, so he lowered his tone and tried to smile. "I left Caitlin behind so we could live, so we could survive. I did it to protect you. Caitlin was a stranger. You're my friend, Florence, right?" "I think so." "I wouldn't leave a friend behind." "Is it my fault she died? Because you wanted to save me?" "No, of course not. Don't ever think like that. Caitlin would have died anyway. She had lost too much blood." "Would you leave me behind if I was really badly injured?" "I'd stay for you, Florence. I wouldn't leave you alone." "Okay." "I promised to get you to Borden." "Okay." He let her go and stepped back, then turned when the sound of a vehicle's engine approached behind them. Florence heard it too and looked at Frank. "Do you think they'll give us a lift?" "Maybe, depending who it is." A white transit van appeared at the top of the road, heading towards them. Frank guided Florence to the pavement. The van picked up speed. He made sure to keep the axe visible by his side and the girl behind him as the van slowed to a clumsy stop next to them. The engine idled. The two men in the van looked at Frank, then at Florence, then back to Frank. The driver, a chubby man with glasses and a goatee beard, wound down his window and grinned. "Hello?" "Hello," said Frank, nodding at the men. "Hey there," said the other man. He was wiry and scraggly, wearing gardening gloves and a beanie hat. "Where are you heading?" the driver asked. Frank cleared his throat. "We're looking for the nearest rescue center." "That's cool. My name's Bertram. This is Mackie." He cocked a thumb at the wiry man, who waved and flashed a gap-toothed smile. The men stared at Frank as if waiting for him to introduce himself. He said nothing. "Where are you coming from?" said Bertram. "Horsham," Frank replied. "Bloody hell, you got out of there just in time. I watched it burn." "So did we." Bertram looked at Florence. "Hey there, little lady. You look a bit pale. Are you okay? Are you sick?" "She's fine," said Frank. "Just a bit shaken up with all that's happened." "You her father?" "What's it to you?" "Just making conversation, my friend. I don't mean any harm at all." Mackie waved at Florence. His beady eyes gleamed. "We could give you both a lift," said Bertram. "Wherever you're going." "We've got sweets," Mackie said. And fizzy pop? No, thanks, Frank said. We're fine. Bertram frowned, but the expression seemed false. You sure? It's dangerous out here, especially looking after a little girl. Come on, we'll give you a lift. Hop in the back. It's no trouble. No trouble at all. Yeah. Mackie placed a sweet in his mouth and chewed. We insist. Come on, man. Look after your little girl. What do you think, little lady? Said Bertram. Do you want to ride in the van? You'll be safe, I promise. We'll have some fun. Don't talk to her, Frank muttered. Bertram's mouth turned up at the corners like a knife cut in pale meat. No need to be rude, my friend. Dickhead, said Mackie, shaking his head at Frank. Bertram wiped his nose, the hint of a smile playing across his face. It's too dangerous on the road. You really want to put your little girl in danger. It's no concern of yours. We're just trying to help. Bertram's dull eyes lingered on Florence. Would you like some help, little lady? Frank's hand tightened on his axe. I said, don't talk to her. And he took hold of Florence's hand, and they walked away. Bertram and Mackie were giggling behind them. Why are they laughing? Asked Florence. Ignore them, said Frank. Now, those men are strangers. My mom always told me not to talk to strangers. That's good advice. Hey, come back, Bertram said. Frank kept hold of the girl's hand. Keep walking. The van pulled up alongside Frank and Florence, keeping pace with them. They didn't stop or turn towards the vehicle. There's no need to be belligerent, said Bertram. We have to stick together in times like these. Dark times, said Mackie. Dangerous times. People are dying. Come on, we're trying to help you both. Frank halted and pivoted towards the men, keeping himself between them and Florence. Listen, fellas, I'm very grateful for the offer, but we're fine. You think that axe will protect you? Mackie said with a note of mockery in his voice. It's a shame you won't accept our kind offer, Bertram added. Do you think if I beeped the horn, any infected people in this village would head this way? I reckon they would, Mackie replied with a malignant grin. Bet they're pretty hungry. We're not asking for trouble, said Frank. Please leave us alone. I'm asking nicely, lads. Both Bertram and Mackie's eyes flicked towards Florence. He glared at them. He could not appear to be weak. Come on, get in the van, said Bertram. We'll have a road trip. Mackie slapped his hand on the dashboard and popped another sweet into his little mouth. Yeah, that's a good idea. Leave us alone, said Frank. Get the fuck out of here. It's as simple as that. Bertram shook his head and glanced at Frank's axe. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, buddy. Mackie sniggered. Yeah, we're really sorry. The back of the van opened, and a man in a black balaclava jumped out. Frank only noticed the baseball bat in the man's hands as it was swinging towards him, and he managed to raise his arms just as the bat connected with the side of his neck, nullifying the force of its swing. The man's assault was clumsy and mistimed, but effective. Frank went down and hit the back of his head on the pavement. He dropped his axe and the rucksack. The man swore and spat before launching into a ferocious assault on Frank's ribs, stomach, and legs. Frank shielded his face and tried to kick at the man. "Florence!" he shouted. Florence screamed. Bertram grabbed the girl and threw her in the back of the van. Mackie was laughing and clapping. Frank called out to her before a swing of the bat glanced against his forehead and everything blurred into watery colours. Florence was yelling, begging him to help her. The man with the bat stood over Frank and laughed, snatching his bag from the ground. "Come on, let's go," said Bertram. "Leave him for the infected." The man kicked him in the stomach and returned to the van. Sprawling on the pavement, Frank watched the van drive down the road. The ground was cold underneath him. A strangled sob escaped his mouth. He had let down Florence. His daughter was dead. Emily, Florence, Emily, Florence. Both of them were gone, and it was his fault. It was his fault he had lost them. Somewhere, maybe far away or nearby, the infected were screaming. The sounds of monsters gathering for a hunt. Frank passed out. Chapter 42. Faces formed around him, shifting out of the darkness like pale stains seeping through black cloth. Loved ones and old friends alike came to him, and Catherine smiled, but there was something wrong with her face. Something wrong with her mouth and how it opened to tempt him with its slick tongue. Her breath was the stench of spoiled meat and digestive juices, bile and rot, and all things torn from quivering bodies. He saw Ralph, Magnus, and Joel. They were charred skeletal corpses with heat-whitened eyes and ivory grins. Their bones clicked as they shuffled their limbs to welcome him. He saw Caitlin, the woman he'd abandoned to the infected. She was now a monster, all glistening spikes of black bone and snapping mouths. He saw David Pulver stuffing bits of his children into his mouth. He saw Corporal Guppy and his lads. They were all dead, piled atop one another, flies droning around them and rats squirming between their decomposing bodies, chewing and gnawing on their soft meat. Then he saw Emily, his dead daughter. But she was alive here. She slowly assumed the shape of Florence. They were the same, both of his girls. They came to him as shivering forms and embraced him, burying their sharp mouths into his tender stomach. They loved him, and he loved them back. He loved his girls. A white room. Catherine was sitting next to him. Plastic chairs creaked with every movement, metal legs scraping on the floor. The smell of strong disinfectant and rubber gloves was all around them. Catherine cried as Frank held her. He was crying too. Emily was a withered body under white sheets, riddled with tubes and tumours, her heartbeat measured by the monitor beside her bed. Her hair had fallen out. 10 years old and as pale as the room she would die in. Dark shadows under her eyes. She had faded into a paper-thin form of skin and bone, like a rag doll with a little girl's face. The drugs kept her in oblivion, and it was better this way. She would slip away and wouldn't even know. They whispered their daughter's name. The beeping of the heart monitor stopped and became an uninterrupted wail. Frank's eyes snapped open, and his head throbbed with each heartbeat. Dark shapes appeared over him. The infected. Cold hands flailed at his arms and legs. One of the infected said his name, a voice he recognized.
"Frank, are you okay?"
The faces of Ralph, Magnus, and Joel manifested into clarity, looking down at him with concerned expressions.
"Ghosts," Frank muttered. "Lots of ghosts."
His mouth was dry, his gums tender, and his jaw felt bruised and sore. He raised one hand to a lump on his forehead and winced, then threw up on Ralph's shoes. He spat bile, stringy saliva, and the undigested dregs of that morning's breakfast.
"Charming," said the ghost of Ralph. "Ain't seen you in ages, and all you can do is puke on my best trainers."
"Sorry," Frank slurred, forgetting what he was sorry for.
"Is he okay?"
the ghost of Joel said.
"I thought he was dead."
"Broken bones?" The ghost of Magnus looked into Frank's face. "Are you okay? What happened to you?"
"Looks like he got in a fight,"
Ralph said.
"And lost it."
Joel's face was loose, like a poorly made mask.
"Let's get him off the street."
"The monster's nearby," said Magnus. "He's following us." Frank smiled at his dead friends as Ralph and Magnus hoisted him to his feet. The street around him was a spinning carousel. His bones felt brittle, his skin so tight over them it might split if he was moved too quickly.
"Hurry up,"
Joel said.
"It's coming."
They dragged him down the street and climbed aboard an abandoned bus. Frank's eyes bulged at the dead driver sagging over the steering wheel. The man's uniform was straining at his swollen body.
"I used to ride the bus to school," said Frank.
"We all did, mate," said Ralph. "Good old days." He swooned. The world dimmed, and he was lost in the darkness. Frank came to on a seat near the back of the bus and cringed at the stink of piss and vomit mixed with the peculiar musk of public transport. It birthed images of sagging pensioners, grey-faced women, and chavs scowling at thin air. Ralph held him down. He shook his head and put his finger to Frank's mouth. On the other side of the aisle, Magnus and Joel cowered behind a seat. Something creaked at the front of the bus. Something had joined them. Frank peered around the side of the seat in front of him and looked down the aisle. At the front of the bus was a naked man with mottled skin and spindly legs. The sound of his breath was a wet gurgle as he shuddered and twitched. Writhing tentacles burst from the sucking rent of his chest and stomach, dripping gelatinous fluids onto the floor. He turned his body towards the back of the bus. The tentacles were dotted with tiny suckers, and at the center of the tentacles was a human face, grey and anguished, pulled tight across angles of bone. Frank watched as the face opened like a fleshy flower to reveal a circular pink maw rimmed with tiny sharp teeth, within which a whip-like red tongue squirmed and pulsed. Frank felt his legs go weak. The man-creature turned away and appraised the dead driver. Its tentacles latched onto the man's back and dragged his bulk from the seat, pulling him towards its red tongue. The dead man's head vanished within the clutch of tentacles. His body jerked, trembling to the sounds of grinding and scraping. The creature hauled the body outside and dragged it away. The men regarded one another, and they were silent. Chapter 43. They stayed on the bus.
"I thought you were ghosts," said Frank. "I thought you were all dead. Fuck, I can't tell you how pleased I am to see you all."
There had been much backslapping and hugging earlier. The camaraderie was a lift to his spirits, and for the first time in a while he felt some hope. He checked for his inhaler in his pocket and was relieved to find it there with Joel's wallet, which he handed over to his friend. Joel nodded and thanked him. He tried not to think about what those men would do to Florence, but when the horrible images of abuse formed in his mind, it was all he could do not to cry for the girl. "What happened to you?" he asked his mates. "What happened to you?" said Ralph. Freckles of dried blood dotted his face. "You abandoned us and left us in that house with the freaks in the attic." "You shouldn't have left us," Joel muttered. "I'm sorry." Magnus looked at him. "What happened?" Frank recounted the events up to when they found him on the pavement outside. They were silent as he told them of the last 2 days, about finding Florence and rescuing her from Wishford. "Fucking hell," said Magnus. "This is insane." Anger flared in Ralph's eyes. "That poor girl. She survives all of that carnage just to be abducted by some perverts in a van." Magnus cleaned his glasses. "Monsters everywhere." "A plague," Joel said. "It's almost biblical." Ralph snorted. "Let's not start that nonsense. It's a virus, not the wrath of God." "How is it transmitted? Bites, blood and saliva? If it's airborne, we're all fucked," said Magnus. No one spoke for a moment. Ralph scratched himself. "You're lucky to be alive, Frank. I wish you didn't try to save every person who needs help. We need to look after ourselves, not other people. I told you that before you left us. You should listen to me." Frank glared at his friend. "Yes, I know. But you don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've seen. I had to kill a man who was eating his dead family. I've watched people get slaughtered by monsters. Florence lost her parents to the infected, saw them die. So I had to take care of her. I tried to protect her, but I failed. Don't talk down to me, Ralph, because we've all made bad decisions and done things in the last day that we regret. So why don't you just back off for once?" Ralph held eye contact with Frank, but the hostility was gone from his face. He exhaled through a clenched jaw. "Okay, I'm sorry. You've got some bollocks, I'll give you that. I didn't mean to—" "Don't worry about it," Frank said. "Doesn't matter now." "Kiss and make up, lads," said Magnus, grinning. Frank shook his head, while Ralph grunted and looked away. He was holding the flare gun Frank had found. "Be careful with that," said Frank. He tapped the flare gun against his forehead and winked. Frank appraised his friends. They were exhausted and stressed, hunted and haunted. Pale faces and red-rimmed eyes. He wondered what terrible things they had seen. Ralph appeared to be coping better than Joel and Magnus, although he had a rasping cough, and his thickening beard made his face seem heavy and spade-like. There was a white plastic bag bulging on his lap. "What's in the bag?" asked Frank. Ralph put the bag on the floor. "Not much. Things we've scavenged on the way here. A torch, a bottle of water, a packet of painkillers and some biscuits. Better than nothing, I suppose." "Yeah, very true." Joel was rubbing the left side of his jaw, a nervous tic that Frank recognized. There was something shiny in his other hand, which was clenched into a fist. He noticed Frank looking and moved his hand out of sight. Magnus was trembling and blinking his eyes. He looked ready to drop. His jacket was torn and there were stains on his trousers. In the distance, something roared. Ralph moved to the front of the bus and shut the doors. The wind murmured on the street outside. "We managed to get out of Wishford." Ralph looked at Frank, his face caught in shadow as the daylight waned. He told him about the attack on the rescue centre. "We were lucky," Magnus said. "How did you escape?" Frank sat on one of the seats, sipping from a water bottle. "We hid in the kitchen, in a pantry-like room where they stored food, and barricaded the door. The infected didn't find us. We waited, listening to the screams. Then everything went silent. Eventually we crept out. There were only a few infected remaining at the school. The rest must have left in search of more victims. We managed to sneak outside and down the street. People were fleeing the town. We were running across the fields outside Horsham when the bombs hit. Still can't believe they firebombed the place." "Things are bad, if that's the government's solution to the plague," said Joel. Magnus scratched at his cheek. "But to firebomb a town on British soil? This isn't the fucking Blitz." "There wasn't a choice," Frank told them. "The town was overrun, the infected were everywhere. And that enormous thing in the sky," Magnus said. "We all saw it." "What do you think it was?" "It was alive. It wasn't a ship or a craft, it was organic." "We don't know that," said Ralph. "It could have been anything." Joel nodded. "Yeah, Ralph's right." "It was like a god," muttered Magnus. "It can't be a god," said Joel with some impatience. He went to say something else, but stopped himself and simply shook his head. He looked sick. "It doesn't matter," Ralph said. "We have to worry about the things down here with us." No one spoke for a while. It was almost full dark outside. They were 4 huddled, darkening forms amongst the stinking seats. "It's happened to the entire country," said Joel. Ralph looked out the window. "Seems that way, from what we've heard." Magnus's voice was hoarse and tired. "You reckon it's global?" No one answered at first. Then Ralph spoke. "That doesn't concern us at the moment, lads. We have to get home before we start worrying about the rest of the world. They don't care about us. Fuck 'em for now. This is England." Joel regarded Frank with melancholy eyes. "I'm sorry about Florence. Even when everything's falling apart, people are still bastards." Ralph's face soured and he sucked on his teeth. "Wish we could catch the men who took her. I'd cut off their bollocks if I got my hands on 'em." "She's gone," said Frank. His acceptance that he'd never see Florence again shamed him. He had lost her just like he had lost his daughter, and he should have been searching for her. But the men would be far away by now, and monsters waited for him out in the dark. Chapter 44. Joel woke to the sound of helicopters flying over the village. He rubbed his eyes and yawned into his hand, a gradual increase in light as dawn broke outside. There was too much grey in the world, and it depressed him. "The country is dying," he thought absently. He checked to make sure his small crucifix was in his pocket. He couldn't see the helicopters, but the air trembled with their presence, as though they were flying close to the rooftops, and by the time he rose from his seat, they were gone. He looked at the other men. Magnus muttered something under his breath. Ralph's mouth hung open towards the roof, catching dust. He smiled at Frank, relieved that his friend was alive. They were all together again, and it gave him some hope. He felt something like love for his mates. After checking his phone, which was almost dead, Joel ate a biscuit and looked out at the street, to the side of the bus. His heart winced when he thought of Anya, and the desperation to return to her was almost overwhelming. He stretched the muscles in his face and cleared his throat, wetted his mouth with short sips of lukewarm water from the only bottle in the plastic bag. It was comforting to savour the quiet before the others woke. The village outside was a dead place, and only the birds in the trees lining the street broke the morning silence. Grimacing at the stiffness in his limbs, Joel sat down and wondered what sights he would see today. He took the photo of himself and Anya from his wallet and smiled at it, then put it back in the wallet, which he then returned to his pocket. The infected appeared in the street soon afterwards. He ducked down in the aisle and froze, his heartbeat filling his head. Breathing slowly, he peered through the window on the right side of the bus. The infected came prowling amidst the abandoned cars. He did a quick count. 14 of them, with jutting, twitching limbs held close to their bodies. Their vivid eyes leaked fluids. How could God allow such things to exist? Were they his creations? Was the plague demonic in nature? And if his fears were true, did that mean the devil was roaming the land? One of the infected, a young boy, was limping at the back of the pack, making an awful, slow mewling. Joel's heart broke at the sight of him. The boy crouched over a scrap of bloody clothing on the road and picked it up, holding it to his face and taking deep breaths. Joel watched him, amazed and horrified. Was the boy a demon, unholy and damned? Some of the pack scratched and scraped their fingernails on the side of the bus. Joel shivered as the fillings in his teeth tingled. He stepped down the aisle, watching the infected move along the road, and stopped near the front of the bus, waiting for the pack to leave. Moments later, the infected moved away, and Joel slumped on a seat. Behind him, the others were waking up. Ralph found a Ford Fiesta with its keys in the footwell. There was a small torch in the glove compartment, which they added to the one already in the plastic bag. The car had a quarter tank of petrol. Ralph volunteered to drive. Joel sat in the front with him. Magnus and Frank were in the back. Frank seemed to be recovering from his beating yesterday, but he was bruised and kept wincing whenever he moved too quickly. He talked about the girl he'd travelled with. He talked about her a lot. They left Broadbridge Heath just before 8. No sign of the infected Joel had seen earlier. No sign of anyone. "What's the plan?" asked Magnus. Ralph eased the car around a pothole in the road. "We're going home, that's the plan." "Sounds too easy." "It won't be. We've been lucky so far. Our luck won't last." "Nothing like thinking positively," said Joel. They travelled through other villages and hamlets. Lone infected lurked outside houses, staring at the cars it passed. Scores of crashed and abandoned vehicles lined the roads. A Dynarod van had been tipped onto its side, and its driver, a heavy-set man with long hair, was lying nearby, gutted and spilled open. Farther on, A tractor had slammed through a fence and into a tree. Ralph stopped the car by an abandoned grocer's van. The men stared at the pool of oranges that had spilled from the open back doors, from which two women with soot-streaked faces were filling plastic bags. They mouthed insults and threats at the men while revealing the knives tucked into their tracksuit bottoms. Ralph drove on. People were travelling across fields, either alone or in small groups. Refugees. Others walked the roads. Ralph beeped the horn at them when they blocked the way. Men glared and swore at him. An old woman with a bloodied nose put one palm against the window and begged them to take her with them. Ralph stared straight ahead. "We're not stopping. We're not stopping for anybody." "Where are they going?" said Magnus. "Anywhere that's safe. They're heading west," said Frank. "Like us." Two men were fighting by the side of the road, swapping punches while a young woman encouraged them, waving her hands and shouting. She looked feverish, almost gleeful. The other people kept their heads down and ignored them. Approaching the village of Slinford, the number of refugees lessened until the road was empty again and clear of abandoned vehicles. The car's petrol tank ran empty and shuddered to a halt. "Looks like we're walking," said Ralph. Joel was holding his stomach. "I don't feel too good." They left the car behind. Chapter 45. Frank's legs were throbbing with pain, and the rest of his body ached in sympathy. He felt used up. Tender bruises ailed him. Guilt and shame made his stomach boil when he thought of Florence. He popped 2 painkillers with a sip of water and ignored the grinding of his joints. The men weren't even halfway home. 2 miles outside the village, Joel vomited onto the grass verge, doubling over and retching until he cried and his eyes were red-ringed and sore. He spat by his feet. Magnus stepped towards him. "Are you okay, mate?" Joel wiped his mouth. "Feel like shit." "Did you get bitten or scratched by one of the infected?" Ralph asked. "You're asking me if I've got the plague. What the fuck is wrong with you?" Ralph was unmoved. "Don't take it personally." "Don't take it personally? You think I'm going to turn into one of those monsters?" "I didn't say that, I just wanted to make sure." "Piss off." Magnus fidgeted with his hands. "Were you bitten or scratched, though, Joel?" Joel shook his head. "No, I wasn't. I'm fine." "Okay," said Ralph. "Do you still feel sick?" "No." "Good. Let's keep moving. We need to get to Slinford before it gets dark." "We've got hours yet," said Magnus. "I know, but we're walking. Think about it, genius. I don't want to be caught in the open when night falls." "I suppose you're right." Frank looked around the fields. He imagined the infected pouring out of the dark to swarm them. 1 mile later, they rounded a bend and stopped, staring down the road, none of them saying a word. There was thunder in the distance. Frank felt it inside his head. He rubbed his eyes. "What the fuck?" said Magnus. His voice was a tired whine. "Kids," said Joel. 50 yards away, a group of children were standing in the center of a crossroads, their faces turned towards the grey clouds. Eyes open, mouths shut tight like they were keeping a secret only they should know. 6 boys and 3 girls clad in dirty clothes, barefoot and ragged, with dried blood around their mouths. One of the boys was wearing only a pair of soiled pants and socks. "They're infected," Ralph said. "Why haven't they attacked us yet?" "Something else has their attention," Frank replied as he took a few steps forward. He had a horrible feeling that Florence was among them, but there was no sign of her unmistakable red hair. The children were twiddling their fingers by their sides. The air thickened, almost electric, like the silent moments before a thunderstorm. "What are they doing?" Joel said. "What are they staring at?" "The things in the sky," said Magnus. "Like what we saw back in Horsham. The thing that drifted over the school. Those things are up in the clouds right now." "You can't be sure of that. How do you know?" "What else could it be?" said Ralph. Joel swallowed, took a deep breath, and looked ready to be sick again. "I remember when we were little, and we used to go on walks across the fields to stop and sit down and eat our packed lunches. I would lie on the grass and look up at the sky when there were no clouds, and there was just blue. It used to make me feel weird, dizzy almost, and small. I used to think the world would suddenly turn upside down, and I would drop into that blue sky and keep on falling." "I remember you freaking out once," said Ralph, "crying because you were worried you'd fall into space. I took the piss out of you for weeks afterwards." "I was only 8 years old. Cheers for that." Magnus shifted his feet. "Will they attack us if we get too close?" "Let's just go through them," said Ralph. "What? Are you mental?" "Why not? They'll either ignore us or they won't. What if they don't ignore us?" Ralph tapped the flare gun against his leg. "Then we'll sort it out." "Ralph is right, unfortunately," said Frank. "What choice do we have?" "Are you prepared to kill a child?" said Joel. "Even if it's infected, could any of you live with that?" "Could you?" said Ralph. "You might have to before we get home." "Not if I can help it." "If you want to stay alive, you will." "Stop arguing," said Magnus. "This isn't the time." Joel and Ralph glared at each other. Joel was the first to look away. "Do you hear that?" Magnus continued. "Hear what?" Joel said. "Vehicles. Engines." Several military vehicles were approaching the crossroads from the north. A patrol vehicle headed the convoy, followed by armoured trucks with mounted machine guns. "Hide," said Ralph. Frank turned to him. "Why hide from the army? They can help us." Ralph grabbed Frank, pushed him to the roadside. Magnus and Joel stumbled after them. The men hid in a soggy ditch overgrown with grass and stinging nettles. It stank of stagnant water. "I've got a bad feeling," Ralph muttered. "Keep your heads down." "This is insane," said Frank. Ralph glared at him. "Just wait." Frank peered over the top of the ditch. A nettle stung his hand. The army convoy stopped near the children, and several soldiers emerged from one of the trucks. The children continued to stare at the sky. "Maybe the soldiers will put them in one of the trucks," said Magnus. He chewed on the inside of his mouth. "Maybe they'll take the kids to some sort of sanctuary." No one answered. Frank watched the soldiers gather in line behind the children. One of the soldiers was shouting, but Frank couldn't tell what he was saying. Still no reaction from the children. "Don't look," said Ralph.
But Frank looked, as did the others. His eyes felt hot and stinging. He didn't want to watch, but couldn't stop himself. The soldiers raised their rifles and took aim. The children stared at the sky. The soldiers opened fire, and the children fell. They would never look at the sky again. Chapter 46. Joel clutched his stomach. I need to stop. Come on, said Ralph. We're almost at the village. It's getting dark. Darker than it should be, Magnus offered. Joel darted to the side of the road, bent over and vomited onto the grass. Magnus went to him and patted between his shoulder blades. Take it easy, mate. Take it easy. Ralph shook his head and snorted. After Joel finished vomiting, he stepped back onto the road, ignoring Ralph. Coughing and spitting, he wiped gobs of spit and mucus from his facial hair. You okay, Joel? Said Frank. They killed those children. The children were infected, said Ralph. The soldiers didn't have a choice. Why did you make us hide? Frank remembered walking past the pile of bodies the soldiers had made. He had felt voyeuristic and disrespectful looking at the small corpses. How do you think the soldiers would have reacted to us witnessing them kill a bunch of kids? Do you think they would have let us go on our merry fucking way? They would have shot us. Shot us, said Joel. Our own army wouldn't shoot us. We're not infected. They're on our side. They're supposed to help us. They wouldn't let that sort of thing get out. They would have shot us and dumped our bodies with the children. No one would ever have found out. Take your head out of your arse for a minute. Don't insult me. Fuck off. Ralph stepped towards him. Frank and Magnus moved between them, and Frank put his hands on Ralph's shoulders. Calm down, mate. Count to 10 or something. There's no need for this. He glared at Frank, cracking his knuckles. Then his face cleared, his body loosened, and he nodded, suddenly ashamed. Sorry, he muttered. It's okay. Frank turned. Are you okay, Joel? Joel nodded, but didn't look at Ralph. They walked onwards. The men entered the village as dusk fell, and walked up the high street of dark houses and shadowed windows. No birdsong or animal sounds, no signs of life in the area. They passed a Range Rover lying on its roof and stepped around the shapes of dried blood on the road. A pair of polished shoes had been left by the edge of the pavement as though someone would return to collect them. There was a strange smell in the air, faint but noticeable, a chemical taint that Frank associated with public swimming pools and cupboards full of cleaning agents. Dead birds littered the ground, blackbirds, sparrows and crows, black eyes and beaks of yellow or grey. Dark feathers fluttered in the breeze. Magnus's mouth fell open when he saw them. Another ghost town, said Ralph, switching on his torch and lighting up the shop doorways he passed. Where is everyone? Frank asked. No idea. There they are. Joel nodded towards the end of the street, where a pile of bodies filled the road. His shoulders slumped, and he let out a shuddering sob. They walked to the corpse heap. No one spoke. Joel was over 6 feet tall, but the pile of remains towered over him. The men were swallowed by its shadow. Frank looked down at the dried-out bodies. Many of them had died reaching for something. Dozens of slack faces and entwined limbs. Glazed, bulging eyes
and mouths frozen in their last screams. Some of them had died raking their fingers on the road. Fluids had leaked from their mouths, eyes, and ears, drying into dark stains. Frank watched a beetle crawl over a woman's face and into her mouth. To think that Florence was among the dead here almost floored him. He didn't know if he could come back from seeing her within the tapestry of stiff limbs and waxen expressions. Not again. Not after losing Emily. There were even dead dogs and cats within the pile, pets with collars and name tags. Frank shivered with revulsion and sadness. A pool of darkness formed in his stomach, and he wanted to cry at all of the pointless death before him.
"These people weren't infected when they died," said Ralph.
Magnus stepped back from the corpses. "I can't see any bullet wounds, no sign of infection. None of them were shot. How long have they been dead?"
"Can't have been long," Frank said.
Ralph folded his arms.
"I think it was chemical weapons that did this. Some kind of nerve agent, maybe. Who knows what the army and the government have got tucked away waiting to be used? More shit than we'll ever know about."
"It gets worse and worse," said Magnus. Frank's great-granddad, Joseph Hooper, had fought at the Somme and Passchendaele during the First World War. He'd survived the conflict, but died before Frank was born. According to Frank's father, he'd never said much about his time in the trenches. But it wasn't hard to imagine the hell of France and Belgium back then. Gas attacks, mud and slaughter. Men choking and clawing at their throats as they died in agony. Frank wiped his sweat-soaked face. His throat had dried and closed up. He thought he heard someone crying far away, a sound echoing down the empty streets, but it wasn't real. He looked at his shaking hands.
"So the army killed these people and piled them here?" asked Magnus.
"Looks like it," Frank said. Joel clutched something unseen in one hand.
"Maybe it wasn't the army. Who else would have done this?"
"The things in the sky, maybe," said Magnus, and the other men looked at him.
"How bad are things going to get?"
Joel said. His face was sagging and forlorn. "All this death. Are we in danger here?" Ralph glanced back at the bodies.
"In danger from what?"
"Whatever killed these people. If we've been contaminated, it's too late now. And if there was still a danger, we'd already be dead." "I admire your confidence," said Magnus. Ralph regarded the sky.
"We should find somewhere to spend the night. Just because there's no infected here at the moment doesn't mean they won't pass through."
Frank turned away from the pile of bodies.
"Agreed."
"We can't stay in this village," Joel said. Ralph looked at him.
"Why not?"
"It doesn't seem right."
"We'll find a house at the other end of the village," said Frank. "It'll be okay, Joel."
Joel ignored him. Magnus had covered his nose and mouth with one hand.
"I hope there aren't more bodies. I'm sick of seeing bodies."
Ralph picked something from his teeth and flicked it away.
"Doesn't matter. Bodies are just bodies. It's all just meat."
Chapter 47. The men found an empty house and made it their own for the night. Ralph secured the doors and closed the curtains. They made sure to check the attic. Joel removed the family photos from the walls and formed them into a pile in the corner. No one questioned his motives. They knew why, and they were grateful. They gathered around Frank's map in the living room. Ralph had lit a candle he'd found in a drawer, confident that the curtains would hide the light from outside. They ate a sparse meal of cold hot dogs and baked beans from tins liberated from the kitchen cupboard. Ralph found a bottle of cheap whiskey and handed it around. Frank drank, and the alcohol warmed his insides, numbed the edges, and made it easier to think about Florence. Joel hardly touched his food, and eventually he lay on the floor in silence, sipping from a bottle of water and staring at the ceiling. Ralph ate the rest of his share. "All we seem to do is hide in other people's houses," said Magnus. "Dead people's houses." Ralph took a shot of whiskey. The candlelight made his face flicker with shadow as he regarded Frank. "I thought we lost you, mate. I thought you were dead." Frank winced as his spine clicked. "I'm sorry for leaving, lads. I won't go out there on my own again." "Good to hear. Can't have you leaving me with Magnus and Joel. It's a nasty job trying to keep them from kissing and cuddling every 5 minutes. The 3 men laughed. Joel remained unmoving. Their laughter cut out. The men looked at the floor as though ashamed of themselves. To Frank, it felt strange and even offensive to laugh after what they'd seen today. He took a large swig of his drink, and it burned his throat. His head went a little fuzzy as he studied the map before him. He'd folded it into a small rectangle that showed southern England. He placed his finger on a spot on the map. "We're here, Slinford, you see." Magnus and Ralph nodded. Frank ran his finger westwards along the map. "And these are Loxwood, Ansteadbrook, Hazelmoor, Borden, various towns and villages." "I wonder what we'll find in them," said Magnus. He didn't look optimistic as he put down his empty glass. "I was supposed to take Florence to meet her aunt and uncle in Borden. I promised her." "It wasn't your fault she was taken," said Ralph. "I still feel like shit." "We all do, mate. It's the end of the fucking world." "She's gone," Magnus said. "There's nothing we can do about that now." Frank downed the rest of his glass, then looked at Ralph. "Refill, please." "Good idea." Magnus gave a wan smile. Ralph nodded, replenishing their glasses and his own. They drank and studied the map again. Frank said, "We'll skirt the northern edge of the South Downs National Park, avoiding Farnham, Basingstoke and Winchester. The next big population centre will be Salisbury." Ralph sucked on his teeth. "The army might have razed Salisbury to the ground." Magnus looked shocked. "Would the government do that?" "I don't think they will," said Frank. "Guppy told me that the army is regrouping in Salisbury." "Why in Salisbury?" asked Ralph. "Because all the main roads go through there. He also said they were transporting refugees by train out of the city. Salisbury is important to the government and the army. They won't want to lose it to the infected. It's probably a fucking battleground by now." "Let's worry about that when we get there. We might not even get that far." Ralph grunted. "I'm impressed. You sound as pessimistic as me." "I've had a few bad days," Frank said without humour. "We all have." He was struggling to hold it all together, and it wouldn't take much for him to fall apart. But that was true for all of them, he supposed. He glanced at Joel and wondered what his friend was thinking. "We could go around Salisbury," said Ralph. "Avoid it completely." "That's a possibility, but it would take much longer. I want to get home as soon as possible, and maybe we can catch a ride on a train, if we're lucky." Ralph and Magnus nodded. Frank folded the map and put it away. "We'll try to find a car in the morning. Maybe something that has enough petrol to take us further than 20 miles this time," Magnus said. Frank noticed Ralph looking at him with a barely disguised expression of pity and concern. "What's wrong?" Ralph's face softened, and he turned his head away. "Nothing, mate. Just making sure you're okay." "I'm fine." "Good. Okay." Chapter 48. Just before midnight, Frank was in the kitchen, staring out at the darkness. The clouds receded to reveal the moon all stark and clear and pale in the starlit desolation of planets, suns, and everything in between. Burning constellations stretched into infinity and declared him as insignificant as the dead insects on the windowsill. He rubbed his face, and when his hand came away damp, he realized he was crying. A burst of white light, some kind of military ordnance, appeared low in the far-off sky, past the back garden and the fields beyond. "War," he whispered. The four men watched from the back garden, passing the whiskey back and forth until it was dry. The distant horizon was lit up by tracer rounds and muzzle flashes, followed by the crack of gunfire and booms of detonations. "I watched a documentary last week," said Ralph. "It was about World War II, old footage of battles and nighttime skirmishes. It was like this." "Last week seems like years ago," Frank replied. Joel took a sip of whiskey and grimaced. "I remember watching the invasion of Iraq. The night vision shots of Baghdad being bombed." His voice trailed off. Silence fell upon them. Nothing else to say. Magnus asked, "Do you think we're winning?" Frank woke a few hours later on the living room floor. The others were asleep. The sound of engines approached outside. He stood and pulled aside the curtain over the living room window and looked onto the street. Beyond the other silent houses, headlights were coming up the road, and moments later a convoy of civilian vehicles passed through the street. Frank counted 15 as they went past, cars, trucks, and minibuses full of people. Refugees. Survivors. He didn't go outside to stop them, scared to leave his hiding place. The convoy passed out of sight. "Where are you going?" he whispered, before returning to the floor and going back to sleep. They left the house at first light. A cold breeze pushed them onward. Below, clouds the color of concrete and oil smoke. The crackle of gunfire rose in the south. Frank found a battered and ugly Volvo. It took 4 attempts to start the engine, and when it did, it spluttered into a gargled cough of fumes and oil stink. Fighter jets sliced the sky overhead. The men left Slinford and its dead behind. Magnus drove. Joel seemed to have recovered slightly. He had eaten the remaining 4 biscuits from the plastic bag. He still looked pale, but that could have been the morning light casting his skin in shades of ivory and chalk. There were wrecks on the roads, shattered glass and crumpled metal, collisions of accidents from days ago, when the outbreak had first hit. Magnus lowered the car to maneuver around them, careful not to puncture the tires on broken glass. They passed a car transport truck that had ploughed through a wooden fence and into a field, shedding much of its load of brand-new cars, which were now scattered like a child's neglected toys. The truck was on its side and would stay there for a long time, maybe years. maybe for good. They passed a few groups of refugees on the road, but with Ralph's insistence, they ignored their pleas for help. Frank looked back at the people struggling with injuries and children and felt a stab of guilt. These people, lame and shuffling along the road, would be prey for the infected. He kept thinking of Florence. His shame and guilt at losing her was strong and potent in his blood. Then he saw something that quickened his heart and turned his mouth dry. "Slow down," he said. "It's just another wreck," said Ralph. "No, it's not. Pull over." Magnus protested, but stopped the car. "The white van. That's the van they took Florence in." Ralph eyed him doubtfully. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Frank was out of the car and approaching the crashed van. He stopped and stood away from it, clutching his axe in one hand. As he suffered a rush of blood to his head, he swayed, trying to ignore the dull pain in his muscles. The van lay on its side against a sloped grass embankment topped by several trees. The driver's door was open. "Florence?" he whispered. He opened the back doors of the van and stepped back. His eyes were wide and stinging. "Frank, you dickhead!" Ralph shouted. Frank slumped. The back of the van was empty except for dirty blankets piled to one side and empty tins of baked beans scattered on the floor. A stink of sweat and grease wafted towards him. There was no sign of Florence. Ralph stood behind Frank. "What the fuck are you doing, mate?" "She was here." "Who? The girl?" "Her name is Florence." Frank turned and barged past Ralph. There was some blood on the road, a scrap of clothing. Tire marks burned into the tarmac. "Looks like they hit something," said Joel. In the grime and dirt on the side of the van was a small handprint with its fingers splayed apart. A little girl's hand. Frank traced a finger around it, then went to the cab, which was empty. The windscreen was cracked. Splotches of blood stained the driver's seat. The others were standing at the front of the van. "There's blood on the bumper and number plate," said Ralph. He touched the bonnet. "Engine's still warm." "Where did they go?" Magnus asked. Joel looked at the blood on the road. "What did they hit?" "There," said Ralph, pointing down the road. Someone was lying on the embankment, 10 yards away. Ralph raised the flare gun and walked towards the prone shape. The others followed. Roadkill. Lovely. The woman was a broken jumble of twisted limbs. The van had thrown her this far. Skin hung in tatters from her bare legs. Her right foot was turned the wrong way. When the men gathered around her, she gulped a breath of air and fixed what remained of her face upon them. Her chest rose and fell spasmodically. She reached her left hand towards them, as if imploring them for help, but there was hunger in her eyes, and the hiss from her throat was inhuman. From somewhere nearby rose the shrieks and wails of the infected. The woman listened to them, her body shaking, and she screamed in reply. The men flinched and stepped away. "Fuck this," said Ralph. "Let's go." Magnus stared at the woman. "What about her?" "Forget her." "Florence," Frank said, raising his voice, hoping she was in the area. Fragile hope bloomed inside him. "Shut up," Ralph told him. "Florence!" "Shut up!" Ralph grabbed hold of Frank. "Where is she?" Frank was close to tears, staring into his friend's face. "Where did they take her?" "She's gone, mate. She's gone." "Ralph's right," said Magnus. There was something small and white in the grass, half hidden amongst dandelions and daisies. Frank recognized it. He broke from Ralph's grip and picked it up. "What is it?" Magnus asked. Frank turned the golf ball around in his hand. He imagined her holding it, terrified and alone, in the back of the van. The smiley face grinned, mocking him. "I gave this to her, to cheer her up." The others looked at him. Frank stared down the road. "I think she's still alive. They couldn't have gone far." "Fair enough," said Ralph. He took the axe from Frank's hand and walked over to the infected woman. She was making a low mewling sound, like a dying cat. He ended her suffering. "I'm driving," said Frank. Chapter 49. Frank stopped the car 2 miles later. An infected man and woman had pinned Mackie and were peeling him like soft fruit in the middle of the road. "He's one of the men who took Florence." The infected had torn away Mackie's clothes, which lay strewn around, ripped and bloody. Their mouths snapped at the man's body, picking away bits of him. He was still alive. The infected glared at the car, distracted for a moment from Mackie's tender parts. His mouth was moving as he reached towards the car with a flayed arm. Then he was gathered up like a pile of wet rags and dragged from the road, to be pulled apart in the long grass and weeds. The last Frank saw of Mackie was his red hand trailing behind him. Frank stopped the car on a hill, looking down at the surrounding fields and roads. Ahead of them was the village of Lockswood. Ralph swept the area with the binoculars. The village appeared to be empty. Smoke stained every horizon. War upon the land. "I see something," Ralph said. "What is it?" "Not sure." Frank snatched the binoculars and looked to where Ralph was pointing. He saw a flash of movement among the fields, a brief sighting of something pink and small at the edge of the village. His body tightened. Adrenaline kicked in, dosing his blood. 3 figures were walking across a field towards Lockswood. Bertram, Florence, and the bastard in the balaclava. Both men were injured and hobbling. Bertram was holding a machete. The balaclava man corralled Florence along with his baseball bat. Her head was bowed, avoiding eye contact with the men. "It's them. It's Florence. We have to get down there before they reach the village and find a car." Ralph took the binoculars. "I see something else down there." "What's wrong?" said Magnus. When Ralph lowered the binoculars from his eyes, his face was severe and concerned. Frank grabbed the binoculars and his heart faltered. Some kind of creature, a pallid human-shaped form, was following Florence and the men. It flitted between trees and patches of grassland, just like a pale shadow. "Oh, fuck. What is that?" said Joel. Frank ran to the car. They reached the village minutes later. Frank stopped the car and they got out. A baseball bat, speckled with blood, had rolled to a stop by the curb. Frank led them as they followed a soft gurgling sound down the street. "Oh my God," said Joel when they walked around the corner. He put a hand to his face and touched his mouth. The creature was a travesty of sagging, corpse-white skin and wheezing breath. It held the fundamental shape of a human being, but its flesh and muscle was twisted and wrinkled. Tumors bulged under its skin, expanding and retracting as it breathed through a clenching, ruby-lipped mouth. It was hunched over, withered vestigial arms dangling from its body, as it steadily absorbed the man in the balaclava. The man's arms moved in spasms. His eyes opened. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. No words, just incoherent fear and terror. "Fuck," said Magnus. As they watched, the monster puffed out and expanded like a creeping growth, losing its human shape to a blueberry mass of mottled flesh that enveloped the man slowly, as if the creature were savouring the absorption of its prey. It was like a giant unshelled mollusk. Dozens of small yellow eyes opened on the creature's body, and prickly tendrils grew from its flanks. Sensing Frank and the others, their slick tips tasted the air like awful tongues. The man vanished beneath the monster. His muffled cries could be heard from underneath the creature's pulsing flesh. The creature seemed to swell and enlarge even more, until it was the size of a large car. The man screamed once as the creature's mass made several violent shudders, and there was a sucking, scouring sound. Ralph aimed the flare gun at the pulsing thing. His arm was steady, but he didn't fire, instead lowering the gun and shaking his head. No need to waste a flare. The creature made a moaning, pleasurable sound as Ralph realized he was fascinated by it and the other infected. He liked to watch wildlife documentaries, captivated by nature's cruelty and the dance between predator and prey. "Amazing," he said. The creature looked at Ralph with its many yellow eyes. Then it regarded the flare gun in his hand. It feared neither. He respected the infected. They held no pretensions or any delusions about what they were, unlike people. They were honest in their intentions to eat or infect you. They were what they were, and nothing else. No lies, hatred or ignorance. No prejudice. No evil. No humanity. The creature's protean mass began to diminish, deflating itself until it returned to its original size. The pulsing stopped, its eyes closed and its tendrils lowered to become slack and idle upon its tumorous mass. It had fed well, and now it would sleep. There was a cry of pain from beyond the creature. "Florence," said Frank. They left the creature to its gluttonous slumber and staggered down the street. They found Florence standing over Bertram's corpse, which slumped against the foot of a wall. His face was raw and wet, mutilated by a sharp edge. His right eye had been cut away. Florence turned to the men, holding Bertram's machete. The blade dripped red, blood on her face and arms. She was shaking, but seemed unhurt. Her eyes were shadowed with dull patches and appeared too large for her face. "He tried to take me away. He tried to touch me, so I took his knife and I—" "It's okay," Frank said. "Everything's all right." He knelt beside her, looked into her face, and smiled. Relief and horror flooded through him. "Did they hurt you?" She shook her head. Frank took the machete from her and dropped it on the ground. Behind him, the others were staring at Florence, their mouths open. They said nothing. "You came back for me," she said. "I would never leave you." She began to cry, and she wrapped her arms around Frank's neck and hugged him, staining him with Bertram's blood. He didn't care. He couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 50. They kept to the back roads while rain gathered in the heavy skies. Ralph stared out the window at a lone figure in the fields. It was a naked man, his hands clasped over his chest like he was uttering a plea upon the sodden earth. The man's stomach was distended and rippling, and suddenly it split into a vertical, slavering mouth lined with human teeth. The man fell to his knees. Ralph looked away. The girl sat between Ralph and Frank on the back seat. She was resting her head on Frank's chest. He had cleaned her face of Bertram's blood. At first, she had eyed Ralph, Magnus, and Joel with suspicion, but Frank had convinced her that they were the good guys, not bad men like those who had taken her. Frank had told her that they were going to look after her and keep her safe from the monsters. Frank caught Ralph's eye and nodded. He realized Frank cared deeply for the girl. Her resemblance to Frank's daughter Emily was uncanny. Frank hadn't mentioned that detail before, and because Florence and Emily were so similar, Ralph was concerned about how his friend was reacting to her presence. He had seen the change in Frank even before finding Florence in Lockswood. Emily died 2 years ago. A child's funeral was possibly the most heartbreaking thing in the world. Ralph had watched Frank and Catherine suffer for their loss, and although they eventually healed, it wasn't a full recovery. And never would it be. He looked at Frank. Frank was smiling. Some roads were strewn with wrecks and human remains. A milk tanker rested on its side across the width of one road. Milk had leaked and congealed to create a white gloop around the stricken vehicle. They had to reverse and take a side road that was no more than a muddy lane littered with broken tree branches and potholes. Away from the road, people stood around a burning house, staring at the flames. The sky turned black for a few hours, and when it rained, it was like something unworldly. It could have been magnificent in a different time. They passed lone travelers hitchhiking, and people packed into cars just as they were. Riders on motorbikes and bicycles. They passed Haslemere, Hindhead, and Liphook, finding few signs of life. Magnus shuddered as a dark mass bloomed inside him and stayed there like an itch he couldn't scratch. He wanted to forget a lot of things. He wanted to go home. When he saw a dead child face down by the road, he felt like crying. He kept his hands gripped onto the steering wheel so he couldn't see how badly they were shaking. Great flocks of the infected stained the land, hunting the refugees. Monsters and men. Dead livestock in the fields. They passed a crashed Boeing airliner in a field of rapeseed, a torn fuselage and scattered wreckage amongst the garish yellow. Rows of seats with their occupants still in them, handbags and shoes, spilled suitcases, discarded clothes fluttering on fences and hanging on tree branches. Sheets of paper and styrofoam cups drifted in the wind. More bodies pulverized and shredded, and some had come to rest hundreds of yards from the airliner. A severed human head was on the road. The infected picked through the remains, scavenging carrion. "My God," said Joel. Magnus was speechless. "Don't look," Frank told Florence. She asked, "Are we nearly in Borden?" "Yes, almost there." Chapter 51. Magnus stopped the car at the outskirts of Borden. A pizza delivery moped was lying nearby at the curb. Frank turned to Florence. "Where do your auntie and uncle live? Do you know where their house is?" The girl put her hand to her mouth and stared at the floor. "It's near the church, I think. It's a dead end where they live." "A dead end? A cul-de-sac?" said Ralph. Florence looked at Ralph, her face creasing. She spoke slowly while nodding. "Cul-de-sac," Frank said. "Do you know what road they live on? What's it called?" "Their house has a wall at the bottom of the front garden. The gate has a sign that says, 'Beware of the dog,' but they haven't got a dog." Ralph scratched his mouth. "Well, that narrows it down." "We'll find them, Florence," Frank said. Ralph looked at Frank and shook his head. "I hope they're okay," said Florence. "You don't think they're dead, do you?" Frank smiled at her. "It'll all be okay. Just you wait and see." The cul-de-sac comprised of 8 houses in a curved row, their windows dark and front doors closed. There were dried patches of dark fluid on the pavement, near a woman's high-heeled shoe. Magnus pulled up opposite one of the houses. "Is that it?" Frank asked Florence. "Is that the house?" A "Beware of the dog" sign hung on the gate. Beyond that, a wooden bird bath leaned to one side, encrusted with seeds and droppings. Florence nodded. The house was still and silent. It looked abandoned. The curtains were closed. "Let's go, then," said Frank. "Florence, you stay here with Magnus and Joel, okay?" "But I want to see my aunt and uncle." "You will, but I need to check it first." "Is it safe for us to wait here?" Magnus asked. "If you get any trouble, beep the horn." Magnus nodded but didn't look convinced. He glanced back at Ralph, his face drooping and weary. Ralph met his eyes, winked, and then slapped him on the arm. "We'll be back soon, darling." "Good luck, fellas," said Joel. He handed a torch each to Frank and Ralph, who both then exited the car. Ralph was holding the flare gun, while Frank hefted his axe, scanning the area around them. The world was silent. Ralph liked the silence. Frank opened the gate, and the 2 men stared up the stone pathway. Ralph gestured at the house. "What if they're still home and don't want visitors?" "What? What if Florence's uncle and aunt are armed to the teeth in there?" "They could be infected. That's what I meant by 'to the teeth,' idiot. So we'll just knock on the door and ask to come in?" "We'll see what happens." The lawn was a snooker table green. Gnomes watched them with dead eyes and wicked smiles, having a whale of a time. White beards and pointy hats. One of the gnomes was standing by the small pond, holding a fishing rod. Goldfish sucked tiny bugs from the water's surface. "Why are we here?" asked Ralph. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. I promised Florence I'd take her here so she'd stay with me. I have to show Florence that I'm here to look after her. It's the only way she'll trust me. You want her to stay with us, don't you?" Frank avoided Ralph's stare. "She's safer with us. We can look after her. She's not our responsibility." "Yes, she is. Her parents are dead. We can't just leave her. She won't survive without us." "Without you, you mean?" "What? I've seen how you look at her." "Shut up, Ralph. She's not Emily. She's not your daughter." "I know that. I'm not sure you do. I think your judgment is clouded by her resemblance to Emily. Stop saying her name. Emily's gone. Florence can't replace her." "Shut up," said Frank. "Please, shut up. I'm looking after you, mate. I don't know if Joel and Magnus have noticed it as well, but I'm sure they'd say the same as me." "You don't know anything." "I know more than you think." Florence can't replace Emily. Florence isn't your daughter. You can't be her surrogate father." Ralph turned away and looked through one of the windows, cupping his face. He could only see shadows and suggestions of dim shapes. Nothing moved. His breath bled from his mouth and fogged the glass. "I have to protect her," Frank said. "It's meant to be. What choice do we have?" Ralph stared at him. Frank met his stare and didn't flinch. "If her aunt and uncle are alive, do you promise to let Florence go with them?" Frank closed his eyes, opened them. "I promise." "Good. But part of me hopes we don't find them." "Fair enough. I figured that. But if we do, you let her go. I'll make you if I have to. Our only aim should be getting home, not babysitting some orphaned little girl. What else should I have done? Abandoned her? Left her to die? She's not our problem. You were never obliged to rescue her. We have to look after our own. You've risked your life to keep her safe. Catherine would have ended up a widow just because of your fucking morals." "I don't want to argue, Ralph. Florence is just a little girl. You should have left her to die." Frank gripped his axe tighter. Ralph stared back at him, then turned away and looked at the front door. "Do you want a knock?" Frank twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. He looked at his friend. "Ladies first." Ralph stepped through the doorway. Ralph held the flare gun and the torch, expecting something to leap at him from one of the rooms. The hallway was tidy, nothing out of place. Coats hanging on a rack above a pair of women's tennis shoes placed together. The paintings on the walls were mostly modern art, all weird shapes and bright colors. There was a small table in the hallway, topped with ceramic ornamental fairies, coins, and an opened packet of chewing gum. The stairway beckoned Ralph upstairs, but he followed Frank into the living room. Frank opened the curtains, the daylight revealing a beige carpet, cream-colored walls, and a three-piece suite. No bodies. A faint smell of air freshener. A painting of Niagara Falls above the fireplace. More photos of a man and a woman who looked to be in their 30s. They were hugging in each photo, and smiling. Lots of smiling. Ralph already disliked them. "Look here," said Frank. There was a photo of Florence and two adults, her parents. Frank stared at the photo until Ralph took it from him and replaced it on the mantelpiece. "Come on, let's check the rest of the house." Ralph pulled back the curtains in the kitchen. He wrinkled his nose at the smell of yeast and sweat. A man's clothes had been discarded on the floor. Blue t-shirt and khaki trousers, black socks and boxer shorts. "What do you think of that?" Frank crouched, prodding the white t-shirt with his axe. "Weird. That sums up the last few days. They're not torn, but it looks like they've been taken off in a hurry." "True. Do you smell that? As soon as I walked in here, it's like yeast." "That's what I thought. What is it?" "Nothing good." A side door led away from the kitchen and into dreamy shades of ash and darkness. "You want to go through that door, don't you?" said Ralph. Frank stood and looked at him. "You know, mate, you could just tell Florence that we couldn't find her aunt and uncle. Then she's all yours to look after." A flicker passed over Frank's face. Maybe he was considering it. "It would be easy, wouldn't it? But it wouldn't be right. We have to do this properly. You and your conscience. What do you think's through that door? Maybe a cellar?" Maybe. They switched on their torches. A set of steps led beneath the house. Frank went down first, and their torchlights revealed a damp cellar dripping moisture from its walls and a dirty stone floor stained with mold. Cardboard boxes and junk were piled in shadowed corners. A woman was sitting cross-legged with her back against the wall directly opposite them. Revealed in the torchlight, she raised her head, her eyes glazed and large inside the moon-like frailty of her face. Her greasy hair hung to her shoulders. She was naked, save for her underwear, and grinned at the men as they halted before her. Ralph recognized her from the photos. Florence's aunt. She let out a high-pitched giggle and wiped her mouth with the back of a veiny hand. The moist, pickling smell of fermentation filled the air. Both men said nothing, directing their torch beams around the cellar at the symbols and shapes carved into the wall above the woman's head. Strange eldritch sigils, crescents and nonsense shapes, curlicues and dagger-like triangles. Shapes without meaning, at least to Ralph. All of these symbols were contained within a carved sphere, filling most of the wall. And on the wall to the woman's left, there was something else. The men trained their torches upon it, taking a step backwards as they realized what they were looking at. "Fucking hell," said Ralph. Frank's mouth fell open. He was blinking quickly, as if doing so would erase the thing on the wall from existence. "Very soon," said the woman, her voice a whisper. It was like a fungus, a sack of pulsing fluids and blubber, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, fibrous and wet, the same color as a spider's nest, glistening in the light. Big enough to fit a man and attached to the wall by some sort of resin. Patches of it were transparent. Something moved inside it. Ralph stepped forward. "It's a chrysalis." "Careful," said Frank. Ralph shone his torch into the glistening sack, and it showed him a vague shape curled up within the briny juice of its amniotic fluid. Wetly encased in the sack's sallow skin was a head, a torso, and legs. The curved line of a jaw and a dreamy smile. Arms folded into its body, legs raised to its chest. Fetal. In the silence, Ralph thought he could hear a heartbeat that wasn't his own, muffled by the protective liquid enveloping it. "Open your eyes," he whispered to the thing. The sack's pulsing grew faster, reacting to his proximity. Ralph held out the torch until it was almost touching the sack, which gurgled like an upset stomach. The creature within flinched. "All flesh is useful," the woman said. Ralph turned to her. "What does that mean?" "You'll all be welcomed into the flesh. None of you shall go to waste. Every one of you. All the men, all the women, all the little children. All flesh is useful." Ralph stepped back alongside Frank. "What are you doing here?" Frank asked the woman. She looked at him with a secretive grin. "He's going to be a beautiful butterfly. I'm waiting for him to wake up. He'll wake up soon. Maybe today." "Who's in there?" "Her husband," said Ralph. "Florence's uncle." The woman's grin faltered. "Florence? I remember that name. A little girl. Part of my blood." "She's your niece," Frank said. "That's right," the woman replied. "I remember now. Is she here?" "She's outside." "Maybe you should bring her down here. She can be a beautiful butterfly as well." "That's not going to happen." "Maybe not now, but eventually." "Never." The woman laughed, baring her teeth. "What's happening to your husband?" said Ralph. "He's becoming something else. He's changing into something better than before, something stronger." Frank spat. "He's turning into a monster." The woman's grin consumed her face. "I'm waiting for him to emerge. He'll make me like him." Frank looked at Ralph. "We're done here. We could kill them." "We don't need to. They're not a threat to us. Let them be together. They deserve that, at least." As they left the cellar, the woman said, "Say hello to Florence for me." Chapter 52. After leaving Borden, they skirted the northern edge of the South Downs National Park, passing through Alton, Alresford, and Kingsworthy. They were hungry and thirsty. Frank told Florence that her aunt and uncle were dead, and she accepted this with a kind of solemn silence. She was already traumatized by her parents' death and killing Bertram, so the death of her aunt and uncle didn't make much difference to her. She went to sleep with her head on Frank's chest. Poor girl, Magnus thought. How many other children are orphans now? At least Florence wasn't alone. At least they were all together. They bypassed Winchester. The city was consumed by a fire so intense it burned an after-image in Magnus's vision. That night they stopped the car at a rest area just outside the village of West Titherley. In the morning they would enter Salisbury. Getting closer to home. The sky darkened into a night without stars. They slept in the car that night and made sure to lock the doors. Joel awoke in the darkness, gasping and breathing hard, followed by a second of confusion. In the cold air he rubbed his eyes, then pulled his jacket up to his chin. He pulled out his tiny silver cross, tightened his right hand around it, and closed his eyes. "Are you listening, God, or have you abandoned us?" He opened his eyes and pocketed the cross, inhaling a deep breath. The others were asleep. Ralph snored and grunted. The stars were visible through a parting in the clouds. He stared at them for a long time and fell into a trance-like state, his mind untroubled for a while, until the clouds closed and the stars went away again. He thought of Anya. In the light of his dying mobile phone, he opened his wallet and took out the photo of them together, taken on a holiday in Norway. The freezing north, mountains, waterfalls, and ice. A beautiful land. He fell asleep with the photo in his hand. Was it a dream or a memory, or the memory of a dream? Magnus stood outside Debbie's bedroom in the upstairs hallway of their house. He usually slept in the spare room because she took up so much space, wheezing through her blubbery mouth and wriggling in her sleep. He was holding a tray of food, a bowl of tomato soup, 4 slices of buttered bread, and a cup of tea. The thud and crash of his 2 boys playing downstairs drifted up to him. Banging footsteps across the living room and out into the kitchen. One of the boys was crying. Adam, probably. He was smaller and weaker than Grant. Glass smashed. Grant shouted. Adam was still crying. Magnus shook his head. A vague depression settled upon him. The house smelled of dust, neglect, and Chinese takeaways rotting in a bin. He looked down at the tomato soup and thought about spitting into it, and then considered ejaculating into it. Cream of tomato indeed. He wanted to throw the tray against the wall and scream. He wanted to leave and be free again. The bond to his family was like a fraying rope, gradually unravelling. "Magnus, are you out there? I'm hungry." His body sagged, the air rushing out of him like a punctured balloon. He dug his fingers into the plastic tray, fought the urge to walk downstairs and out of the house. "Yes, dear, I'm coming." Balancing the tray on one arm, he opened the door. The smell that greeted him made his eyes water. The curtains were drawn against the sunny morning. The glow of the lamp on the bedside table was yellow and dirty. Old wallpaper peeled in the high corners. Debbie was on the bed, an obese mass beneath a stained duvet. A pallid face and bovine eyes framed by greasy hair. "There you go, dear," Magnus said. "I've got your favourite." Her eyes tracked him from the door to the bedside. She sniffed the air, glaring at the tray. "I don't like tomato soup." "But it's your favourite." "I like chicken soup now." Magnus made a rigid smile and wanted to tear off her face. "Take it away, I don't want it. I want chicken soup." Magnus said nothing. He imagined making her eat his shit. Her face bloomed pink and her eyes shined. "I'm in the mood, Magnus." "Are you sure, dear?" "Yes." "Okay." He put down the tray. "Undress," she said. He took off his clothes and then climbed into bed as she pushed aside the duvet. Debbie parted herself to him, and she was clammy, moist, and stinking of something like brine. A shellfish opening its gummy cleft. Her large hands guided him into her. He wasn't fully hard. She moaned and writhed, buckling underneath him. She was cold inside. He took hold of her upper arms and thrust his hips forwards. She raised her hands to her sagging breasts and pinched her nipples. Magnus pushed again. She pulled him towards her to kiss her mouth, and her breath was like rot. Their mouths joined. She moaned and cried beneath him. Her body began to envelop him. She covered him in pale, blubbery flesh until Magnus was a part of her. He screamed once before he was absorbed. Chapter 53. Ralph lit the cigarette he'd stolen from Magnus and watched grey light seep into the sky. He took a drag and sucked the smoke into his lungs. It was his first since giving up last year, and the nicotine hit made the inside of his head spin for a moment. He breathed out, listening to the bird song. Maybe they'd be home by the end of the day. The others were awake, their hands buried in pockets against the chill of the early morning air. They were sullen, grey, and tired. The fields were wreathed in mist. Earlier, when he'd been pissing onto a grass bank, Ralph had seen a family of deer moving silently amongst the white shrouds. It was nature reminding him that it was still there. He had watched the deer until they vanished into the mist, and he wished them well with a bittersweet smile. He dropped his cigarette and put it out with one foot. The sound of vehicles approaching them grew louder in the morning air. Magnus and Frank were looking down the road. Joel stayed near Florence, biting his nails. Ralph walked to the car and joined them. He loaded the flare gun and pocketed the spare cartridges. "Sounds like company." Magnus and Frank retreated to the side of the road as a convoy of military trucks and other vehicles, jeeps and armored cars, rounded the corner. "We're saved," said Joel. "We're saved, aren't we?" Ralph remembered the infected children at the crossroads and said nothing. The lead jeep slowed to a halt, as did the rest of the convoy. The trucks were filled with refugees. A soldier emerged from the jeep's cab and approached them. Ralph watched as the soldier spoke to Frank and Magnus. He couldn't hear what was being said over the sound of idling engines. Moments later, Magnus jogged back to the car. "What's happening?" asked Joel. Magnus smiled. "They're taking us to Salisbury. They're going to help us get home." Chapter 54. Salisbury was a battleground of smoke and fire and smashed buildings. Wrecked cars and detritus obstructed the roads, at the sides of which bodies were piled. Streets of abandonment and things left behind. Discarded suitcases and plastic bags scattered upon pavements. Sporadic gunfire echoed around the city. The convoy blasted through the ruined streets, scraping viscera from the road with their wheels. Fighter jets screamed overhead. The concussion of artillery shells from outside the city made the ground tremble. The refugees in the trucks huddled together, seated on the metal benches or crammed on the floor. When Ralph and the others had climbed aboard the truck, some of the refugees greeted the sight of 4 grown men and a little girl with some suspicion. Not surprising, really. He would have done the same. Ralph peered through the side of the truck and saw the cathedral spire, undamaged and resolute, reaching towards the sky. He wondered how long it would remain standing. Magnus and Joel were seated either side of him, while Frank sat with Florence on the floor. She looked at Ralph, and he returned her gaze. He didn't smile at her. Then he turned away as the truck juddered over rubble and potholes. According to the rumors, passed about like germs in the back of the truck, the army had purged the infected from most areas of the city. One man, wrapped in a dirty blanket, said the infected had amassed near the cathedral to store dead victims in their nests. Ralph didn't know what to believe. The convoy halted. The refugees looked at one another. Furtive glances and confusion. Murmurs and whispers amongst the crowded bodies. A short while later, they disembarked from the trucks and were herded down the road. Frank kept Florence close to him, holding her hand. Armed soldiers lined the street, watching the crowd. Side roads were blocked by armored cars. Helicopters buzzed the skies. Gunfire crackled a few streets away. "Keep moving," a soldier was shouting. "Don't stop." "Where are we going?" asked Florence. "Just stay close," said Frank. "Everybody stay close." The crowd streamed into the train station car park. Cars had been shifted to make space for people to gather. Other groups joined, creating a huge swarm of refugees. A surging, confused mass of humanity. Another soldier was standing on the roof of a tank, speaking through a loudspeaker. "Please stay calm. Move in an orderly fashion. Do not panic." They passed a machine gun nest manned by nervous-looking squaddies. Ralph met eyes with one of them, a young man of no more than 20 who averted his gaze quickly. The flow of the crowd slowed until it stopped outside the station entrance. "Please keep calm," the soldier with the loudspeaker said. "Do not panic." Rain began to fall. Any refugee with a weapon, makeshift or otherwise, was forced to relinquish it to the army. Frank handed over his axe without complaint. Ralph stowed the flare gun down his jeans, hoping some grubby soldier wouldn't look down there. Baseball bats, cricket bats, and knives were handed over under protest. Red Cross workers and Salvation Army volunteers distributed blankets and bottles of water. Both items ran out before even a quarter of the refugees received any. Trains arrived at and departed the station. Some travelled straight through, already laden with refugees staring out from clouded windows. After waiting for what seemed like hours, stuck in the rain, they were finally moved into the train station and onto one of the platforms. They were all drenched and miserable. Ralph was craving a hot shower, a pint of beer, and a plate of toasted cheese sandwiches. Maybe a chicken curry with rice, naan bread, and prawn crackers. His mouth watered. "We're going home," said Joel. "At last, we're going home." The crowd filled the platform above the tracks. People jostled for room. Small arguments broke out, but were quickly subdued by the soldiers. Ralph and the others managed to get to the front of the platform, overlooking the tracks. They were careful not to get pushed off. The rain was coming down fast and hard. Ralph looked towards the horizon, and it was all black clouds. They waited, expectant pale faces and shivering bodies clad in coats or jackets. Hoods pulled up to shelter their heads. Huddled families waiting to be saved. Murmurs and whispers. Babies crying. An old lady kept asking if the train would be arriving before it got dark, but no one gave her an answer. More jets roared overhead, lost in the clouds. Some of the children covered their ears. A loud crash from across the city was followed by a mushroom cloud of smoke that rose above the buildings and dispersed in the breeze. Someone screamed. Someone told the screamer to shut up. The battle for Salisbury was raging. "Are we going on the train?" said Florence. "Yes," Frank told her. "Where are we going?" "We're going to Somerset. Have you ever been to Somerset, Florence?" She shook her head. "I don't think so. My dad always said the people who lived there were inbred. What does that mean?" Ralph couldn't help but laugh. Frank hesitated. "It means they're nice people." "Inbred," she said slowly, trying out the word in her mouth. "We have to get out of here," said Joel. The color of his face was like curdled milk. "We will," said Frank. "Be patient." Joel scratched a rash developing on the side of his neck. "Anya and I came to Salisbury last year for a day out shopping. I bought her some nice earrings. We waited on this platform for the train back home. The train was late, if I remember correctly." "Sounds about right," Frank replied. "I've never liked trains." "I need a cigarette," said Magnus. "Ralph stole my last one." An Apache helicopter flew over, then hovered above one of the streets to the north, releasing its missiles at unknown targets on the ground. The people on the platform flinched from the explosion. Flames bloomed and then died. The Apache banked to its left and wheeled away out of sight. "Boom," said Ralph. Magnus spat onto the tracks. "It's like it's not really happening." "I hear a train coming," Joel said. A rush of expectation and raised voices swept through the crowd. Someone laughed in relief. "This next train isn't stopping," said a soldier, cradling his rifle. "You'll be on the next one." There were complaints and dissenting voices, and a few insults were thrown, but the soldier ignored them all. "Where will our train take us?" said Joel. "Will it stop to let us off in Somerset? The train might go straight through Somerset. Do you think they'll let us off at Yeovil Junction or maybe Crewkerne Station?" No one answered him. No one had a clue. A train appeared from around the bend in the track, the ugly noise of its engine growing louder. People were screaming on the platform. Ralph saw the train driver and realized why. The man looked terrified. Frank turned Florence away from the train as it went past them. Joel held one hand over his mouth. The train, all 5 carriages of it, was filled with the infected and their victims. Blood painted the windows, snarling faces smashing against the glass, red handprints, windows busy with writhing flesh, the infected screaming to be let out, driven into a frenzy by the proximity of fresh victims. A great silence descended on the platform as the train went past. "Infected must have gotten aboard one of the carriages," said an old man next to Ralph. "A fucking slaughter." Joel appeared ready to burst into tears. A ripple of sheer panic spread through the crowd. A woman was crying, saying, "Oh God, oh God," over and over until she buried her face in her hands. Voices spoke up from the crammed bodies on the platform, high-pitched with fear as the possibility of being stranded at the station became very real. "Are there any more trains?" "We can't stay here." "Please, help us. All those people are dead." The same soldier from earlier addressed the crowd. "There'll be another train along in a minute. Please remain calm." "Can we still use the track if that train is on it?" said a middle-aged woman carrying a toddler. The soldier held out his hands. "Yes, it's been diverted onto another track and it'll be dealt with. There's no need to panic." "Thank fuck for that," said Magnus. Joel sniffed. "What if our train has infected on it?" "It's either that or stay here," Ralph replied. Joel looked at him, said nothing. The sound of a train approached the platform. "Get ready," said Frank. Chapter 55. The sky above Salisbury was stained with smoke rising from the fires. The train groaned and picked up speed as it headed out of the city with its 4 carriages packed with human cargo. With all the seats taken, people resorted to standing in the aisles, holding onto seats to keep their balance. Barely any space to move. The combined smell of dirty bodies, wet hair and waterlogged clothes thickened the air. The sense of relief was palpable, but tempered by fear and anxiety. Whispers of elation were guarded like secrets below the low thrum of muttered prayers. Ralph watched a young boy, sitting on his father's lap, pick his nose and examine the stringy mucus on the tip of his finger. The man called him Sam. Ralph wondered what sights the boy had seen in the last few days. Sam glanced at Ralph, blessed with the total absence of adult manners and ego. and wiped his finger on his father's jacket without the men realizing. Ralph forced a thin smile. Boys would be boys, even as the country fell into ruin. Glancing around, Ralph tried to settle the erratic beat of his heart. All these people around him, suffocating him. He closed his eyes, counted to 10, then opened them and took deep breaths. His fingers felt tingly. He had been fine earlier, when he was on his feet and his mind was occupied. Now, crammed into this metal coffin, his discomfort with large amounts of people and their close proximity was unsettling him, raising his hackles and drying his mouth. A man's groin was 4 inches from his face, and he kept completely still, so there was less chance of his nose or mouth accidentally brushing against it. Magnus was sitting next to him. Behind them were Joel and Frank, with Florence sitting on Frank's lap. "You all right, mate?" said Magnus. "Fucking rosy. Did you count to 10? "First thing I did. Did it help?" "I let you know." "I forgot to let you have the window seat, mate. Sorry, do you want to swap?" "No, I'm okay. Cheers anyway." Magnus patted him on the arm. "We're going home. Never thought I'd be so glad to get on a bloody train." "The last few days have been surreal," Ralph said. "I thought we were going to die out there. We were lucky." "We're not home yet, not by a long way. Always the optimist. It's always best to expect the worst, mate. And then anything else is a bonus." "Spot on. That's one way of looking at things. It's the only way. You've always been a ray of sunshine. I try my best." Magnus snorted and cleaned his glasses. "Some of the things I've seen." His voice trailed off. He was shaking his head. "Part of me still finds it hard to believe they're real. I'd never seen a dead body before." Ralph looked at Magnus, let him continue. "I've been constantly terrified for the last few days, terrified beyond anything I could have imagined. It exhausts you, digs into your sanity. You've done well. Really. You're still alive, aren't you?" Magnus's face creased with confusion. "Try to get some sleep, mate," said Ralph. "A nap will do you good." "I am pretty tired." Magnus looked out the window as the train rushed past fields, houses and roads. "Wake me if anything happens, Ralph." "Will do." Magnus closed his eyes. "I'm never going home again, am I?" said Florence. Exhaustion strained her voice. Her lips were cracked. "I'll never see my house again. I'll never go home. I'll never go back to my bedroom and sleep in my bed." Frank tried to smile for her, but didn't want to give her false hope. She would never return to Wishford. Her old life was dead. "Maybe one day we'll go back there, when this has been sorted out." "My parents will never come back." "I'm so sorry, Florence." "You say that a lot." "She's right," said Joel. "You do. Stop saying sorry. It's not your fault." "What will happen to me now?" Florence asked. "When the train stops?" "You can stay with me and my wife. Her name is Catherine. She would love to meet you. I reckon you'd both be great friends." "Do you and your wife want to be my parents now?" Her question took him by surprise. "No one will ever replace your parents, Florence. That wouldn't be right. We're just trying to look after you. She looked at the floor. "I'm hungry and thirsty." "So am I," said Frank. "We'll get something when we get off the train." "Promise?" "I promise." "Okay." Chapter 56. Magnus woke to the squealing of brakes and the world shuddering around him. Then there was a hard jolt and the shock of recoil, followed by stillness and inertia as the train stopped. Voices and panic, the cry of a child being hushed by its mother. The carriage creaked around them. Faint hiss of rain. He'd been dreaming of Debbie and the boys again. He blinked his eyes clean, wiped them on the back of one hand. His back legs ached fiercely. The other refugees were looking down the aisle. Whispered words passed back and forth. "What's happened?" Magnus asked. Ralph spared him a puzzled glance and shrugged. Magnus pressed his head to the window, tried to see the front of the train, but couldn't make anything out. Fields flanked both sides of the train, and beyond them were deep ranks of trees, into which he stared for a while. Shadows moved, stopped, and moved again. He got the feeling of something stirring within the inky darkness within the trees. His skin broke out in goose flesh. He looked away. "What's going on?" Joel asked from behind. Frank was reassuring Florence. Anxiety and pent-up anger began to take hold on the collective emotions of the refugees. A single pulse composed of their combined heartbeats, growing faster with every second that the reason for the train's stop was not revealed. Voices rose from the next carriage as arguments began. The speakers in the carriage buzzed with static, and a tinny voice announced, "Please stay calm. Do not panic. There is an obstruction on the track. Do not panic. In a moment the driver will be passing through the carriages to the other end of the train so we can reverse." Cold sweat broke out on Magnus's back. The carriage rocked gently on its wheels. At the back of the carriage a woman screamed. She was pointing out the window towards the trees on one side of the train. "There's something out there," she cried. "Something in the trees." Magnus looked at the trees and moved towards the window until his nose was touching the glass. The shadows were moving again, gaining shape, coming towards the train. He retreated from the window. A man burst from the trees, sprinting towards the train. Dark lesions covered his naked upper body, and his left arm was withered into a hooked appendage. Magnus couldn't hear him, but he could tell from the shape of the man's mouth and the crazed intent in his eyes that he was screaming. "Infected," someone said. Another man bolted from the trees, running for the train, followed by 4 more spindly figures. All of them were horribly deformed. "They're on the other side as well," a woman cried. Heads turned. Magnus managed to peer between the scrum of bodies blocking the aisle and saw men and women tearing down the field towards the train. "Oh, shit," he said. More infected emerged in swarms from both sides. Panic broke out on the carriage as the infected kept coming. The fields on either side of the train filling with them. Magnus looked past the infected people. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Something large was coming through the trees. Chapter 57. The thing began as an amorphous shadow skulking within the tree line. Frank's hands tightened around Florence in an instinctive act of protection as the people around them began panicking. A lone voice begged God for help. The train driver, a plump and sweaty man, tried to make his way up the aisle towards the other end of the train, but was struggling to wriggle through the bodies crowding the carriage. He shouted and swore at them to let him through. They ignored him, staring at the thing coming at them from out of the trees. The creature, a spindly, pale abomination, stood almost 30 feet tall. Frank couldn't take his eyes away from the creature as it broke through the trees, pushing away branches with the tendrils attached to its main mass. Then it opened its mouth, and despite the carriage interior's muffling effect, its screech was high-pitched and anguished. Joel's eyes were wide and shivering with tears. He rubbed the rash on the side of his neck and looked at Frank, opened his mouth to speak, but words failed him. The infected people reached the train and began to pound, scratch, and claw upon it. The refugees looked down at them, safe for now. The tall thing skittered across the field on rows of insect legs. It moaned dully as it moved. "What the fuck is that?" said Ralph. Frank saw its body in detail for the first time. The creature loomed over the train. Its tendrils were tipped with stingers or sharpened claws. There were human faces partly submerged within its mass, and the flailing naked arms of those people were hanging from its flesh, their fingers grasping at the air. Faces and body parts dripped a pale fluid onto the ground. The beast was a growth of half-absorbed bodies and screaming faces, still alive and part of the creature, assimilated into its infected flesh. Those human eyes, so many of them, appraised the contents of the train. One of the eyes, bloodshot and staring, seemed to find Frank and focus on him. It didn't possess a face, but there was a mouth, and it opened just a little into a vulva-like aperture showing pink gums and a glistening passage leading to somewhere he didn't want to visit. The beast had no teeth. It didn't need teeth. One of the tendrils scraped against the window, its claw scoring a line in the glass and leaving behind a smear of sticky fluid. "We're fucked," said Joel. The tendrils shot forward to grab the carriage, shaking it, sending people colliding and falling into the aisles. Magnus's face was bloodless. "I can hear the people inside it. They're talking to me. Can't you hear 'em?" "What are they saying?" Frank asked. "They want to absorb us, eat us." "That's good to know," said Ralph. The beast shuddered, and the faces within its body opened their mouths and screamed. It was the sound of 100 people suffering, trapped in a feverish half-existence of agony and hunger. Joel raised his hands to his face. "Those poor people, dear God." The ceiling of the carriage trembled, and then there was a ripping, screeching sound, and several of the tendrils plunged through the roof. Part of the ceiling directly over the middle of the carriage was ripped away. The beast caught the scent of the people inside the train. The refugees retreated from the ragged hole, scrambling away, panicking and screaming. The tendrils descended. A woman screamed until one whipped forward and wrapped around her neck. 2 men tried to grab her, but the tendril took her up through the roof. She screamed until she was silenced by something wet and sucking. Frank thought of those pink gums and that vaginal mouth and shivered. Bile rose in his throat. He put himself between Florence and the hole in the ceiling. She was crying. The 2 men who'd attempted to save her were grabbed by other tendrils and taken. Then more of the roof was ripped away with a screech of metal, followed by a rush of cold air. The sudden stink of the beast was like raw meat. More tendrils crept through the hole, twitching and jerking at every human heartbeat. The beast screamed. The refugees screamed. It wanted them all. The tendrils claimed other refugees, including the driver, and plucked them from the carriage. Neither the tendrils nor the people returned. The beast put its wet mouth to the hole in the roof. There was a gurgling, gagging noise as the fleshy maw widened until it covered the hole completely. A clear fluid dripped from the mouth. The gagging sound grew louder. Something pale and wriggling appeared inside the mouth and then dropped into the aisle with a moist slap. The refugees stared at it as they retreated, screaming and shouting.
"It's like it's just been born," said Frank.
"Newborn," Ralph said. The pale thing, the newborn, was a collection of white pincer limbs, a segmented abdomen and a glistening thorax of mottled flesh. It was about the size of a large dog, its skin wet and coated with mucus, and it unfolded itself from the carriage floor and opened its mouth, which was something that shouldn't have existed beyond the pitch-black fathoms of the seas. Sharp mandibles and clicking jaws. It stood on multiple legs, wobbling like a baby giraffe, and cried out in a high-pitched shrill that turned Frank's insides to jelly. The newborn's eyes were like white grapes upon fleshy stalks, a shadow of a dark pupil within each eye. The newborn turned towards a man to its right, who was cowering in his seat. The man looked back at it, his eyes wide. The creature let out another shrill cry. The man screamed. The newborn pounced on him, stabbing him with its pincers, making itself part of the man's torso. The man spluttered blood from his mouth as the creature needled him, puncturing his internal organs and slicing him from groin to neck. His insides fell out like a sloppy surprise. Screams filled the carriage. The newborn separated itself from the dead man and dropped to the floor, skittering underneath the seats. Frank looked back at the hole in the roof, into the beast's mouth as it gurgled and gagged. Ralph was trying to undo his jeans.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
Frank asked. Ralph ignored him, reaching into his jeans and produced his flare gun. He checked it was loaded, then crept down the aisle until he was underneath the mouth. His eyes went wide, and he aimed the flare gun upwards. He pulled the trigger. The inside of the carriage was momentarily lit up with a flash of red light and smoke. The beast screamed in agony as the flare burned inside the beast's mouth. The stench of charred meat drifted downwards. Then the carriage was shaking and the windows imploded. Flying glass flew and found soft flesh, faces and eyes. Frank slipped, fell down in the aisle. Ralph collapsed on top of him. There was a terrible wrenching sound. The world quaked around them. A deep roar, followed by a feeling of moving into the air. The carriage left the ground. Then a crash and impact. A pain in Frank's legs. His breath was stolen. Metal and glass everywhere. Broken, screaming bodies. By the time Frank came to his senses, he realized the carriage was upside down, and he was lying on the ceiling. Ralph lay nearby, limbs splayed, eyes open, and unseeing. Chapter 58. There was screaming, crying, and moaning. An unseen woman begged for help. The inside of the carriage was all grey light and bright splashes of blood, broken windows and warped metal, bodies sprawled at contorted angles. The seats were hanging above Frank. Bags and belongings littered the ceiling. The world was askew. Frank grabbed hold of Ralph's arm, shaking him. "Ralph! Ralph!" Ralph blinked, then groaned and sat up, spitting a tooth onto his chest. "Are you okay?" Frank said. "Yeah, I think." "You shouldn't have done that. You pissed it off." Ralph offered a broken grin. Florence crawled over to them and knelt next to Frank. "Are you hurt?" he asked her. She nodded, dazed but unhurt. "Where's Magnus and Joel?" asked Ralph. "Over here." Magnus gestured to them from a few yards away, surrounded by strewn wreckage. He wiped away a trickle of blood from a cut on his brow and crouched over Joel, who was rubbing his head and moaning. "Are you okay?" said Frank. "Is Joel okay?" With some effort, Magnus nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Same here," said Joel. Ralph looked around the carriage, his face beaded with sweat. "Where's that little bastard creature?" Magnus glanced over his shoulder. "Hopefully it's dead." The large beast was outside. Frank heard its insect legs scuttering upon the ground. Screams echoed around the carriage. He looked back towards the track, realized their carriage had been thrown over 30 yards into the field. The beast had upturned the rest of the train and was picking through the remains. One of its tendrils plucked a crying man from a torn carriage and sucked him into its gaping mouth. Hundreds of people were running in every direction, most of them taken down by the infected. Others were fighting back, protecting their families. A group of men and women formed a circle around some children, but were quickly overwhelmed by the infected, and then the children were screaming. Groups of refugees were fleeing down the track and away from the train. A boy was pinned to the ground by an infected woman, and her arms were glistening pincers that impaled him through the chest. Then she bent down and began to strip the meat from his face with her ragged hole of a mouth. Shadows gathered outside the upturned carriage. Footfalls and mewling sounds mixed with strangled wails. Infected people appeared at the shattered windows, dragging out anybody at the edges of the carriage. One man was pulled outside by a sinewy woman covered in blood. She went to work with her teeth and hands. The man screamed until she removed his throat with her snapping mouth. Other refugees climbed out of the train and ran. "Stay away from the windows," Ralph said. "It won't matter," said Magnus. "They'll get us." "We're surrounded," Joel muttered. "We're trapped." Frank kept Florence close to him. Ralph glanced around, hands pawing at the wreckage. "Where's the flare gun?" "It's gone," said Frank. Magnus pressed his hands to his face. "We're fucked." "Shut up," Ralph said. "Pull yourself together." Frank pointed out the window. "Our only chance is to get to the trees." "What?" said Magnus. "The trees the infected came from?" "Yeah." "Fucking hell." "I'm scared," said Florence. "I know," Frank replied. "It's going to be okay." Ralph took a deep breath. "If we're going to leave, we should probably go now, before more infected arrive." Frank looked at his friends. "Ready?" They nodded. He turned to the girl. Are you ready?
Yes.
Be brave.
Okay.
They prepared themselves to leave the carriage. Magnus inhaled and exhaled through his mouth. Ralph stared outside. Joel wiped at his face. Frank held Florence's hand. Then Magnus screamed as the newborn leapt onto his back and one of its sharp limbs speared his shoulder. The creature's body was twisted and bleeding. Its mouth opened, jaws connected by glistening strands of fluid, and it pulled its head back, ready to bite the back of Magnus's neck. Magnus fell onto his stomach, the creature a part of him. Ralph rushed over and kicked at the newborn. The leg embedded within Magnus snapped, and he screamed. The newborn fell back, screeching. Ralph dragged Magnus away from the broken creature as it began crawling towards him on twisted legs. Ralph turned around and stamped on the creature's back until it collapsed, pale liquid bleeding from its wounds. He pushed away its mangled form with his foot. Magnus was crying, his face creased and sweating. "Get it out of me!" Ralph picked up a jacket, wrapped it around his right hand as a protective sheath, and grabbed the snapped leg hanging from Magnus's shoulder. "Ready, mate? Do it!" Ralph pulled. Magnus screamed. The limb grinded against bone and scraped flesh, then slipped free from his body, dripping his blood and other fluids not his own. Ralph threw it and the jacket away. Magnus's eyes fluttered, and his mouth moved in a silent groan. Ralph and Joel held him steady as he passed out. Frank peered out from the carriage. Screams and cries for mercy wavered in the air. Utter chaos. He felt sick. The infected were feeding on the people they'd dragged outside. They'd stripped and flayed bodies, ripped limbs from their sockets, removed tongues from mouths and clutched them like trophies. A squirming woman, trying desperately to escape from their clutches, was torn into 5 different parts. An infected man loped past with a dripping scalp clutched in his hand. "Let's go," Frank said. They crouched as they stepped outside and formed a tight huddle. Ralph and Joel grimaced as they hefted Magnus's dead weight. Frank scanned the immediate area, then moved, and the others behind him followed. His heart threatened to burst from his chest. He held Florence's hand and carried her. She was breathing into his ear, quick and scared, as they crept amongst the slaughter and the panic, dodging other refugees and stepping over dead bodies. Frank stared across the field to the apparent safety of the trees. He kept the group moving. He would not let them fail. Chapter 59. Some of the surviving refugees, approximately 30 in all, regrouped in the woods and walked westwards. They moved in a ragged, stumbling mass. Frank wondered how many others had escaped. The light was fading. The beast screamed far behind as the survivors staggered deeper into the woods. He glanced over his shoulder, checking the infected weren't pursuing them. None of them had any weapons. If the infected emerged from the darkness and attacked, there would be no stopping them. Many of the refugees were sobbing, heads bowed. How many had lost family back there? Magnus hung limply as Ralph and Joel hauled him along, each with one hand under his arms. His shoulder had stopped bleeding. "He's starting to get heavy," said Joel. Ralph grimaced. We need to find somewhere to stay the night.
Agreed. Frank looked at the other refugees.
But we might have competition for any shelter we find.
We should go our own way, Ralph said.
The infected will be attracted to any large crowds. Better off on our own.
What about safety in numbers? Asked Joel.
Ralph gave him a mocking glare.
Like herd animals?
Sort of.
Herd animals get hunted.
Ralph's got a point, said Frank. Magnus needs to rest for the night. We won't be going much further. They broke away from the group. None of the other refugees said anything or tried to convince them to stay. An hour later, they found an old barn in one of the fields outside the woods. They were alone for now. Magnus had come too. He was groggy and quiet, his face drained of colour. No sign of serious injury, but they would have to watch for concussion. The barn was a large construction, timber battered by the elements, old wood stained dark, an arched roof, big double doors closed but unlocked. Joel rubbed his tired eyes.
There might be something nasty inside.
Frank took Magnus's cigarette lighter and opened the doors, then stopped and waited, listening. The others hung back behind him. He flicked on the lighter and stuck his head into the barn. The darkness retreated when he stepped inside with the flickering flame. Strands of dried straw were scattered around his feet on the hard dirt floor. The smell of desiccation and mice droppings. A ladder led to the hayloft above him.
"Is it okay?"
Joel asked from outside.
"I think so."
Frank climbed the ladder, keeping hold of the lighter between two fingers, hoping no sudden draft would snuff it out. He didn't want to be alone in the dark. The hayloft was unoccupied and silent. Frank looked down the ladder, where the others had gathered on the ground floor.
"It's not a Premier Inn, but it'll do."
Night fell to the sound of distant gunfire drifting around the countryside, a reminder of the war being fought. They rested in the hayloft, huddled together to keep warm, hoping there would be no visitors tonight. They slept. Magnus woke during the night, shaking and anxious. He thought he heard something outside, like the patter of footfalls in grass. Ralph was sitting in the corner, watching him. Magnus said nothing and crept slowly to the window. The glass was cloudy, its edges encrusted with mould. His body went rigid as he peered outside. In the light of the high noon, waves of men and women moved through the field, like a ragtag army clad in filthy clothes and stained with blood. They hissed and mewled, burdened with appalling injuries and wounds, some of them horribly mutated. He clenched his teeth and bit down on his tongue, drawing blood. Then he closed his eyes, and flashes of memory came to him in a blurred slideshow. He saw sunny days and sandy beaches, smiling children, a pair of dogs running around a garden as a football was kicked between a father and son, a bride and groom on their wedding day, and a girl losing her virginity to an overzealous boyfriend. A school nativity play followed by the image of a woman giving birth in a delivery room. They were not his memories. There were tortured voices inside his head, a cacophony of screaming, wailing, and begging, and he caught fragments of names, places, and other memories. He heard babies crying, felt the tears of proud parents and grieving widows, the sadness of lost pets and shattered dreams. The infected remembered who they were, but beyond that was a hunger, a need, a craving. the feel of flesh beneath his fingers, the smell of steam rising from warm bodies in the cold air. He opened his eyes and stood by the window, watching the infected until the last ones had drifted past, and the field was empty. He wondered where they were going, and if they had known he was watching them. If his theory was correct, he would be joining them soon. The others knew it as well. That's why Ralph was keeping an eye on him. The plague was in his blood. Magnus went back to where he'd been sleeping. Ralph watched him. Chapter 60. The next day they found a car as they entered the village of Milbourne Port. A Honda Civic of no use to the dead man lying next to it with his throat torn out. Ralph removed the parcel shelf from the car and made Magnus sit in the boot, away from everyone else. Quarantine, Ralph called it, and said that if the plague was airborne, it would lessen the chance of Magnus infecting the others. Magnus didn't argue. No one argued. He sat in the boot without complaint. Frank volunteered to drive. They left the village and minutes later passed through Sherborne, which seemed deserted apart from the crows and dogs scavenging on human corpses. On the dual carriageway, Frank guided the Civic around crashed cars and an abandoned lorry. A woman with a snapping mouth within her pulped face bolted out from one pile-up and launched herself at their car. Frank steered away from her, resisting the temptation to run her down. They reached Yeovil soon afterwards. 2 bodies lay beside a burning car, limbs splayed, faces torn to red ruin, insides scooped out, half-eaten and left to dry on the tarmac. There was blood smeared on the walls of houses, cadavers half-hidden in blooming flower beds. Lone infected stared out from the windows, screaming silently. A man covered in blood was sitting in a car, staring at his lap. As Frank drove past, the man looked up quickly and laughed. His eyes were gone. Some of the roads were blocked, so they had to reverse and find other routes leading to housing estates and side streets. Kebab shops and Chinese takeaways. Survivors stood on the balconies of flats in apartment blocks, watching the streets. Others watched from their windows, waving for help. Great towers of smoke climbed into the sky from the burning hospital. Part of it had already collapsed. The infected owned the streets. They saw lone survivors taken down by baying packs. Something with tentacles and multiple insectile legs wrapped itself around a pile of bodies. Joel looked at Magnus shivering in the boot of the car. "We won't abandon you, mate." Magnus replied, "I don't want to go back home and spread the plague. What if I infect my family? What if I kill them? What if I kill all of you? We'll sort something out. You might as well stop and leave me by the roadside." "We're not going to leave you, Magnus," said Frank. "We'll be with you until the end, mate, I promise. We all promise, don't we?" "Yeah," said Joel. "Yeah," said Ralph, his voice a whisper. There were tears in Magnus's eyes. "I don't want to die. I don't want to be a monster." Chapter 61. Joel was the one who said it. "What if we get home and they're all dead?" Frank looked at him in the rearview mirror. We don't know what we're going to find." The sudden thought of crows picking at Catherine's dead body tightened his stomach with nausea. "He's got a point," said Ralph. "Everywhere else has been fucked. Everywhere we've been, there could easily be places that are still surviving." "You believe that?" asked Joel. Frank ignored the question, answered it with one of his own. "I thought Ralph was the only doom-monger amongst us." "Things change," Joel said. "You know that." Deserted roads, fields that had been recently harvested. Home. They entered the village from the south, passing a signpost at the crossroads next to a tall oak tree. Birdsong filled the hedgerows. Familiar roads and lanes appeared and strengthened the feeling of returning to where they belonged. Smoke was rising from the other end of the village. Frank remembered Wishford and how that village was overrun by the infected. No one emerged from the houses to greet them. No welcoming party. The doors on many of the houses had been ripped from their hinges, smashed windows and dried patches of blood. Silent houses of people they knew, the signs of ruin they had grown accustomed to. As the car coasted past Silver Street and onto Middle Street, the engine died and rattled to a stop. Magnus was the last out onto the road, breathing slowly and holding his wounded shoulder. Florence wrapped her arms around her chest. "It's like my village. Where's your house, Frank?" "At the other end of the village, along with Joel's house and Magnus's house." "The poor end of the village," Ralph joked. No one laughed. Frank looked down the street. The church spire reached towards the sky. He saw movement near the front of a garden, and a dog emerged from between two cars, padding onto the road and sniffing the ground. A black Labrador. "That's Al Cooper's dog," said Ralph. "Stumpy. Look at his tail." Al Cooper lived at the eastern edge of the village. Stumpy's tail had been bitten off by a badger a few years ago. The man and his dog were inseparable. "So where's Al?" asked Joel. "He might be around here somewhere, but he might not be the Al we know." Stumpy saw them watching him and raised his head. His ears pricked up as he sniffed at the air. Magnus stepped forward. The dog growled, his ears flattening against his head. His legs stiffened. He stared at Magnus, who looked back at him, before he whimpered and fled down the side street. "I hope he survives," said Ralph. "He's a good dog." They came to the village hall on Church Street. The doors were hanging open, and there was a dead body at the top of the steps leading up to the hall, unrecognizable due to the severe mutilation inflicted upon it. More bodies inside the hall, left where they had fallen, but not untouched by the ravaging hands of the infected. The floor was slippery in places, sticky in others. Arterial spray on the walls in insane patterns of red. The men looked for their loved ones, but couldn't identify them. If they were here, it would never be known. Frank stepped back from the smell. His eyes were stinging. He breathed through his mouth. Joel was crying and sniffling, wiping his face. "I want to wake up. Please let me wake up." Frank put one hand on Joel's arm. He looked at Magnus, who had retreated from the doorway to stare into the sky. Magnus said, "They're up there in the clouds, above the clouds. They're up there waiting. I can hear them. They're speaking to me, speaking to all of us, but only some of us can hear them." His skin was radiating heat, slick with fever. He closed his eyes, taking in a breath heavy with exhaustion and sickness. His body trembled. He had lost weight. The corners of his mouth flinched. He spat yellow phlegm on the ground.
"Magnus," said Frank, "are you okay?"
Magnus opened his eyes. He wore a defeated smile as tears ran down his face. "Not long now." Chapter 62. They arrived at Ralph's house first. The others waited in the street while he stood at the garden gate, composing himself, gathering his thoughts. Adrenaline made his arms and hands tingle. He breathed through his nose, filling his lungs with clean air. For a moment, the entire world consisted of just him and the house. The garden was just as it had been when he'd left. Mum liked to tend the flower beds, but Dad was in charge of the lawn, and he was proud of it. Ralph didn't want to move. He wanted to stay by the gate and hold on to the thought that his parents were alive and uninfected, that they would be waiting for him inside the house. He would walk through the door, and they'd be sitting down in the living room, watching one of the old Peter Sellers films they enjoyed so much. Dad in his armchair with a cup of tea and a small plate of chocolate digestives. Mum on the sofa, sipping Bovril and petting their cat, Gus. They would be in there, and they would welcome him home, and Mum would make him a cup of coffee and a bacon sandwich with brown sauce. Past Mum's hideous beige curtains, he glimpsed part of the kitchen and living room. He looked for movement, but there was none. The red front door didn't open for him. No welcome for the returning son. This house was ingrained in his memory, this house where childhood memories were made and treasured. He opened the gate, walked up the garden path, and stopped at the front door, which opened inwards as he turned the handle. A breath of old air met him. He stepped into the house. The oppressive silence was like a break between screams as he moved into the living room. 2 empty armchairs and 2 empty mugs. The television was dead. Old photos in silver frames. A 4-day-old newspaper on the floor. Shelves of autobiographies and history books filled the far wall. Dad's slippers lay next to the fireplace. No sign of the cat. French windows looked out onto the back garden where he'd played football with Dad when he was a boy. There was nobody out there now. He checked the downstairs rooms and found them deserted. Then he climbed the stairs and paused on the landing outside his parents' bedroom. A basket of dirty laundry next to his feet, a cheap painting on the wall. The door was closed. He listened for any sound and was disappointed with silence. Breathing hard, he steeled himself for a terrible sight and opened the door. The smell of rot greeted him. Dad lay face down on the bed, partially eaten, his spine exposed to show nubs of bone through yellow fat and the red flesh of his back. The nape of his neck had been gnawed away. His killer had ripped through his clothes to get into him. Both bedside lamps and pillows were dotted with dried blood. A part of him refused to believe what he was seeing, even as he sobbed and gritted his teeth. He found his mother lying in the bath. She was covered in blood. Her eyes were dark pools as she hissed at Ralph through the red slash of her mouth. His heart was like a bag of stones weighing him down. He held his ground, feet shifting on the linoleum floor. "Mum," he whispered. "Mum, it's me." She was naked, her skin pale and mottled grey. Her fingers were elongated and tipped with onyx claws. Her right arm hung over the side of the bath, dripping blood onto the floor. Shit, piss, and viscera filled the toilet nearby. Mum reached for him, and he shrank away from her. In response, she let out a plaintive mewl. She was one of them now, a monster, and in a second of pure white-hot agony, he realized she was gone forever. He walked to his bedroom and reached under his bed, groping amongst the porn magazines and old James Herbert and Sean Hudson paperbacks, and pulled out a baseball bat. The base of the handle was wrapped in duct tape for a better grip. His initials were carved into the wood. It gave him some comfort. He returned to the bathroom, every bit of him screaming to run away. But he couldn't. He had a job to do. Mum reached out to him again, and there was something like recognition in her dark eyes as he stood over her. Her mouth opened, her tongue emerging like a gleaming serpent from a cave, picking scales of dry blood from her chin. "I'm sorry, Mum," he said. "Thank you for everything. I love you, Mum." His mother's face was pathetic and full of woe. Maybe she whimpered. Maybe she said his name. Her skull gave no resistance as he brought down the bat upon her. Her body jerked as nerve endings flared for one last time. A soft moan left her mouth, then something like a sigh of relief. Ralph finished her without hesitation, forcing all his strength into the final blow. He stared at her body. This broken, diseased thing that had once been his mother. He pulled on a pair of gloves, carried her to the bedroom, and laid her down next to Dad. Ralph covered them with a blanket and said goodbye. After grabbing some bandages, gauze, and painkillers for Magnus, he raided the alcohol cupboard for the last bottle of vodka, then pulled a photo of his parents from its frame and put it in his pocket. He sank a few mouthfuls of vodka, savouring the burn in his chest, and punched himself until his face was sore and tender. And he enjoyed it, because pain was life, and life was pain, and one could not be without the other. Chapter 63. The group walked past places remembered from days gone by. They checked the church and found it empty. They found a man lying by a woman's grave, his throat cut by his own hand. A photo of happy times beside his body. The pub, the Duke of York, was deserted, with smashed glasses and bottles on the floor, amidst upturned tables and chairs. Trails of blood on the bar, but no bodies. Frank stared at a human ear left on a stool in one corner, like an offering for them, before he covered it with a bar towel. They arrived at the street where Joel and Anya shared a semi-detached house. Smoke dirtied the air, made it thick and acrid. Fallen leaves flitted upon the road. A plastic bag coasted past. The breeze was cold and intrusive, reaching inside Frank's collar to stroke the back of his neck. Joel's house was burning, along with the house next to it. He ran down the street and fell to his knees before the raging fire. When the others caught up with him, He was crying and biting down on his left wrist. Frank crouched next to Joel, grimacing at the heat pressing against his skin. The fire's voice was deep and growling. Flames leapt from the shattered windows. The roof had collapsed, and the toppled chimney lay broken on the road. Things popped and smashed inside Joel's house. Smoke streamed upwards, a trail of volcanic grey. The heated air scratched at the inside of Frank's throat. The house and garden next door were almost fully consumed by flames. There would be nothing left but ash and carbon. Joel's voice was pathetic against the sound of raging fire. His hands weakened with tremors.
"Why did it happen?"
"Joel," Frank said. Joel took his wrist from his mouth. Imprints from his teeth marked his skin. His eyes brimmed with shock and incredulity. A fleck of ash landed on his cheek.
"She's dead,"
Joel said. "You don't know that."
"Then where is she?"
"She might be hiding somewhere else. She might be with Catherine." Joel's tears were drying from the terrible heat.
"That was our house. We were supposed to live there."
"She's alive," Frank told him.
"Do you really believe that? How can you believe that?"
"I know, because you and Anya are going to get married. We'll find her and Catherine, and we'll find Magnus's family, and we'll all be safe." Joel's mouth worked, but no words came out. His eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot as he watched flakes of ash dance in the air.
"I'm ready to lie down. I'm not strong enough. Never was. If Anya is still alive, she's got a better chance of surviving without me. She's better off without me. I'm better off dead."
Frank slapped his friend across the face. Joel gawped at him in reply. "Don't ever say that again. You will survive, Joel. You will survive and keep Anya safe. Do you understand me, Joel? Do you fucking understand me?"
"You really think we're going to survive, Frank? Even after all we've seen? How do you know?"
"Because I'm your best man, and Ralph and Magnus are your ushers. It's our job to look after you. You're still the groom. Nothing has changed from the weekend. We will stick together and survive. Do you believe me?" Joel coughed weakly.
"I believe you."
Frank nodded, pulled Joel to his feet. "Good job, mate." Chapter 64. Joel barely raised his head to see where he was walking. Ralph stared into the distance, gulping vodka like it was water. Magnus wheezed and moaned, holding his shoulder, every breath a sucking croak. Death was like a black dog on his heels. They had bandaged and tended his wound, but a nagging voice told Frank they would have to deal with Magnus before nightfall. The thought of it hollowed him out, made him feel sick and despondent. Maybe Ralph would do it, as he had the bat. Frank looked at Florence. The girl was brave and strong, and he admired her for it. He envied her for it. Frank stopped, looked at the road sign. "Home," he whispered. Frank stepped inside his house. It was like coming home from work, but no one came to greet him, and there was no smell of food cooking in the kitchen. "Catherine?" He stood in the hallway, amongst the gathered mementos and artifacts of their life together, and breathed in slowly. Where had she gone? His heart kicked fast in the hollow of his chest as he searched the house. The shadows cast by the grey light gave him the feeling he wasn't alone. He thought he heard Catherine singing and wondered if it was her ghost returning to him. The singing faded away, and he sat on the edge of their bed, one hand laid upon the mattress, hoping there would be some residual warmth from her body. Adrenaline and disappointment weighed him down, and his lungs tightened from the smoke he had inhaled. His skin was tender from the heat of the fire. He searched through Catherine's wardrobe, touching her clothes, holding them to his face and thinking about her. "Where are you?" he asked. He looked at the photos in the house. Then he emptied the almost bare cupboards of the few tins of remaining food. He and Catherine were supposed to have gone grocery shopping today. The food in the fridge was already going bad. And when he opened the freezer, a waft of decay rose to meet him. Frank locked the door when he left the house. The possibility of never returning burrowed a gaping hole inside him. The others were waiting by the road. Joel's face was full of foolish hope. Frank shook his head. Magnus's pace quickened, and he wheezed out a moist breath. "Debbie, my boys, I'm almost home." Frank glanced at Ralph, who took a swig of vodka while watching Magnus. They followed Magnus down the street. Parked cars lined the side of the road. The trees were perfectly still, as if painted there by an artist's hand. The breeze had died. Magnus stopped on the road and faced his house, tears softening his face, trembling limbs and slight curve to his spine, fever and heat, glistening skin, jaundice around his eyes. They gathered beside him. Frank put one hand on his arm, and Magnus jumped as if woken from a daydream. He wore a defeated smile that broke Frank's heart. The muscles moved under his face. His shoulders seemed thinner and his neck scrawnier. Veins pressed against the skin like they were trying to escape the prison of his body. But he was home. He was becoming something else, something that would make the man known as Magnus Heap a simple memory. He closed his eyes for a moment, and they could be seen dancing behind their lids, as if he were dreaming. "They're inside the house. They're waiting for me." "How do you know they're in there?" asked Joel. Magnus stared towards his house. Frank placed one hand on his uninjured shoulder and made him turn around. "Are you going in there alone?" "I have to." "Let me come in with you, for old time's sake, mate." Magnus nodded. He looked at his friends in turn, offered them all a smile that was like a grimace painted onto a corpse. Then he turned away and stared at his house. Frank told Ralph and Joel to stay with Florence. He fell in behind Magnus. The darkness within the windows watched them, oily and dense, full of unseen eyes. The garden was a small jungle, the grass left to grow too long, infested with weeds. A deck chair on the lawn tilted to one side, its metal legs rusting and bent near a deflated football. Magnus bent down to pick up something from the grass, a green plastic toy soldier. He put it in his pocket. They continued to the front door. Magnus produced his keys from one pocket, fiddled with them in his shaking hands. He went to stick the key in the door, but missed the keyhole. Frank offered to take the keys, but Magnus shook his head. "No, I have to do this." On the second attempt, Magnus unlocked and opened the door. Frank followed him inside. The hallway, a carpeted floor, a small table with a cordless telephone nestled in its cradle. Straight ahead was the kitchen, shrouded in dim shadows. To Frank's right was the living room door. Magnus headed to the kitchen, treading softly on the carpet and onto the linoleum. Frank followed him, more than willing to let Magnus take the lead. There was nobody in the kitchen. The sink brimmed with dirty plates, stained mugs and stagnant water. Forks and spoons and knives encrusted with food and dried fluids formed a mound of skeletal metal upon the worktop. The window above the sink showed them the back garden. Out there were the boys' bicycles and the trampoline. The window was smeared with grime and dirty fingerprints. The house stank. When Frank took a deep breath, he had to stop himself from gagging. He grabbed a serrated bread knife from the rack. Magnus eyed him, then the knife. "Are you gonna kill my family with that?" "We don't know what's in here with us." "My family are here." "Where are they?" Magnus turned and nodded back the way they had come. "They're in the living room." When Magnus stepped forward, Frank retreated from him. The Magnus heap of old was fading, becoming something else. "I'll become a beautiful butterfly," he thought, and almost laughed. Debbie's voice hummed inside his head. She sounded happy, but she hadn't been happy for a long time, not since before the twins were born. Magnus placed his right hand on the door handle, turned it slowly, and pushed with his leading arm. Frank didn't move from the doorway. The sickly sweet stench of blood and shit hit Magnus as he stepped into the room. The curtains were pulled shut. Motionless shapes and suggestions lurked. The sofa and the two armchairs had been moved against the walls, clearing the center of the floor. The television had been upended onto its face, dead and useless and smashed. The natural light from the hallway brought a dull definition to the room. Magnus's eyes adjusted. There were soft things under his feet. Damp, raggedy strips of newspaper and a mulch of mushy organic matter covered the floor. One of the boy's shoes. There were small animal bones amongst the litter and waste, gnawed clean to a gleaming shine. Something moved on the far side of the room. Grant and Adam crawled around in the filth, naked and covered in offal and a pale, oily substance. They were tragically thin, their little faces like those of dolls, puffy and pale and tinged with a red bloom like rouge upon their cheeks. Their mouths shifted open, displaying small teeth like ivory. The boys coiled together, sniffing the air. And then they swung their heads towards Frank. They hissed and moved towards him, their fingers extended into sharp hooks. Magnus stepped in front of Frank and held out his hands. The boys halted. After a moment, they began to mewl and whimper. They looked at Magnus, tilting their heads to one side as they approached him with caution, clicking in their throats. "It's okay, boys," Magnus said. "I won't hurt you." They sniffed at Magnus's outstretched hands, eventually licking his fingers in the affectionate way dogs would. It tickled. Magnus felt such a swelling of warmth and love for his boys that he almost burst into tears. He looked down at them and smiled. His boys glanced up at him, then darted towards Debbie. Magnus's eyes stung when he first saw her. Her clothes had been removed. She was writhing in a mass of blubber and white skin, her scalp bare apart from a few wisps of hair above the trunk of fat that was her neck. Her wedding ring had vanished into engorged fingers, of which the nails were long and dirty. Lesions, sores, and weeping blisters covered her legs. She was lying on her left side, facing the room, cooing softly as the boys knelt by her side, making small yipping noises and patting their excited hands on the floor. Debbie's breasts had sagged and drooped until they resembled empty water bladders, like punctured flaps of skin without a use. Her sore nipples bloomed into leaking pustules. Her face was as he remembered it, save for the dried blood and scraps of meat around her mouth and down her chin. Around her were the scattered remains of 4 children, their bones stripped clean, yellow-white and discarded. Leftovers. Mixed in with them were more animal bones and tufts of fur. It was a nest. Debbie had grown 6 large udders, which were hanging from her torso, pale and wrinkled above the matted patch of pubic hair. Her teats wept some sort of greasy milk from the bloated tips. Magnus watched as his boys lowered their heads and started to feed from the udders. They were eager, biting down with their jaws hard enough to make Debbie whimper and moan. She quietened as the boys began to suck. They squirmed and mewled as they fed from their mother, their shriveled genitals shivering, their tongues lapping at any milk that missed their mouths. Magnus felt their slowly fading hunger and Debbie's maternal satisfaction. He heard her heartbeat, its slow rhythm, and the blood swimming through her veins. He felt the swell and rush of her insides adapting to the plague. But she was still Debbie. She was still his wife. And she still loved him. "I'm sorry for everything," Magnus whispered. This was his family. This was his home. He couldn't help smiling. Chapter 65. Magnus and Frank returned outside. "I'm staying here," said Magnus. The others stared at him. "You can't leave us," Joel said. "We stay together. There might be a cure. We can get you help." "I'm too far gone. You can see that for yourselves. Look at me." He shuddered as the plague needled his insides. Joel's eyes were damp. "You don't know that, mate. You don't know that." "There's not enough time. Even if there was a cure, I'm changing and very soon I'll be a danger to you. I'm contagious. I can feel it pulling at me now. I can feel it in my blood and in my brain." Joel shook his head, inconsolable and ragged with grief. "I can smell everything under your skin," said Magnus. For a second, all he wanted to do was slaughter his friends and the little girl with them. He wanted to open her up and see what she was made of. He had known Frank, Ralph, and Joel since childhood, but when he looked into their faces, he felt an urge to kill them and drag their bodies back to the house so his family wouldn't go hungry. His skin was damp and glistening, but not with sweat. His body throbbed. His teeth felt too big for his mouth. There was a growing darkness in his chest, spreading outwards, and when it reached his brain, he would finally succumb. "So this is it, then," Joel said, with anger in his voice. "That's it, just like that." "Yes." Magnus winced as his back tinged with hot pain. "We've come all this way. And that's it? You're done? Yes, mate. This is madness. It's Magnus's choice, said Frank, as Joel glared at him. His family is in there. It's too late for a cure. Magnus nodded. Frank's right, said Ralph. It's his choice and he doesn't have long left. If he stayed with us, we'd have to kill him eventually. Joel was shaking his head. No, no, no. Magnus smiled and ruefully shrugged. Then I guess this is goodbye, lads. I'll understand if you don't want to shake hands. The others didn't move. Ralph stared at him. Joel cried silently. Florence offered Magnus a little smile, and it comforted him. The infected are everywhere, he said. The light is fading, my friends. Time is running out. The thought of never seeing his mates again made his chest ache. See you, mate, said Ralph. Sorry it had to end like this. It's okay, mate. Take care of yourself. Joel wiped his eyes. Bye, Magnus. I'll miss you. Frank stepped towards him. Go and be with your family, mate. Take care of them. Maybe we'll all cross paths again one day. I hope not, said Magnus. It wouldn't end well for any of us. He wiped his eyes and tried to not cry as his voice cracked and wavered. I remember when we were kids and we used to spend our summer holidays playing football and cricket, building tree houses and bases in the woods, pretending we were in the army. I never thought those days would end. I thought they would last forever. Maybe our younger selves are still doing that right now, in another time. I wish we could go back there. Same here, said Frank. Ralph and Joel nodded. We won't forget you, mate. I hope you find your families, Magnus said. Frank, I hope you find Catherine. Joel, I hope you find Anya. I hope you all survive. The others tried to smile and put on a brave face, but they were already in mourning for him. Joel wept, as did Frank, and Ralph clenched his jaw and wiped tears from his eyes. Nothing left to say. He limped back to the house, and by the time he walked inside and joined with his family, the old Magnus heap was gone, and a new one had been born. Chapter 66. Joel wrapped his arms over his chest. What do we do now? Where do we go? Ralph swigged vodka. Fuck knows. We could go back to my house, said Frank. And then what? Joel asked. We figure something out. Anya and Catherine could be dead. Magnus is gone, and you want to figure something out. You have a better suggestion. We have to find help. Find help where? I don't know. There might be other survivors somewhere. Maybe the army will find us. Ralph kicked a stone from the road. Keep on dreaming, Joel. Shut up, Ralph. You're drunk. Ralph grinned, and it wasn't nice. Not yet, but I plan to be. This isn't helping, said Frank. We need to decide what to do next. Ralph said, Might as well get drunk while we still can. Frank ignored him. He was still reeling from the loss of Magnus. He couldn't believe he'd never see his friend again, and a great emptiness bloomed inside him when he thought of Catherine. He could not give up hope of finding her alive. If he did that, he might as well sit down on the road and wait for something hungry to find him. "We're fucked," said Joel. "What are we going to do? Are we going to wander around the village all day? What if there are infected people still around?" "Calm down," Frank told him. "We're fucked. Stop it." "Have a drink, lads," Ralph said with a wan smile. They both ignored him. They were staring down the road. So was Florence. Ralph laughed to himself. "Don't want a drink? Fair enough. More for me." Florence pointed ahead of them. People were gathering down the road, emerging from passageways, doorways, and gardens, twitching and snarling. Some of them were transformed beyond recognition. Some of them Frank did recognize. Some of them were his neighbors, his friends, people he once passed on the street, people he used to wave at as he drove by in his car on the way to work every morning, those he used to get drunk with in the pub, enjoying a pint and a laugh and watching the football. He saw Jim Bottomley and his wife Emma, both growling through stained mouths, their clothes torn and dirty. He saw the Field brothers, Pete, Tom, and Addie, snarling at one another over a severed arm that Tom was trying to eat. He saw Josh Fade, Luke Oliver, Tom Brister, A.J. Carville, Rich Pippin, and Josh Wilkinson. They were deformed and pale, tumours on their shivering bodies. Josh Fade was wearing a white dressing gown, tainted with yellow stains. It opened to reveal his pyjamas bulging with wet growths and tendrils. Tom Brister was on all fours, his fingers raking the road. They were staring at Frank and the others with a naked hunger. The last time he had seen Luke Oliver was the Sunday before last, when he'd gone to the local shop to buy a newspaper and had spoken to him outside. Now Luke was crouching by a car, gnawing on his own fingers. He saw Rosie Milton, a young girl who lived 4 doors down from his house. She was shaking violently, her eyes drilling into his face. Her neck had extended, swelling with fluids and gases, and scythe-like appendages twitched and jabbed from her torso. Some of the infected were naked and covered in blood. Frank wondered with a wave of hot panic if Catherine was amongst the infected. If she was, he would kill her. He would kill her quickly. They gathered as a pack, bruised limbs and torn skin. The Field brothers discarded the severed arm and regarded Frank's group. Gibbering mouths opened to reveal black tongues and chattering teeth. Twitching hands grasped the air. Palsied arms folded into themselves. The sound of growling grew louder within them, until it was all that could be heard. There were other faces he recognized, but it was too painful to remember them as they had once been. They were monsters now. "Oh, shit," said Joel, backing away. Ralph stopped drinking. Florence grabbed Frank's hand. The pack of infected broke into a run, and before Frank could turn to flee, they had already halved the distance between them. Ralph threw the vodka bottle at the pack, and it hit one of the infected, knocking her down. He turned and ran. "We're not going to make it," Frank thought, as they ran past Magnus's house. He glanced back to see the infected within 10 yards. Ralph was already flagging, breathing hard, while Joel whimpered as he ran. One of the infected reached for Ralph. Something wet and black emerged from its mouth as it snagged the back of Ralph's jacket with one stained hand. Ralph cried out. The back of the infected's head exploded. Chapter 67. Another infected went down. A bullet whirred past Frank's head into the chasing pack. He turned to see two men standing on the road, 5 yards back, one with a rifle and the other with a shotgun. The one with the rifle shouted, "Get down!" Frank dragged Florence down with him. Ralph and Joel landed on their stomachs upon the road. The two men opened fire. Frank hugged Florence, burying her face in his chest. The world around him became an explosion. Florence screamed. Then there was silence. Frank raised his head. The smell of blood and smoke hung in the air. The two men reloaded their weapons. Corpses of infected littered the road, many of them still twitching. Arms and legs lay at broken angles, twisted and smashed, ripped from bodies. Pulped remains. One of them, a woman with most of her face obliterated by buckshot, reached out to Frank as he rose. He stepped away from her. She opened her mouth, and a dark green fluid slipped onto her chin, and she slumped upon the road. Her bleeding wounds lessened their flow as her heart finally stopped, but her eyes remained fixed on Frank. Ralph and Joel got to their feet and looked at the bodies on the road. The men with the guns raised their gas masks. The man with the rifle was old and limping, the lower half of his face covered with a grey beard. The other man was younger and red-bearded, tall and broad-shouldered. They stopped 5 yards from Frank, reloading their weapons, eyeing him with caution. The old man grinned. "Frank Hooper, I thought you were dead." Frank nodded. "I thought the same about you, Roland." They walked to the edge of the village where the houses gave way to fields. The distant cries of infected drifted through the air. The day was darkening, becoming colder. Frank sagged with exhaustion, hunger creasing his stomach. Roland Pratt was friends with Frank's parents. "Here we are. Mary should be waiting for us. We don't want to be outside when it gets dark." The other man was Roland's nephew, Henry. Roland knocked on the front door and waited. The lock clicked and the door opened. Mary Pratt greeted them with a nervous smile. She was a short, plump woman wearing a long dress and a white apron. Her grey hair had been tied into a bun. Roland gave her a quick hug and entered the house. Frank and the others followed him. Henry locked the door, threw the bolt. They stood in a hallway. The only light was from candles, flickering by the walls. The house smelled of old shoes and sweat. Frank had visited the house once when he was a teenager. "I thought I heard gunshots," Mary said. "I was worried." Roland kissed her on the cheek. "No need to worry, dear. We encountered some of the corrupted ones. We made short work of them." She smiled. "Good, that's good." "Mary, you remember Frank Hooper, don't you? John and Lucy's son?" "Yes, I do. I hope John and Lucy are safe in France." "And Ralph Barrow and Joel Gosling. I remember all of you lads." She looked at Florence. "And who's this pretty thing?" Florence eyed her warily. "Ah, shy, is she? Never mind. All little girls are shy." "Hello, Mary," Frank said. Ralph and Joel greeted her too, offering polite smiles and nods. Roland said, "We found them near Peace Lane, being chased by the demons, a whole pack of the bastards." "Roland and Henry saved us," said Frank. "We were very lucky." "Don't mention it," said Roland. "You're all safe now," Mary told them. safe and sound." She held her hands together and smiled. "Now, who wants tea and cake?" They feasted on Victoria sponge, buttered scones, and tea weakened with powdered milk. Frank stifled a burp and relaxed into the armchair. He was drowsy from the rich food and ready to burst due to his stomach shrinking in the last few days. Florence sat next to Frank on the floor, eating her third scone. Crumbs stuck to the edges of her mouth. Ralph and Joel slumped on the sofa. Joel rubbed his stomach with one hand, holding a mug of tea with the other. Ralph was devouring a fourth piece of cake. It was a brief, glorious respite. Frank savoured it. Candlelight painted the living room. The curtains were closed over the wooden planks nailed over the windows. Roland and Mary sat down on the other side of the room, sipping from their own mugs of tea. Henry was leaning against the doorway, still holding his shotgun, staring at the floor. Before Mary had served the food and drink, Frank had recounted their journey to their hosts, finishing with the loss of Magnus. Mary, Roland, and Henry had listened in silence. "Do you know what happened to my wife?" Frank asked. "And Anya, my fiancée," said Joel. "She's missing." Roland looked at Mary, then at the floor. A shadow passed over his face. "They're gone. They're all gone." "Gone where?" asked Joel. "Gone away," replied Mary. "All gone away." "They were evacuated," Roland said. "Evacuated?" Mary said, "People turned into monsters. The demons roamed the streets, made it their playground. We stayed here while people died. After 2 days we went outside. Many of the demons were gone. And there were other survivors. Catherine and Anya were among them." Frank wanted to smile, but couldn't. Not yet. Not until he knew she was safe. "Then the army arrived," said Roland. "They took most of the survivors away." "Where did they take them?" asked Joel. "There's a camp on the coast," they said, "near Sidmouth. Apparently they're evacuating people from Britain." "Why didn't you go?" Frank said. Mary held Roland's hand. "We wanted to stay here, so we hid from the soldiers. This is our home. We'll never leave." "We're safe here," said Roland. "We've got enough supplies for a long time. We don't need electricity, as we've got the stove to cook with. We've always been self-sufficient, and we're safer here than in some filthy camp. Also, we've got guns. I'd rather we die in our own home, with our own ground under our feet." "I can empathise with that," said Ralph. Frank and Joel exchanged a look. Joel's eyes were wide, wet, and glassy. But the relief was evident on his face, and the stiffness had drained from his body. Frank felt like collapsing into a fit of hysterical laughter. He wanted to hug and squeeze Florence and tell her that she would see her adoptive mother very soon, and they would be a family together. And then things would get better. He wanted to believe that. "It's the devil," said Roland. Frank looked at the old man. Mary nodded, pursing her mouth. "All of this," Roland added. "It's the devil's work." Ralph snorted. "Don't be so cynical," said Mary. "The devil's come up to see us, and he's spreading his evil, making people become demons, making them kill and spread the evil to others." "The devil's out there," Roland said, raising one finger and gesturing outside. He's walking upon the earth, recruiting for his unholy army, and he wants our souls. Maybe we'll all meet him eventually. Maybe he'll come knocking on our doors soon." A shiver passed through Frank. He felt stupid for being so easily spooked. He glanced at Ralph, and Ralph's grin was like scar tissue. It was a mocking grin. Frank willed him not to say anything. "The devil?" Ralph asked incredulously. "Bollocks, utter bollocks." "Why are you so doubtful?" Mary said. Ralph sighed. "So, if the devil is really the cause of this plague, or evil as you call it, where is God while all this happens? Is God ignoring us? Doesn't God care? Is God just watching while everybody dies?" "I'm sorry about Ralph," Frank said to Mary and Roland. "He's an opinionated atheist." Their faces were blank, but there was piousness in their eyes. "I'm not an atheist," said Ralph. "Then what are you?" said Roland, and one corner of his mouth curled upwards. "Please tell us. We'd like to know what you are." "I'm an anti-theist." "What is that?" "It means that not only do I not believe in your God, but I also find the idea of your God and any other God appalling. If he's real, then why did he let my parents die? What did they do wrong? Were they demons? Were they possessed? Were they evil, like you said?" Neither Mary nor Roland answered. "That's enough," said Frank. He looked at the old couple. "I'm very sorry about Ralph, if he's caused any offence." Ralph was glaring at Frank. He could see him in his peripheral vision. Roland and Mary smiled together. "No offence taken, Frank." Roland's voice was calm and soothing. "We understand that young Ralph is suffering the loss of his parents." "Don't talk about me like I'm not here," said Ralph. "Don't talk down to me." "And we sympathise with you, Ralph," Mary said. "Your mother and father were good people. They didn't deserve what happened to them. No one stricken by the evil deserves it." "We're sorry if we upset you," said Roland. "Please accept our apologies." Ralph said nothing. He folded his arms and lowered his head to look at the floor. Darkness fell 3 hours later. Florence was asleep. Frank, Joel, and Ralph formed a circle on the living-room floor, sipping cups of Bovril as they studied the map. Mary and Roland hadn't taken Ralph's insulting behaviour personally. They were resolute in what they believed, and Frank couldn't help admiring them for it, even if he didn't agree with it. "I miss Magnus," said Ralph. Joel blew steam from his drink. "Feels strange without him." Frank nodded. Ralph scratched his face. "We'll never see him again, except maybe in dreams and nightmares." They drank. Florence muttered in her sleep. "We'll leave in the morning," said Frank. "Find a car somewhere." "It's a long journey," Ralph said. "What if the camp isn't there when we arrive? What if everyone's gone?" "Please don't say that," Joel whispered. Frank sipped his Bovril. "It's a possibility. They might have already been evacuated from the country by the time we arrive." "Do you think only Britain has been affected?" "It's probably global," said Ralph. "It's irrelevant." Frank cleared his throat. The other men looked at him. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, okay?" "And what about Florence? What about her? Have you thought about leaving her here with the Jesus freaks? Is it a good idea to bring her along with us, all the way to Sidmouth?"
She's coming with us. She'll slow us down. No more than you will, Ralph. She probably would be safer here, and I have considered leaving her with Roland and Mary, but I promised to look after her. You could let her decide. No, she's too young to make that decision. I know what's best for her. Ralph stared at him. Frank looked away. I think we should get some sleep, said Joel. He yawned, stretched his arms. Big day tomorrow. Sounds like we're going on a day trip to the seaside, said Ralph. Frank smiled, finished his drink. Joel's right. Time to get our heads down. Just as they settled down on the living room floor, a deep roar came out of the night, resonating from somewhere in the village. It was the cry of something stalking the back roads in the dark. Frank blew out the candle. He shut his eyes, feeling sick that Magnus was gone, but also exhilarated by the possibility of finding his wife tomorrow. There was little chance of sleep tonight. Chapter 68. Frank woke in the morning and thought Magnus was in the room, skulking in the corner and sniffling. When he realized Magnus was gone, something within his chest shriveled. The others woke up around him. Ralph cleared his throat, then realized he couldn't spit it out and swallowed it instead. Joel was ashen-faced and lethargic, dark patches under his eyes. Florence looked frail, all bones and skin. They breakfasted on biscuits and apples brought in by Mary and sat in the living room while an early morning mist rolled down the streets. There was a sense of anticipation and expectation in the air, mixed with the fear of what waited for them on the road. Roland gave them his car, and they accepted gratefully. They left the house not long after the sun broke the horizon and burned away the mist, throwing the day's first shadows upon the ground. The chill in the air sharpened itself against Frank's skin, cleared his nose and made his eyes water. His breath was white vapor. Roland and Mary donated some extra supplies, including a spare tank of petrol. Henry stood at the foot of the garden and watched the street, his shotgun at his hip. Ralph, Joel, and Florence waited in the car while Frank said goodbye to Roland and Mary. "Good luck," Mary said as she hugged him. Her body was soft and motherly against his. She gave him a kiss on the cheek. Frank blushed. Roland shook his hand. "Stay safe out there, lad." "Thanks for everything," Frank said. "Don't be silly," Mary replied. "We're glad to help." "Go with God," said Roland. Frank climbed into the car and looked back at them through the rear window. They waved. Florence waved back at them. Ralph moved the car down the driveway, passing Henry, who nodded at them without expression. "I hope the monsters don't get them," said Florence. Frank smiled at her. "I'm sure they'll be fine." The road ahead was silent and dead. Back through the village they passed Magnus's house and looked at it one last time, wondering if he was in there with his family. Going past his own home, Frank could not help watching the windows, hoping to see Catherine's face peering out at them. Joel glanced at his still burning house as the car went on. No one spoke. The men said a silent goodbye to their home village. Frank wondered if they would ever return. He wasn't optimistic. The village was dead and rotting, and the abandoned houses were nothing more than memorials to the people who once lived there.
Chapter 69. They travelled through many more ruined places inhabited by scattered and ragged groups of infected. Some ran at the car as it passed, bolting from doorways and passageways. Reaching for the car with raking hands, shambling, scarecrow-like figures scrambled out of houses painted with splashes of red. A few miles on, Ralph stopped the car next to a field covered with stubbly grass. Two figures headed towards them, gangling silhouettes against the horizon. "What are you doing?" Joel asked him. Ralph didn't answer as he stared at the figures. His face was creased, lily-white and angry, the eyes within it seething and bloodshot. He grabbed the baseball bat, opened his door and climbed out before Frank could stop him. And by the time Frank followed him outside, Ralph was already in the field and approaching the infected, swaying the bat in his hands. Frank broke into a run and went after him. The infected growled at Ralph. The first one, a woman in a torn t-shirt stretched over her crooked shoulders, went at Ralph with hands formed into fleshy claws. She frothed and screamed, her eyes bleeding down her skeletal face. Ralph swung his bat against her arms, breaking them with a sickening crack. She howled, but still came towards him, gibbering and crying. He went at her with such intensity and rage that when he had finished with her, and his bat was dripping with red, she was nothing more than a shattered heap on the dirt. The other infected, a man with needle-sharp black quills protruding from his back and a damp gurgling in his throat, lunged at Ralph. His face was malformed into a mask that looked like it was made of melted wax. His mouth parted in small gasps in which his tongue slithered through and tasted the sore skin around his lips. Ralph smashed his head in. His skull bled onto the cold ground. His legs twitched and jerked. Frank took a step back when Ralph turned and stared at him with eyes bearing the look of sickness. "Are you okay?" Frank kept his voice as low as he could. Ralph exhaled through his mouth. "Am I okay? I'm fucking dandy, mate. Thanks for asking." "I'm sorry about your parents." "They didn't deserve to die, Frank." "I know." "Then why did they?" "I don't know. I had to kill my mum. She was infected. She killed and partially ate my dad. She had loved my dad. They had loved each other. And I had to kill her like she was a diseased animal." "I'm sorry," Frank said. "It's not just my parents. It's Magnus as well. He's gone. He's one of them. What's happened to the world? What's happened to us? I want things to go back to what they were like before. Everything's fucked, mate." "Let's go back to the car." "I hate them," said Ralph. "I want to kill them all. I don't want to stop until I've wiped them out." "I don't think that's possible." "Doesn't matter. We'll be dead by the end of the week." "Don't say things like that." "It's true." "No, it's not. I made a promise to take care of Florence." Ralph laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Of course, it comes back to the girl." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You think, somehow, that she's your daughter." "I don't know how, but you're wrong. She's not your daughter. Your daughter is dead." "Shut up." "She's dead. Emily's dead, Frank." "Shut up. She's gone. Wake up. You're a fucking fool." Silence fell over them. Frank's hands were shaking as he tried to suppress the anger urging him to punch his friend. The men held eye contact for a while, both unwilling to look away first. The only sound was the cawing of crows from the edge of the field. Ralph lowered his gaze to the ground, shame burning his face. He spat. "Let's go back to the car," said Frank. Ralph nodded. Neither man spoke as they left the field. Chapter 70. It was Joel's turn to drive the car. Ralph sat in the front passenger seat, watching thin pillars of smoke on the horizon. Birds hung in the air. Several ragged sheep wandered in a field of lush grass. The car wormed through South Somerset and into Devon. They were 15 miles from Sidmouth and heading for the coast. Speckles of rain pattered against the windscreen, but the downpour that threatened didn't appear. They passed a burnt-out truck with charred corpses spilling from its open back. Crumbling remains. A charcoal effigy leaned against the truck, white teeth grinning and tufts of hair jutting from its scalp. Drifts of ash like shapeless ghosts. The silence and stillness of the abandoned road was enough to make Joel's heart shrivel. Thoughts of Anya filled his mind. All he could think about was holding her, kissing her. When the car rounded a corner, an army-armoured vehicle blocked their way. One of the 3 soldiers standing next to it held up his hand for Joel to stop. The 2 soldiers to either side of him raised their rifles. Joel slowed the car to a halt. "I hope they're a welcoming party," Frank said. The camp had been set up in the fields outside Sidmouth. A sprawling, stinking mess of mud, ramshackle tents, open latrines, and approximately 1,000 refugees, according to the soldiers. The remaining soldiers stationed at the camp had been dragged together from the surviving remnants of different units in the area. Some were fighting the infected in the town. The armoured vehicle made its way down the hill towards the camp, which filled 2 fields with blocks and rows of tents. A chain-link metal fence marked its perimeter. Just beyond the north side of the camp was an area of grey land, from which plumes of smoke drifted. The soldiers were burning something down there. Florence had a look of wonder and awe on her face. "The camp's a shithole," said Private Underwood, a young man with dark skin and green eyes. He kept wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "But it's better than trying to survive on the streets." "Too right," Corporal Graves said from the front passenger seat. He was a bull-necked, softly-spoken man. "The infected are everywhere. The place down here is a paradise compared to some of the other emergency camps I've seen set up since the outbreak." "What happened to the other camps?" asked Joel. Graves hesitated. "Most of them are gone, wiped out." The few soldiers at the camp's front gates watched the vehicle approach. Tired-looking men, more like ghosts than living people. Private Bunce stopped the vehicle at the gates. Graves spoke to one of the guards as another soldier confiscated the civilians' improvised weapons, including Ralph's baseball bat. He complained, albeit quietly, before they were waved into the camp. "Underwood's right," he said. "It is a shithole." Bunce parked next to a portable cabin situated between 2 haggard shacks. A child was crying somewhere nearby. A dog was barking. They exited the vehicle. Frank smelled wood smoke. Corporal Graves pointed towards the cabin. "You'll be registered in here, but you'll have to be checked for infection before that. Follow me." He led them to another portable cabin. Inside, 2 middle-aged women were playing hungry hippos on a rickety table. The women looked up, annoyed at being disturbed. One of them glared at Graves. "More stragglers," the woman said. She was grey-haired and plumped. "That's right, Violet. Now if you'd be so good as to check them for infection." Violet eyed him, didn't move. Graves sighed. "Please." "That's better," she said, and stood. "Right, you newbies, take your clothes off. We're going to take a look at you." She glanced at the other woman, who had also risen to her feet. "Sandra, you take the girl in one of the cubicles. I'll check the men." Sandra went to Florence and took her hand. Florence resisted, looked at Frank. He nodded. "It'll be okay. Go with the nice lady." "I ain't been nice for years," said Sandra. Florence snatched her hand away and stepped back. Sandra glowered at her. Frank went to Florence and put one hand on her shoulder. "It'll be okay. We're not going to leave you here. I would never leave you here on your own." Sandra rolled her eyes. "Oh, please." Florence gazed at Frank, her bottom lip quivering. She blinked and gave the faintest of nods. "Okay. You promise to stay here?" "Yes, I promise." "Okay." Sandra led her into a cubicle and closed the blue plastic curtain behind them. Violet looked at Graves. "You stay here in case they're infected and something happens. One of the last survivors you brought in nearly tore my face off." "It wasn't that bad," said Graves. "You do embellish, don't you? I'll remember that when one of these fuckers bites me in the arse." "It's big enough. Cheeky fucker." Graves grinned. Violet put on a pair of surgical gloves. "Okay, lads, strip off and show me what you've got." After being given the all-clear, they went to the registration cabin. A greasy-haired man sat behind a desk, cluttered with pens, stacks of paper and notebooks. He was called Sims, and he noted their names in a register, writing with the methodical nature of a seasoned administrator who takes too much pleasure in numbers and pie charts. Joel and Frank asked about Anya and Catherine. Sims regarded them with pale eyes behind glasses held together with duct tape. There was a yellow bruise on his chin. His beard stuck to his lined face in wispy patches and clumps, black and white in colour. Yes, their names were on the register. Joel almost cried when Anya's name was read out. "Where are they?" asked Frank. "I'm not sure where your wife is, Mr. Hooper, but Mr. Gosling's fiancée is working as a nurse in the medical centre." Joel fidgeted with his hands. He thought his heart might shatter. The medical centre? Sim's face was blank. "It's a big tent about 100 yards from here. You can't miss it." Joel stumbled outside. Chapter 71. Ralph followed Frank and Florence to the medical centre. Joel was ahead of them, struggling to keep his footing in the mud. He stopped at the entrance to the tent, lifted one of the canvas flaps and looked inside. The others caught up with him. Rows of beds, most of them occupied, dominated the inside of the medical centre. Medics buzzed between the aisles, while volunteer nurses tended to patients. A soldier stood guard in a far corner, his face slack with exhaustion. Near the entrance, a thin woman behind a desk was reading through sheets of paper on a clipboard. Her hair was pulled back in a vicious ponytail. She looked up at Joel as he approached. "Excuse me," said Joel, breathing hard from his run. "Is Anya Lewandowski here?" "Who?" She sucked on a sweet, rolling it around her mouth. "Anya Lewandowski." "Who are you?" "I'm her fiancé. Where is she? Is she here?
She's just finished her shift.
Where has she gone?
I'm here, Joel, Anya said. Joel turned towards Anya, who stood in the harsh glow of a halogen lamp. She said something in Polish under her breath and smiled. He threw his arms around her and they embraced. He held her by the arms and they kissed deeply and slowly in reunion. Anya put her face against his chest as he nuzzled her blonde hair. He closed his eyes, rocked against her. She was crying. Ralph watched them with envy burning in his stomach, and a little bit of hatred. He thought about his parents. Their faces dwelled at the fringes of his mind, and he tried to push them away. He wanted to feel anger, not relief. He could do something with anger.
"Thank God I found you, Anya,"
said Joel.
"I thought I'd never see you again."
"I thought you were dead," she replied. Her words were muffled by tears. Joel wiped her eyes dry. "I can't believe you're here, all of you. I thought you were either killed or infected."
"We barely survived. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen. That we've all seen."
Anya looked at the others in turn. "Is Magnus not with you?" No one spoke.
"Magnus is gone,"
said Joel finally. Anya nodded. Her face was sad and flushed pink, her mouth a thin crease. "Oh, poor Magnus. I always thought he was a good man."
"Yes, he was. I miss him. We all miss him."
"But the rest of you made it," Anya said. She smiled at them, but the expression faltered at the corners of her mouth when she looked at Frank.
"Where is Catherine?"
Frank asked her. Something changed in Anya's face. Her voice rose low and trembling from her throat.
"I'm sorry, Frank. I'm so sorry." "Why are you sorry?"
Anya led them to the northern perimeter of the camp. Frank's legs were shaking cartilage and bone, and he looked down at his feet as the mud sucked on his shoes. A creeping dread grew inside him. The air smelled of rot and smoke, meat and ash. Anya turned to him, apologetic and silent. Joel stood slack, pale and morose beside her. Ralph and Florence looked past Frank, out to where the land was mutilated and burnt. The scorched earth where figures meandered. Frank looked beyond the fence and placed both hands against the wire. Something unravelled in his guts, and he expected it to come spilling out of him in a slopping bundle. His eyes were stinging. He bit his tongue, wanting to taste his blood. "I'm sorry, Frank," Anya said. He barely noticed her until she handed him Catherine's wedding ring. He snatched it from her and held it between his fingers. "She's dead," he said, not believing the words he was saying. "Yes, Frank." He stared at the ring. It was his last piece of Catherine. The world beyond the fence announced itself in vivid imagery and sensations. The smoke, the smell, the craters in the ground, and the pits where flames writhed like nesting serpents. A place where the dead were put to rest. His voice was papery, the words swept away on the breeze. "Catherine's out there," Anya said. "The soldiers take the bodies out there to be burned in the pits. I wanted to give Catherine a proper burial, but the soldiers wouldn't let me. They said every corpse has to be burned." Frank watched the men push bodies into the ground. They wore masks and boiler suits, boots and gloves. They hefted spades and shovels. A mechanical digger punched into the earth and scooped up dirt, piling it into a mound as big as a house. Soldiers guarded the gravediggers, keeping watch over the grey land. The dead were piled up and doused with petrol. A man lit a match and tossed it into the pit. Flame took to life and roared. A horrible, corrupting stench slithered into Frank and coiled around his spine, filling his lungs with black vines. He thought of Catherine being thrown into a pit like a dead animal, like a stray dog put to sleep and dumped. He thought of those men carrying her to the edge of the pit. Maybe they had said a prayer or just done their job in silence. He imagined Catherine's body falling until it came to rest alongside the other dead, her limbs finding the shape of those around her, entwining with other dead limbs, becoming a patchwork of meat, bone, and skin. Dead eyes staring at the sky. He wondered if she had a peaceful look on her face as she was covered with petrol and set alight. What had been the last thing to go through her mind before she died? Did she die wondering if her husband was dead? Did she die mourning him? All this way to reach her, to find her. Tears slipped down his face. He tasted them, bitter and pathetic. There was an emptiness spreading inside his stomach, gnawing at him with blunt teeth. A womb of darkness that was poison and anger and all things sickening. His heart was a hammer. His throat tightened until he was sure he would choke. He turned to Anya. She met his gaze. How did it happen? How did she die? Anya didn't look away. Her lips moved. No sound. She wiped at her glistening eyes. How did she die? Frank screamed. How did it happen? It was to save her from pain, a mercy. What? It happened on our first day here. Anya paused, took a deep breath. Go on, said Frank, urging her. There was an attack. The monsters got into the camp somehow. They caught her, 2 of them. They were biting her. She was crying, bleeding. The soldiers shot her to spare her suffering. They didn't have a choice. He wiped his mouth. A vague sense of surrealism overcame him. He was hearing about how his wife died and couldn't believe it. It had to be a mistake or a bad joke. It had to be a trick. He eyed Anya, blinking away a dull pain in his eyes. He thought he could hear someone laughing at him. So that's it. That's how she died. Just like that. Anya muttered, yes, and looked away from him. Frank's arms fell to his sides like dead weight. He felt dizzy. His heart was palpitating. And then it all just faded away. Every single feeling. He lowered his head, stared at the ground, and closed his eyes. Then someone was holding his hand. He opened his eyes. Florence stood beside him, offering a wan smile. Her skin was warm and soft in the cold air. He accepted her hand, tightening his own around her small fingers, and he tried to return her smile with all of his remaining will, but couldn't. He wanted to shut everything out and curl up in a dark corner and forget all that had gone before. He was beaten.
Gunshots rose from beyond the fence. A small pack of infected was running towards the men working at the pits. Monsters inhabiting barely human disguises. Men and women, lurching and malformed, hunched and twisted into nightmarish creations. The soldiers shot them down, then approached the bodies, inspecting and prodding them with booted feet. They would be taken to the pits and thrown amongst the other corpses. "More and more infected come each day," said Anya, her voice quiet. "They sense us. They know we are here. They come in packs or alone. Lonely ones who come here to die. But soon there will be a swarm of them, I think. Like an army."
"A swarm," said Ralph. "Fuck.
"Are more of them coming?"
Joel asked. Frank watched the soldiers collect the dead infected. "Let them." Chapter 72. The next few days passed slowly. Food and water rations were meagre, and the refugees stank of dirt, sweat, and filth. The latrines overflowed, filling the camp with the rotten stench of human waste. More survivors arrived, exhausted and traumatized with nowhere else to go, and huddled in small groups waiting for the soldiers and the volunteers to offer them aid. People were waiting to die or waiting to be saved. Some didn't care, it seemed. Some were broken, fading away without a struggle. They were broken long before they'd reached the camp. Sparse packs of infected attacked the perimeter each night. The refugees were the sheep, and the soldiers were the shepherd dogs. The infected were the wolves. It rained every day, and puddles formed into large pools of dirty brown water. The ground became boggy as the camp turned into a mud hole, like a Glastonbury festival in the old days. The fires in the corpse pits burned. Supplies ran low. People got sick and spent their days confined to the beds in the medical tent. They were told that the Royal Navy was sending ships to evacuate them. Devonport, the home of the Navy's amphibious fleet, was overrun with infected, gone, wiped out. But the ships would arrive soon. Salvation was close, it seemed, but it was hard to believe. And no one did believe, except for the few still hoping and praying for deliverance. Joel was one of those people. There was thunder far away, and the wind blew cold and sharp in the fading light. He held Anya's hand as they walked back to their tent. He would never leave her again. He pulled back the canvas flap. Ralph and Florence were playing an improvised game of snap. A married couple, Ross and Michelle, huddled in one corner, silent, their heads bowed. Stuart Lenkman, a professor of biology before the outbreak, was sitting on the ground, staring at his hands. A single mother called Donna cradled her baby son in her arms, cooing to him as he cried. The baby always cried. Joel had forgotten the boy's name. There were other people here, and he didn't know their names. He didn't want to know. He was so tired he could sleep standing up. His eyelids were drooping. He hadn't slept properly since they had left the holiday cottage. How long ago was that? 6 days? 10 days? 2 weeks? It could have been a year, and he wouldn't have been sure. The inside of the tent was cramped, and the constant poke of elbows and knees against his body infuriated him. The smell of bad breath, farts, baby shit, and body odor made him feel ill.
People whispered in the adjacent tent, heard above the pattering drizzle, so close were the tents crammed together. He wondered when the soldiers would start turning people away. "Where's Frank?" he asked. Only Florence looked up. "He's gone for a walk." Again. "Yes." He turned to Anya. "I'm going to find him, see if he's okay." Anya nodded. "I'll stay here. I'm going to get some sleep." She kissed Joel and told him to be careful. He went back out into the rain. He found Frank at the northern perimeter, staring at the plague pits. The man was a motionless figure in the rain, hands buried in his pockets, the hood of his coat over his head. Joel looked at the sky and wondered if one of the giant sky things was up there, watching the camp, waiting for the right time to descend and crush it. He spat. Whatever those things were, they were not gods. They were not even fit to be compared to his God. His God was all-loving and merciful and kind. "But does he exist, Joel? Are you sure that he exists? Do you still believe in him?" "I'm not sure you still do." "Piss off," he muttered. "Maybe your faith is wearing thin. Go fuck yourself." "We'll see about that." He shook his head. The voice didn't go away, only faded. He walked over to Frank, clearing his throat to let him know he was there. Frank didn't react. Joel stood beside him, looking through the fence as the breeze picked up drifts of ash and soot from the mass graves and made them into swarms that tainted the sky. The pits were deserted. It was a wasteland, scorched and ruined, poisoned. "Hey, mate," said Joel. Frank's voice was a whisper. "Hey." Above them, gulls and crows performed aerial duels over scraps of food. Joel heard the sea when he closed his eyes. He had loved the sea ever since his parents had taken him on day trips to Weymouth and Seaton when he was a boy. His parents were with God now. No suffering for them, no pain, and he was glad they were dead and spared from the horror of the plague. He was glad for the car crash. He was glad they had died together. "You all right?" he asked Frank. "Yeah. We're worried about you." "I'm fine. You're not. I want to go out there and see if I can find her." "The soldiers won't let you go out there unless you're on grave-digging detail. You know that." "I'll do that then." "I'm sorry about Catherine. I can't pretend to know what you're going through, but you've still got us. You've still got your mates. And Florence." "Florence," Frank muttered. "I remember you said to me that you promised to take care of Florence. You said to me that you'd look after her." "So what?" "So, are you going to break your promise to her?" "I know what it's like to lose parents, so imagine what it's been like for her. She needs you, Frank. She's just a little girl. You're her guardian." Frank looked at Joel. "When we left for your stag weekend, I had no idea I'd never see my wife again. She didn't even get a decent burial. She deserves to be honored." Ralph appeared alongside Joel. He was shivering against the cold and rain. The three men looked out towards the plague pits, and beyond that, the hills and fields. "If God exists," said the voice in his mind, "how come everything's falling apart? How come your friends' loved ones are dead? What did they do to deserve death? What did they do to endure such suffering?" Where was God when they were suffering and dying? Shouldn't he have saved them? Shouldn't he save us all?
Joel thought he glimpsed figures flitting between distant trees and hedgerows straight ahead, but it could have been his imagination, and when he looked again, there was no sign of them. Ralph grimaced against the cold breeze. "Frank's right. Yesterday I heard that Salisbury was lost. The army were overrun. But it could be just a rumour. I don't know." Frank closed his eyes. "The centre cannot hold."
"Will the ships arrive?"
Joel asked. "I think we're waiting to die here," said Ralph. "I think we're alone. Nobody's coming to save us." Chapter 73. The days and nights clouded together, and it was cold all the time. Hunger kept Ralph awake at night. He thought often of his parents, especially his mother. Her face, awful mouth, and nightmare eyes made a nest in his mind. He considered leaving the camp and travelling beyond the perimeter, past the soldiers and into the ruined country to find something to kill. Despite his quick temper, before the outbreak he'd never felt the urge to kill anyone. But now it was consuming him. The urge made his heart palpitate and his mouth go dry, made his teeth itch until he could barely sit still. Maybe he would go home, where he belonged, and give his parents a decent burial, put them in the ground, maybe build a funeral pyre for them. Yeah, burn the dead. Fire purifies. He huddled in one corner of the tent, his arms wrapped around his chest. The cold air he pulled into his mouth made his gums ache and thrum. His breath stank of sewage. He tongued the gap where one of his front teeth had once been. Gunshots crackled at the perimeter, mixing with the wailing cries of the infected. Guttural sounds echoed through the night. He shivered. It was a cosmic terror, beyond understanding or reason. The plague only wished to infect and multiply. And when there was nobody left to infect... The gunfire stopped. Raised voices, then silence again. Ralph decided to stay and help his mates survive. He would stay with them until the end. The morning brought no colour to the world. Joel and Anya burst into the tent, hope and exhaustion across their faces.
"The ships are coming."
"What?" Frank said. He and Florence were playing Snap. Joel got his breath back.
"One of the soldiers said the ships are coming."
"To Sidmouth," said Anya. "Very soon." Ralph watched from his claimed corner, chewing on a stale granola bar. "How soon?" Joel smiled, showing dirty teeth.
"Today."
Word of their impending rescue spread around the camp. The ships were stationed just off the coast, waiting to take the survivors to safety. Requisitioned buses were coming to transport them to Sidmouth, which had finally been cleared of most of its infected population. For the first time in a while, people spoke with a renewed sense of hope and purpose. Couples even rutted in their tents in celebration. An old man and his elderly wife wept and embraced. Some started to sing songs in celebration. People began to talk about salvation. Ralph thought they were fools. Chapter 74. The refugees massed at the front of the camp, kept behind the gates while the soldiers manned the perimeter. Varied odours of neglect and dirty bodies filled the air.
The ground was sticky, clinging on to those standing upon it. Some people were caked in mud. Children sniffled and watched the adults with expectant eyes. They were so close to being rescued from this diseased isle. No one wanted to be left behind. Apprehension and anxiety flitted through the crowd like the creeping arms of a silent mist. Some people stood in silence. A few outspoken men, determined and a little too proud, advocated walking the few miles to Sidmouth, but they were overruled by the soldiers. People complained and fretted, small arguments breaking out, but everyone fell silent when a coach crested the hill and started down the road towards the camp. Moments later, the people were cheering. Frank was jostled by the musty bodies around him. He kept hold of Florence. Each of the 5 coaches could hold approximately 50 to 60 people, not enough to carry all of the refugees. The rest of the crowd realized this just as he did and began to surge. Bodies pressed Frank on all sides. Joel was hugging Anya, keeping her close to him. Florence whimpered, and then she was drowned out by the collective roar of the refugees. A man demanded to know what was happening. A woman asked if more coaches were coming. The pulse of the crowd quickened, people slipping in the mud. Some were knocked down, battered by errant legs and feet. Someone screamed. A gunshot halted the crowd and silenced the human mass. A sergeant raised his hands. "Please stay calm. There is no need to panic."
"Where's the rest of the coaches?"
asked a fat man near the front. The sergeant hesitated, then looked to the officer in charge of the camp, Captain Shaw, who was watching the coaches as they descended the hill. Shaw turned to the crowd. He was a tall and morose man, black-haired and dark-skinned.
"Everyone will be evacuated, I promise you. I've been told by my superiors that there are more transports arriving soon. There's no need to worry. Salvation is here."
He wasn't lying. Frank could tell, but Shaw's superiors might have lied to him for all he knew. The coaches, driven by haggard soldiers with pale faces, halted outside the front gates. The sides of the coaches were streaked and smeared with blood, grime and mud. Their doors hissed as they opened. Frank held Florence's hand and offered her a crooked smile. The first coach had been filled, packed tight, the refugees weighing down the suspension as it left the camp. Frank and the other drivers were near the front of the crowd. He wasn't confident they'd be on the next coach when it was ready to receive them. He breathed in, breathed out, tried to keep his heart steady. Florence was jittery beside him. "Are we going to France or an island?" she asked, large eyes peering up at him.
"We'll find out when we get on the ships."
"Okay." Frank looked at Ralph and nodded. Ralph returned the gesture. Joel and Anya were struggling to stay on their feet as the crowd swayed and flowed.
"Keep together," Frank said, "no matter what."
He wished Catherine was here to hold his hand. His insides were cold, and he missed her enough to offer his own heart for her return. But he pushed away his grief to deal with it later. The second coach slowly filled with refugees. The soldiers checked the lines of people to keep them in order. Belongings were left behind. All they could take was what they were wearing. Frank and the others missed the cut-off point for the second coach.
"At least we'll get a decent seat on the next one," Ralph said sourly.
"Hopefully," said Frank. "What's that sound?" asked Florence. Frank lowered his head to look at her.
"What sound?"
But then he heard it. and so did everybody else. It was the sound of several thousand footfalls trembling in the ground, and seconds later the northern horizon was filled with an enormous swarm of infected. Abominations, travesties, and twitching wretches, enough of them to wipe the refugees from the earth. The soldiers opened fire upon the swarm, dropping dozens of infected. But they still came forward, surging down the hill. The refugees at the front of the crowd panicked and bolted for the coaches. People were trampled and crushed as the vehicles were swamped by the rush of desperate, terrified survivors. The infected tore through the line of soldiers, overwhelming them, and moments later were upon the refugees. The slaughter began. Chapter 75. No one spoke on the coach. Frank stared out the window. The blood on his face was not his own and still wet. Florence perched on his lap. Ralph sat next to them, his head bowed. Joel and Anya were seated across the aisle, huddled together. A few people were crying. Several soldiers slumped in their seats, some of them without their rifles, which they had dropped during the dash to the coach. A woman at the front wailed and sobbed, mourning her husband. There were many empty seats. Only 2 of the remaining 4 coaches had escaped. The other 2 had been left behind, overrun by the infected. Hundreds of refugees abandoned to die or be assimilated into the swarm. Frank was still shaking. He had managed to board one of the coaches, carrying Florence in his arms, with Ralph and Joel and Anya right behind him. They were among the last on the coach before it pulled away from the camp with shrieking infected hanging from it, trying to get at the people inside. More infected had been crushed by the coach's large wheels, snapping and cracking like wet twigs. Frank had looked back at the camp as they drove away. The image of what he'd seen was branded into his mind. Blood had covered the ground, such was the carnage dealt by the infected. Now they were approaching Sidmouth. Deserted houses appeared alongside the road, piles of bodies stacked in a field. He put his hand in his jacket pocket and felt for Catherine's wedding band. Relieved it was still there, he looked at his own ring, loose on his finger because of the weight he had lost. The coach entered Sidmouth. Through the town and towards the beach, past gutted buildings and wreaths of smoke. Frank saw a little girl's bicycle lying by the pavement, its front wheel buckled. Cars had been pushed to the sides of the road to allow the coaches through. Gulls swooped over the roofs. The army had cleaned out this town. The 2 coaches reached the shorefront. Coaches and buses from other camps and rescue centres had already arrived. Beyond the sea wall, the beach was covered with refugees, crammed together and waiting to be rescued. It reminded Frank of holidays in Spain, where the beaches were packed with sunbathers and tourists. There were thousands of people here, stretched along the beach for a mile. A desperate, exhausted mass of humanity, the thrum and drone of chatter and complaints. Some people were injured, with many on crutches or being carried on stretchers. Medics tended to those needing help. The remaining soldiers patrolled the beach. And beyond the beach was the sea, tempestuous and uncaring. Waves fell silent against the shore. Some people even stood in the shallows, the water up to their knees at low tide. So desperate were they to escape to the 4 Royal Navy ships anchored as close to the shore as they could come without beaching themselves. Landing craft ferried people straight from the beach to the ships, but the turnaround was slow and torturous. It would take hours, maybe a full day, to evacuate the refugees. Frank and the others were herded from the coach to the edge of the beach. "I'd like to be out of here before nightfall," said Joel. "Anyone fancy swimming to the ships?" "You'd drown in that water," Frank said, "and there's no guarantee the ships would let you on if you made it out there. They could even shoot you." "Can the infected swim?" "I hope not." "We'll be okay," Anya said. Ralph looked out to sea. "Now we just have to wait. Fucking great." They had been waiting for over 3 hours without food, water or shelter from the elements. The landing craft went back and forth, delivering people to the safety of the waiting ships, but the beach was still packed with bodies. Soldiers deterred desperate refugees from diving into the water. The smell of dead fish, brine and seaweed filled the air, carried upon the wind, sweeping at the huddled masses. The waves poured at the shore, frothing and churning. A few small fires had been started, scattered along the beach like small beacons. People gathered around them, warming their hands and faces, but most of the refugees were left in the cold. Frank and the others sat in a small circle. Granules of sand danced in the cold sea breeze, invading their eyes and mouths, sticking to clothes and skin. "You think we'll ever come back?" asked Anya. "Not sure I want to," said Joel. "The country is dead." Ralph scooped a handful of sand and stones and let it fall between his fingers. "If the whole world's been hit by the plague, then it doesn't matter where we go." Joel shook his head. "There must be somewhere safe." "There is somewhere," said Frank, mindful of Florence next to him. "The Navy will find somewhere safe." Ralph looked at the others, and there was something dead behind his eyes. It unsettled Frank. "This is the end of the world, isn't it? What will happen to us when we get to safety? Will we be running and hiding every day for the rest of our lives?" No one answered. Ralph was right. But what else could they do? Give up? Frank couldn't do that while Florence was still alive. "These are the last days," Ralph continued. "And this is the last plague. I'm glad I'm not religious, because I'd be shitting myself right now." "What do you mean?" Joel asked him. "Think about it. If you're a believer in God, how does that fit into all of this? How could God let this happen?" "I don't think it's that simple." "Surely it is that simple. All of these people around us, these refugees who were just ordinary people not even a fortnight ago. They had lives and jobs, families, birthday parties, roast dinners on Sundays, bank accounts and mortgages, loans and bills. That Monday morning feeling at work. Remember the mundaneness of the old world, and remember it well, because it's gone forever, my friends. All gone, and God hasn't lifted a finger to help us." Joel opened his mouth to reply when Anya touched him on the arm, and he turned to her and accepted her head on his shoulder. Ralph started picking his teeth. Frank noticed the soldiers glancing nervously at the road leading into the town. "I'm hungry," said Florence. "So am I," Frank told her. We'll have something to eat when we get on the ship." She clutched her belly. "Okay." He smiled at her, the corners of his mouth aching. A terrible shriek rose from within the town and rippled through the crowded beach. Ralph took his finger out of his mouth. "Oh, shit," said Joel. The infected streamed out of the streets. The swarms from the camp had arrived, victims of the plague and those recently welcomed to the swarm. The soldiers opened fire. Chapter 76. The crowd turned towards the sea. Frank grabbed hold of Florence. Bodies rushed around them. Joel and Anya gripped each other, desperate not to be separated. Ralph was moving with the tide of people towards the water. Ashes and cinders flitted through the air as fires were trampled and extinguished. Many people were already in the water, attempting to swim to the ships. Frank glanced back. The infected were being shredded by suppressing fire. Grenades detonated with sharp concussions, throwing bodies into the air and slicing the swarm with hot shrapnel. Bodies fell and lay twitching. Others were ripped apart by automatic fire. Death screams and gurgles rose from torn throats. The infected still rushed forward, pouring through the streets, and there were not enough soldiers to hold them back. The refugees stampeded towards the shore, but the landing craft hadn't returned yet. Frank was terrified they wouldn't return at all. People were screaming, shouting, wailing, crying. The soldiers who'd been loading the landing craft failed to hold the civilians back from the water. Parents carried their children to the edge of the shore. Men and women fell down in the shallows. Some were crushed in the stampede, while others drowned in less than a foot of water. There was red in the surf. One of the soldiers fired his rifle into the air, but to no effect as the refugees engulfed him. Several people who'd been knocked down on the beach were now crawling towards the sea. Some were lying prone, dead, or unconscious. Frank stumbled, knocked from all sides by flailing arms and elbows. A hand struck him in the face, and he reeled away, stunned, but managed to keep hold of Florence. They were in the middle of the crowd. Frank couldn't see the water past the scrum of bodies. A woman was screaming next to his face, deafening him temporarily. Behind him, the infected were coming forward under withering fire. Machine guns opened up, ripping into their ranks. "The boats are coming back," someone in front of him shouted. The crowd broiled in utter confusion and chaos. The light dimmed. Frank couldn't move. He and Florence were hemmed in tight. She was crying. He kissed the top of her head and said that everything would be okay. More gunfire from the water's edge. Were the soldiers firing upon the refugees? Frank glanced at Joel, Anya, and Ralph. He dug his feet into the sand and pushed forwards, struggling through the bodies, determined to get to the water. His vision swayed when an elbow clocked him in his right eye. He stumbled forwards into the shallows, the cold water up to his ankles. His breath caught in his chest. He could hear the landing craft approaching and people begging for help. The soldiers were shouting. The gunfire behind him lessened. And then there was screaming at the back of the crowd. The infected were amongst them, ripping and tearing. People collided with one another, fell down, were crushed. Bones snapped, bodies left helpless on the sand. Bullets shot through the air. A man's head became red mist and splinters of bone. Another man was caught in the shoulder, and he collapsed and was trampled. Frank kept hold of Florence. He clung to her so tight that she whimpered. He looked back as people were dragged down and swarmed by the rampaging infected. Their screams didn't last long. He saw a woman, her arms like scythes, bony spines erupting from her back as she removed a man's throat with her teeth. And there were others, their gaping mouths delivering the most awful of sounds. Hungry mouths, wet grimaces that could have been smiles. Sharp-toothed things with shivery breath, their eyes loose and grey within their sockets. Engorged growths consuming faces and limbs melding together. Naked, lurid bodies. There was an infected man with eyes and mouths on his naked back, searching for something they could batten upon and suckle and drain. There was a bloated, wheezing figure, neither man nor woman, but something in between. Its sightless eyes were vestigial, mere distractions from the rest of its slippery, greased form. People were falling. Frank was pushed one way, then the other. He tripped and fell, managed to land on his back. Things blurred around him. Florence was screaming. The infected were eating dead bodies. More infected were coming, chattering and shrilling. He couldn't see Joel or Anya or Ralph. Florence helped him up. He stood, picked her up again. An infected man barreled towards them, mouth lined with teeth growing over his lips. Frank dodged him at the last moment, and the man jumped upon a screaming woman and ripped away most of her face. Breathing hard, Frank looked around. They were injured on the ground, their hands clutched to bleeding wounds and bite marks. A man juddered in the throes of a seizure, his skin paling and his flesh shifting on his bones. He flipped onto all fours, snapping his mouth at the air, and leapt away into the crowd. Frank dipped his head, held Florence tightly, and shoulder-barged through the crowd. He glimpsed wet mouths and squirming tongues flicking outwards, horridly malformed faces shrieking and covered in blood. There was a severed arm on the ground, wearing a wristwatch. People were dragged back up the beach, clawing at the sand. A red-haired man was ravaged by two infected. They pulled at him, and he came apart easily like tender meat. An old woman, bleeding from her stomach, crawled on her hands and knees, reaching out to Frank, until a girl with fleshy tendrils emerging from her torso pulled the old woman towards her. Frank watched as the girl's tendrils developed clawed tips and pulled apart the old woman's mouth until her face tore like ripping fabric. Then some kind of dangling stinger emerged from the girl's torso and slid between the old woman's legs. The stinger began to thrust, moving slickly and deep. The girl's body sagged, and she let out a soft moan, both tortured and pleasurable. The old woman buckled and writhed, her hands flailing vainly at her assailant, until the life drained out of her. This all happened in the space of 5 seconds. Frank turned away and vomited onto his shoes. Florence was screaming. He turned back and held the girl. A man in torn clothes stood before them, his body shaking violently. His mouth stretched wide, and a glistening proboscis emerged from between his teeth. Frank stepped back as the proboscis probed the air. A clear fluid dripped from its tip, and its sheath pulled back like a foreskin, revealing a thin appendage with a sharp point. The man lunged at them. Florence cried out. The man's head exploded, and he collapsed. Ralph walked over to the man and stepped on the still wriggling proboscis until it was crushed beneath his foot. He was holding a pistol. "Where did you get that gun from?" Frank asked. Ralph's eyes were manic. "Belonged to a soldier. He didn't need it anymore." Frank tightened his grip on Florence's hand. Ralph put a bullet through a growling woman's face as she lunged at him. Then he turned back to them. "Follow me." Chapter 77. The infected man snapped his mouth towards Anya, and she recoiled, stumbling over her own feet. The man let out a growling roar as blood leaked from his eyes. Joel smashed him in the face with a rock he'd found on the sand. The man fell to his knees, clutching his nose with one gnarled hand, and then slumped onto his back as Joel hit him again and again. His shattered skull leaked a putrescent liquid onto the sand. Joel discarded the rock, grabbed Anya, and ran for the shore, pushing people out of the way. Directly ahead of them, Navy crewmen were loading people onto a landing craft. Royal Marines stood guard, shooting the attacking infected, cutting them down with rapid bursts from their rifles. Other craft were getting swamped by the desperate refugees. One was heaving a mass of bodies, infected and uninfected. The Marines lying dead in the surf. Some of the craft were already leaving. Joel pulled Anya with him, bursting into a sprint. A young boy bolted towards them, his body covered with rupturing tumours, and blocked their path. He wailed through a contorted mouth as his head split open into teeth-lined halves, and a nest of trembling worm-like feelers rose from within his cranium like snakes from a charmer's pot. The feelers, each one of them approximately 3 feet in length, possessed clusters of tiny sucking mouths upon their forms, dilating at the close proximity of prey. Joel and Anya backed away, and the boy thing followed. Pale milk-white spider legs grew from the boy's flanks and came to rest on the ground, lifting him from his original height and supporting him in his new form. Joel put himself between Anya and the boy creature. People were running past them. The infected boy reared up and screamed in terrible pain, then moved towards Joel and Anya. Joel did something he never thought he would have done. A man stumbled next to them, and Joel pushed him towards the boy thing. The man screamed and looked at Joel with an expression of undiluted terror and fear. "I'm sorry," said Joel, but the man didn't hear him. The boy reeled the man in and embraced him. The man begged to be released as he was pinned on the sand. The boy's feelers elongated from within his head and clamped upon the man's face. The man wriggled and squirmed, clawing at the feelers as they drilled into his eyes, his mouth, and the soft tissue of his cheeks and chin. When the man stopped moving, the feelers detached and retreated, leaving only a skull and a few scraps of skin and muscle. Joel and Anya ran for the shore. The craft was almost full, getting ready to leave. "Wait for us!" Joel shouted. One of the Marines turned and fired at them. They both screamed, then glanced back to see a bloated woman collapsing onto the sand behind them, a red wound where her face had been. "Quickly!" the Marine said. He shot 2 more infected advancing towards them. Joel pushed Anya forwards. His legs felt like they were on fire. All he could hear was the screams of monsters and dying people. The Marines pulled them on board over the lowered ramp, and they collapsed among the other refugees who had made it. Many of them were crying and sobbing. Others were in stunned, traumatized silence. Joel turned back to the beach. He couldn't see Ralph, Frank, or Florence. The shoreline was a field of slaughter. Blood stained the sand and turned the tide red. Body parts floated in the water. Most of the craft were leaving, and many people were left behind. The majority of the refugees either dead or too badly injured to move. Packs of the infected were feeding. Gunshots echoed down the beach, where a few Marines were holding off the infected until their craft could escape. There were bodies everywhere. Infected children scavenged on warm remains, sucking the marrow from snapped bones.
Let's go, said one of the Marines.
You can't leave yet, Joel cried. My friends are still out there. The Marine offered a sympathetic look.
Sorry, mate, it's too dangerous to stay here. We'll get swarmed sooner or later.
Look, said Anya, pointing to their left. Frank, Florence, and Ralph were running towards them, weaving between feasting infected and wounded refugees. Ralph raised his hands, holding a pistol. A pack of infected were right behind them.
Come on,
Joel shouted. They splashed through the surf towards the craft. Ralph turned around and shot 2 infected before stumbling onwards again.
Move faster! Don't stop!
They were 10 yards from safety when something came out of the water and grabbed Frank. Chapter 78. Frank dropped Florence and they both fell into the water. She reached for him and screamed before he was dragged beneath the frothing tide. He gasped in agony and shock as sharp claws pierced his stomach. The sight of the creature's face inches from him almost stopped his heart. Panicking, he took in mouthfuls of salt water as he fought to break free. The pale thing was emaciated and snarling, the ragged remains of a white shirt and red tie clinging to its form. It leered at him with a wound of a mouth and lifted him out of the sea. He flailed and cried, vomiting water, eyes stinging as he sucked in air. Cold fingers gripped him, blood in the tide. The creature roared at him, its breath stinking of rot and mould. Ralph shot it in the face, and it dropped Frank. Ralph pulled him up as the other infected closed in. Frank turned to Florence and managed to speak through salt water and pain.
Go, get on the boat.
Florence hesitated.
Go.
Then Joel was running back to them, kicking his legs through the water. He scooped her up, but she resisted him, flailing her arms. Agony bolted through Frank's body. The wound on his stomach was deep and bleeding. Beside him, Ralph looked dazed and pale. There was a red wound on his neck, the edges of which were already turning black. They looked at each other and understood. Then they turned to Joel and Florence. Joel was crying. He nodded.
Get out of here,
Ralph told him. Florence had stopped fighting Joel. She was shivering and soaking wet, her red hair plastered to her head.
I can't leave you here,
Joel said. Ralph raised his pistol, aimed it at Joel.
Go.
Get Florence off the beach, Frank said between rattling breaths as he clutched the wound in his stomach.
Get to Anya. Get to safety.
Joel looked at them, his face slack and unbelieving. He glanced at the pistol. Ralph's arm was shaking.
You have to go, mate. No time.
After a moment of hesitation, Joel nodded solemnly, tears in his eyes, then turned away and ran back to the craft with Florence. Frank watched them climb aboard. Anya took hold of the girl and hugged her. The 3 of them looked back towards Frank and Ralph. Frank waved. He had done all he could. He had done his best. They would survive. Florence would survive. Ralph turned to confront the pursuing infected. He fired the pistol until it was empty. One infected man remained from the pack. Ralph let the man come to him, then pistol-whipped him in the face until he went down. Then Ralph dropped the pistol and gouged out the infected's eyes with his thumbs. Both men half submerged. The deformed man thrashed and shrieked until he fell still and floated away, face down in the water. Frank went to Ralph and helped him to his feet in the surf. Ralph's hands were raw and weeping. They watched the last of the landing craft leave, then staggered onto the beach, keeping each other upright. Both of them were losing blood. The infected left them alone. Ralph tried to smile. "I can feel it inside me." "Same here," said Frank. The cries of the dying echoed across the blood-soaked beach of scattered bones and offal. Groups of infected gathered along the shore to snaffle up piles of slick remains. They fared slowly and calmly. An infected man in a straitjacket stumbled in circles as black tentacles burst through his chest. There were many deformities and mutations. Faces with too many eyes, pale figures staggering around clutching pieces of sopping flesh. Infected flesh glistening like succulent jelly, quivering and forming pincers. Vermiform tentacles and black maws. Vaginal mouths parted to show such sharp teeth. Bodies were slipped free from their skin and consumed by ravenous appetites. The beach was full of meat. Frank and Ralph turned back to the sea and the ships out there waiting for the evacuated refugees, the lucky ones. "I'm glad they made it," said Frank. Ralph wheezed out a tortured breath. "Joel and Anya will take care of Florence. You did the right thing, mate. You saved the little girl, and you got us here. You gave us a chance of survival." Frank didn't answer. He looked out towards the ships, and he wondered where they would go. Maybe they were just delaying the inevitable. "Extinction-level event," Ralph muttered. Frank nodded. And he didn't realize what the flashes of white light from the ships meant until the shells detonated around them and the world was lost to explosions and blinding fury. The groups of feeding infected were obliterated as the naval guns hammered at the shore, sending up great billows of sand. Shrapnel flew, decapitating several infected and shredding bodies into pulp. No sound but the boom of the guns and the shells hitting the ground. Frank couldn't hear himself scream. He and Ralph tried to stagger from the beach. A shell landed nearby, engulfing them in sand and dirt. They fell down to the scream of ordnance overhead and collapsed on their backs. Boom and crash. The earth shaking and coming apart. The smell of fire and burnt meat. Frank looked up at the darkening sky, the taste of blood in his mouth. He felt the pain of the infected as they were destroyed. The screaming world became oblivion. Chapter 79. The refugees were silent, vacant-eyed and exhausted as the landing craft moved towards the waiting ships. Florence was sitting with her head on Anya's chest, her eyes wet with tears for Frank and all the people lost on the beach. Anya stroked the girl's hair and whispered words of comfort to her. Joel rested his arms on the side of the craft, staring back at the shore where he'd last seen his friends. Smoke stained the horizon, and the beach was a ruin of scars and craters. Great Britain was gone. England was gone. His voice trembled with emotion.
"We made it. We escaped. I can't believe it."
"Not all of us escaped," said Florence.
"I hope Ralph and Frank died quickly."
"Nobody could have survived on the beach," Anya said. "They're gone." Joel took out his silver cross and extended his arm until his hand was over the side. The sea was protean and tempting, abyssal and dark. He lowered the cross towards the water and thought about the things that had happened. His hand flinched. The waves crashed. Epilogue. Frank woke and watched the sky until his eyes stung, then used most of his remaining strength to sit up amongst the devastation of the beach. His lungs ached with a cancerous pain. He couldn't find his inhaler in his pockets. Wheezing and hacking, he spat red mucus onto the sand. The wound in his stomach itched and burned. He'd lost a lot of blood. Human remains littered the beach. The ground had been churned and torn. Craters and gouges in the earth. Shrapnel had ripped Ralph to bits. Most of him was a smear upon the sand. Frank rose and stood over Ralph's remains and said a silent farewell to his friend. Then he turned towards the horizon out at sea. The Royal Navy ships were gone. He walked from the beach and headed inland, stumbling on rubbery legs. His heartbeat was slow and loud. Sweat beaded on his skin. When he passed through Sidmouth, the infected in the streets left him alone. He was one of them, of course, his body changing even as it weakened and neared death. He was grateful Florence had escaped to safety, along with Joel and Anya. The consolation brought some comfort. He'd been stupid to think Florence was his daughter. To think she was Emily had been a foolish, delusional notion. He saw his mistake with the clarity of a man at the end of it all. She could have been his daughter, in a different life, but he was only a man, and there was only one life, and if he lived, he would become something else. He walked back to the remains of the camp, daydreaming of Catherine, while the virus burned in his blood. He would be with her again. He would find her. The 2 coaches left behind had been smashed and battered. Dozens of bodies on the blood-soaked ground. Crows picked over the cadavers. Rot and slaughter in the air. Some infected lingered in the area, the stragglers and those too weak to walk away. Wretched specimens being absorbed by the mud and filth. Captain Shaw sat slumped against the scrum of corpses, staring at his raw hands. He wheezed and groaned. His eyes were red-rimmed and haunted. As he regarded Frank, his naked stomach birthed a colony of writhing red cilia. A yolky substance dripped from the corners of his mouth. Small, wet spikes emerged from his scalp like a crown of thorns. Shaw whimpered for mercy. Frank took a pistol from a dead soldier's hand. He went over to Shaw and shot him in the head without hesitation. The captain's body quivered once, then fell still. Frank dropped the pistol, then turned towards a flash of movement at the north side of the camp, where the pits had been carved into the earth. A little girl, red-haired and pale, stood watching him. It was Emily. He smiled, and when she beckoned to him, he started towards her with joy in his heart. As he approached Emily, she turned away and walked towards the pits, glancing back to make sure he was following. Her voice whispered inside his head. Emily halted by one of the pits and pointed down into the earth before turning back to smile at him. He went to her and regarded the charred bodies within the pit, jumbled heaps and drifts of cadavers. And when he looked back at Emily, she was gone, vanished like a shade on the wind. "Goodbye," Frank said. He knew what he had to do. She had shown him the way. He went down into the pit and fell to his knees to search through the bodies as thunder roared overhead. He pored about the scorched remains while his heartbeat counted down the time he had left. As his blood leaked from his body and he grew weaker, darkness closed in. He sensed Emily nearby, watching him. He remembered his friends and the old world. "I am still Frank Hooper, and I will die as a man, not a monster." When he found what was left of his wife in the midst of warped limbs and eyeless faces, he embraced the wreck of her body and stated his love. There was still a trace of red in her blackened hair. Her skull grinned, pleased to see him. Her spindly fingers brushed against his skin. She welcomed him to the pit as he produced her wedding band from his pocket and slipped it onto her ring finger. He put his mouth to hers and opened his lips. Her scent was smoke and old things. She tasted of ashes and deliverance. Frank went to sleep, knowing he would never wake again.